he's struggling to define it.
Yeah.
He wants to define the horizon as two different things at the same time.
Yeah. Cognitive distance.
Remember his initial statement. It's possible to have a horizon on a globe Earth where it's not the geometric horizon, it's a refracted one. That's what he came in with. This is possible because of refraction.
So that means we have three then, right? We have three horizon lines. It may be incorrect. So, but based on the globe, we would have the actual hard leading edge of that globe. That'd be one. Then we would have the refracted horizon line. Then we would also have the horizon line that we personally perceive. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Saved a conversation with ChatGPT that I saw that somebody had, and they were talking about the black swan seeing the horizon beyond where it should be. And ChatGPT gave, even with, I think I can say this properly, even with the best refraction models, the distance to the horizon from changing from 1.2 miles would only change to 1.9 miles within the black swan observation.
That's very
With
small.
the maximum at refraction, it's not even going to go beyond 2 miles. That's ChatGPT. If anybody holds that type of computer algorithm in any high regard.
Not at all. Yeah, it's very small. 1.2. Wow. You do have some questions tonight, Jedi. Holy shit, bro. Where'd you get them? Just kidding.
Just things that I've been thinking about over the last week or so. Especially the 24-hour sun one is a good question. I want to know where everybody's feet are with that. And most of the people in here, I think everyone that I've spoken to, I know that they understand that this doesn't change anything with regards to how the surface of the Earth is measured. But I'm trying to see if anybody's had any thoughts beyond that, if they see the Earth in a particular way now because of where the sun is, for example.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, actually. Depending on who's in the room to how much I would say, but I think it actually debunks Dave Weiss's physical sky model. Not the ground. The ground hasn't changed. But I think the sky has changed because of this in terms of Dave Weiss's model.
Yeah.
Quote unquote moral, right? They come from treating the Earth and measuring it to be a plane, a motionless plane. So the values that they derive, right, from reality, like, is flat Earth measurements, and then they turn that into a ball.
Paul, could you rephrase that? I don't think I followed that one.
So the measurements they actually take in reality, right, is angle measurements to the stars and the luminaries, the sun, the moon, etc., right? Elevation angle measurements, right? Which
you kind of like talking about how like they treat the Earth like it's flat, kind of like, because don't they fly planes like it's flat?
Yeah, we had a Glober pilot in here the other day admitting to us that he operates his aircraft as if the Earth is flat and stationary. Yep.
Yeah, I always thought that was kind of weird.
Yeah. He says that that's because due to natural forces, nature just takes care of that for you, right? He doesn't have to do anything to account for Earth curvature or Earth rotation, because that's all just nature just does that. It's all good. Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot. That like the world and like overall is practically used or like seen as it's flat in science and like pilot stuff. That's one of that Bryce Mitchell guy's like big takes. It's like he says that like if you fly a helicopter up, that it won't move or like land in the same spot, and that proves that it's flat, or something about gravity. I'm not sure. I'm not trying to like
I'd say that
fuck
proves
his
that the
point up, but
Earth's not in motion. Like, I mean, that's a good argument. I'll agree with him there. Yeah.
okay, so that's something that's like an actual like
Yeah, maybe he's been doing a bit of research. I don't know.
it's not some just throwaway point that like actually has substance to it.
Well, he's just using his thought. He's just using his cognitive abilities to think about things and go, well, okay, hang on. If the Earth's in motion and I leave the ground, like I go up, and the Earth's going to keep turning, then wouldn't couldn't you hover a helicopter for 3 hours and end up 3,000 miles away if you're at the equator?
I mean, I can't counter that because I don't know. So yeah, I mean, like I'm trying to think of like an explanation, but I can't think of any. So, and I'm not the smartest on it either. I just come in here to learn shit. I find the whole thing interesting. I don't think I really subscribe to like either belief. I guess I'm kind of just open-minded.
Yeah. We'll start off on the foot, right? That, yeah, like you were talking about, we all just observe this place as if it's a motionless plane, flat and stationary, right? That's just the way it's the way we experience it, and it's the way we treat it, right? It also happens to measure that way. You'd go and try to attempt any sort of like measurement of curvature. You're not going to find it. It'll just measure to be flat. So
Can I ask you one question?
Go on.
It's kind of a dumb question, but do you guys know? I'm sure you know that experiment. Not like on the surface level, the debate is always brought up where it's like that guy did like that laser test or whatever and disproved himself wrong. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, Jeranism.
How come that's never like actually brought up in? Like I listened to a lot more.
No,
like,
he actually
in-depth
proved
debates.
himself right. He actually proved himself right. He debunked the globe
Oh, okay.
because the globe needed 24 meters and you only got 11 meters.
Oh, so that's
So
just like a huge
you're,
misconception. That he
more
proved
than
himself
half
wrong.
off. Yeah, you're more than. You didn't validate any globetard.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
So
you
is that
didn't do
why
that.
it's never brought up in
Jaren
like an
just used
actual real
a
debate?
flashlight. Jaren just used a flashlight, and somebody held up a piece of cardboard, and then they put it in like a piece of Netflix documentary for your entertainment. Like I don't know, in 2016,
Mhm.
and you literally destroyed an industry blockbuster with this kind of garbage. That's wonderful. That's a wonderful. That was a. Ooh, that was a hit.
Piece.
I was just curious because I never hear it like brought up in an actual like good
That was
debate
a
where
hit.
people seem to know what they're talking about.
Was the actual one that took the fall.
It was a failed attempt, right? It was a failed attempt to demonstrate anything really. I mean, he was going to use a laser, really expensive one, I think, and the collimator broke on it, right? So they couldn't perform the test.
So it's kind of just a moot point on both sides.
Right, so then he just used this flashlight, and like you're going to have problems when shining like a flashlight through an aperture. It's gonna diffract and lose luminosity, etc. Like I don't even know if they even established that they had a direct line of sight, etc. There's a bunch of different reasons why that was a fail, and even Globers will like tell you that. Yeah, that didn't really prove anything.
Yeah, that's kind of my point because, like I said, I never hear it brought up by Globers as like a defense. I was kind of wondering if, like,
the white swan wasn't established.
Yeah.
Well, there's no argument for the white swan. For here's the geometry that is established by having this. It's just sort of saying like, oh, there's this goofy thing that happened, and it doesn't. There's no argument there. There's no demarcation of distance marked out. No, how bright is this attenuation? It's like, and if you were to establish what is there, it's off by half a foot or whatever. Like, so it doesn't affirm globetard. It just says like, why didn't it go through these ambiguous holes or whatever?
Yeah,
so
just raises more questions. Yeah,
we did get a few people come in here and bring it up. right? But because of a couple of YouTube influencers that just use it as a debunk, right? Or poking fun, right? They come in here and think that that it proves something, and you press them on it, and they don't understand. They don't know the details. Like they don't understand that it was an edited, piece of film that was designed to like lean towards one side more than the other, etc. Like so, they actually edited it to make it sound like that happened, like in that way that it demonstrated that the Earth was a globe and that the flat earther debunked himself, but that's not the case. It's not what happened.
But it actually would affirm that the Earth is flat because these are elevation changes that they're going to be taking from here. Okay, I'm establishing this line of sight, this like horizontal to this thing. Oh, if there's some change in this aspect, that it is going to be from flat Earth, like because horizontal is the reference to the Earth.
Got you. Could you guys explain one thing to me, if you don't mind? What's up with like
That
the
was what's
whole?
always funny with Jesse's when Jesse gave me his like mountain thing, and I was like, okay, which line is refracted? And he told me that the imaginary line to the imaginary mountain, that was the one that was refracted, not the actual line of sight representation that he.
Fair enough. What was your question, mate?
I was just more wondering, like, so I've always heard the argument for your guys' side too about like the container and vacuum of space, but I don't quite understand like why that's a problem for the globe.
We have
like, why does that contradict it?
Quite well versed in that argument. I don't know if he'd like to open up his mic and say anything. Jedi, are you there?
Guess not.
Yeah, no, just running back from the bathroom. I heard my name.
Yes, yeah, that's my cue. No, I'm kidding.
I wasn't listening, mate. So I don't know what's going on. Sorry.
Oh, fair enough. No, so I think you're probably the best in the room at the moment. Maybe not, but I've heard you articulate this so well in the past. ADHD's Express is asking for clarification on the whole container and gas pressure argument.
Yeah, like why is that a contradiction to the globe thing?
One, the definition of gas pressure is experimentally verified as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. This is demonstrated within the ideal gas formula EV equals nRT, where pressure is solved by force over area, the force of the gas pressing against the walls of the container given in feet or meters. That will be described in the volume. See, the thing is, if you don't contain gas has the power of indefinite expansion. This is also demonstrated within the second law of thermodynamics. Gas continues to expand into available volumes. So if we're told up there is a vacuum devoid of gas, and down here we've got gas pressure, then we've got two problems if the Earth is a ball. One, the second law of thermodynamics will dictate that the gas will continue to fill the space unless it's physically contained. And two, the definition of gas pressure is the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. Within the heliocentric model, we're not surrounded by a container.
Right. So what does that mean? Like that it's likely like a firmament situation, or do you have a different belief?
Well, some people say firmament, some people say dome. At the end of the day, it's a container for gas, whatever it is. The necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a physical barrier. Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, that is pretty crazy. Again, I can't think of any explanation like why. So.
Okay, buddy. I hope that answers. Yeah, no worries. I hope that helps.
Yeah, no, dude. I just never understood. I'm not that smart into this shit, so I just never understood the contradiction. But I always hear it brought up as like one of the like huge like defeating points for your side. Even like gravity. Do you guys believe in gravity, or what's up with all that thing? I've heard that Bryce Mitchell guy claim gravity's not real.
Okay, so I'll tell you the end before we go through the whole beginning. There is no scientific experiment that proves gravity as anything that causes anything, whether that be mass attracting mass with a bending and warping of space-time. So at the end of the day, there's no scientific experiment. There's a lot of math, I'll give you that, within Einstein's general and special relativity, but mathematics is not empirical science. So I don't have to believe in something that hasn't been demonstrated to be true.
So what do you think causes that, like, I don't know what to say, like force or action, I guess?
Outside of relative density, mate, I can't tell you the reason why the direction exists.
Gotcha.
I can tell you, I can help you make things rise and fall, but why?
I've heard Bryce Mitchell mention the whole density thing too, that he thinks it's a density like difference thing, right?
Maybe. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think that's a complete answer. Okay, so let's try and do this scientifically, right? I can make things fall and rise. For example, I've got a fish tank filled with water and I drop an egg to the bottom. If I put salt into the water to change the density, then the egg will rise. Now, that's as far as we can go within science. We can make things go up and down depending on the relative density situation. But why things work along this vertical axis, I don't know.
Got you. So you guys' model kind of just doesn't accept the whole, like, the gravity thing, but then, yeah, that makes sense, because you guys don't know. So you guys don't really have an answer in your model. Just kind of the fact that it happens.
Yeah, there's no varying and manipulation scientifically of anything that makes things go up and down apart from relative density.
I kind of like that, though. You guys aren't answering questions or, like, forcing answers on questions you don't have.
Yeah, and we're not going to turn around to people and give them answers to things that we're just making up.
Yeah.
Ain't got to be in this situation, right? We don't know.
You just unmuted me.
Yeah, he absolutely didn't have to project like you did, Clown Shoes.
Wait, what? What's going on?
Yeah, he's projecting his feelings onto you.
Who is?
Wait, me?
Yeah, you ADHD. You're projecting.
What did I do?
I think he's been pretty cordial.
I don't know why everybody's just coming at me so hard. I'm just trying to fucking.
I'm at the end. Yeah, it happened. It's a fact. You don't have to whine about it. You were projecting.
No, he didn't. He didn't project anything, so that's false.
Brother, well, calm down. Why are you so angry?
All right, if you say that, all right, cool.
Oh my god.
I got Kleenex over here. You need Kleenex, or are you gonna keep whining? I got some Kleenex over here. Come get it.
Yo, can we like get this guy off of my nuts or mute him or something? I mean, he's just harassing me at this point.
No, you're still whining. You're just whining.
Look at this.
Your shouts to God are noted, ADHD Express.
Place is just hostile, man.
No, I think it's funny. No, hey, dude, just relax. Stop.
No, I'm relaxed. Dude. It just blows my mind, man.
Well, then you're a snowflake.
I'm not really a snowflake. Dude. I can be surprised about something.
Listen, you're the one pretending that you're not like on board with the outer space myth, but then you ask all these questions about the outer space myth. So just relax.
I said at the beginning that I don't really subscribe to either. I just like to learn.
Yeah,
dude.
I know, but come on. How'd you do that?
And then you're on my ass just because, like,
no, how did you avoid the indoctrination? You should be studied.
What do you mean avoid the indoctrination, dude? I learned what I learned when I was younger. Then as I got older, I learned more and more. Heard different contradictions. And then I looked into it.
You was a farce. You've abandoned that, and now you're in You're just
dude,
in
you guys need to calm down. Like, I'm just here to learn. You guys are just like on my ass for nothing.
You're being a martyr.
Like, I'm being pressed for nothing. I was just simply trying to learn and ask shit. Like, we had no issues until you guys wanted to jump in and press me.
Then, dude, just relax.
I'm the snowflake, but you guys are mad that I'm trying to learn stuff.
Oh my gosh, he's just gonna keep doing it. He's like a guy who cries.
All right, bro, you guys got it, bro. Fucking idiots. Holy shit. You can't even understand simple conversation and just learning stuff.
Okay, oh my lord, dude. No, I've been listening to you the whole time. Just relax. I've been listening to what you're saying. Good lord, bro.
Didn't get it. He would quit and cry basic training.
It's all good. Like, I think he's got whatever Bryce Mitchell said as a base, and he's hitting it off our wall.
That's good, bro. I might just had it. You can't even learn about this shit because these fucking retards can't understand simple
He's in his
conversation, bro.
feelings, just
Peace out, boys.
interrupting
Thanks.
you. He's
Nah,
just
shut up, bro.
interrupting you
Thanks
now.
for
Now
the
he's gonna get louder.
info,
Shut up. You just
Dimmock,
talking.
Jedi. Thanks for the info, all the cool people, bro. I appreciate all the cool people here.
Yeah, get out, bitch.
Did I hear you say you thought you were muted, Flatsy?
I guess not.
Yeah. We have Faint that's just joined us. Welcome in, Faint. How's it going? And they're gone.
So offensive, T-Dub.
It's really got to work on my approach, right?
Yeah, if you could cut that out, mate, please.
You're too nice, T-Dub. You gotta be a little meaner, give him a reason to stay.
Fuck off.
There you go.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
now,
that's the standard.
Now I'm ready to argue.
So, well, what are you waiting for, Mushkane? I thought you said you were ready to argue.
Oh yeah. Gravity's real. The Earth is spherical, and just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat, guys. All right, bring it on.
Oh, somebody bite, because I'm about to go start a mower, and I want something to listen to. Don't make me go to YouTube.
Yo, Mushkane, choose one of three. One of three of those.
Alright, how about we go with just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat. Let's make that the jumping off point.
I agree with you. You know, if that was all we had to go by, that would be an accurate statement. It would be a sensible statement.
Alright, well that's good. We can agree on that. just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat. So we got to kind of go beyond just our optics, our visual perception. So I mean, what do you do after that?
You do more research.
All right. So
that statement we agree on. Just because it looks flat doesn't mean it's flat. That, generally speaking, we agree on that. And specifically for the Earth, I don't agree. For the Earth, it is actually flat, but that's we get that by other means. The other statements you made were gravity's real, and the Earth's a sphere. Which one do you want to go to?
Well, let's just keep going off that first statement. So just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat. Okay, we both agree there. Mm-hmm. Okay, but now I'm coming to the conclusion that it is actually curved, even though it is flat, and you're coming to the conclusion that it looks flat and it actually is, a flat plane. The entirety of it is a flat plane.
Yeah. So how do we get any information about anything in the world? Through our senses, right? Everything is has an empirical kind of baseline. We rely on our senses, our physical senses, to tell us information, right? So which one is more of a jump in your mind? If I was to say it looks flat and we judge by what's apparent, so it probably is flat, or you saying it looks flat, so it's curved. Which one makes more sense?
Well, you kind of set me up as a straw man there, because I'm not saying it looks flat, so it's curved. I'm just saying it looks flat. However, it happens to be curved. Not saying I'm coming to that conclusion like it looks flat, so it's curved. It's just some things are counterintuitive, which you already agreed to.
They can be. I didn't say that they are. Some things can be counterintuitive. I agree.
Yeah.
If you're saying it's not non sequitur, then you have to provide the external evidence that tells you that it is an optical illusion. This is the part where you provide the external evidence to make it not like just a faulty assumption.
All right. Well, one big piece of evidence would be that we have two celestial poles about which the stars rotate. So if we have two and they rotate, one rotates counterclockwise in the north celestial pole, and the south celestial pole, it rotates counterclockwise or clockwise. So given that geometry makes sense on a sphere. To conceive of that on a flat plane, we'd have two celestial poles above us, both rotating clockwise and counterclockwise. That's how do you visualize that?
Wraparound effect.
The what?
Wraparound effect. It easily works on a flat Earth with wraparound. Yeah.
I've never. Okay, I don't know what that means. I've never heard this term.
It basically means that the ends are connected.
The ends are connected.
The ends of the flat Earth are connected, imperceivably.
The ends of the flat Earth are connected imperceivably.
Yeah.
I don't know if I understand what those words mean. Is anybody else listening could better explain what he's talking about? I've never heard of this concept.
It means that everything that you observe as you're traveling, to the far. Let's say you're traveling to the far west. Let's say it's a kind of a Mercator projection. A flat map wherein you have the north to the top of the map and the south to the bottom of the map.
I'm picturing like a fucking conveyor belt. Like what you're saying makes it seem like you're saying the kind of like it's a conveyor belt. Almost.
Yeah, if you go from the very far left then and not just you, but like the land as well, and all of the the celestial, objects that you perceive, all of them will appear on the other side of the map.
All of them will appear on the other side of the...
Here, I'll post a little video from a game that I made to explain it.
Oh, is this a view that's kind of particular to you? Like, did you independently come up with this, or is this...
I'm not the first, but I'm championing it. Watch the video.
What's that? Okay. This is good for Speculation Sunday, though. You know, this is whatever you're talking about. That's... Earth is flat with an imperceivable wraparound. Oh, it's 8 minutes long.
No, it's not.
It says 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
No, it's 40 seconds, bro. 46 seconds.
Okay. That was something different I was looking at.
8 minutes of what?
That's 46 seconds long.
What are you guys counting?
Seconds in a video. I'm not seeing anything, though. It's just a black screen for me. I don't know what's going on here. The time's ticking by. I'm reading the seconds, but nothing's showing up.
Really? Is it working for anyone else?
Yeah.
Yes, I can see it.
Something wrong with your device, bro?
Yeah, I guess there's something wrong on my end. Matthew Learns, are you watching this? I can't see it, but do you understand what he's saying?
Yeah, I'll just stream it as I play it, and you can watch my stream.
It's just a snake game going over top of a Mercator projection of a map of the Earth. And the snake goes off the top and appears on the bottom, and goes off the left and appears on the right, kind of like Pac-Man. So basically, Pac-Man World is what he's saying.
Pac-Man World.
Yo, Matthew learns. You need to learn.
The top is wrong though. It doesn't go off the top and appear at the bottom.
I don't know
what you can learn. It mirrors side of the top.
Say that again, Benji.
I said I don't know what you've been learning, Matthew, but you need to learn some more.
Oh, I agree. People should always be learning. If you ever stop learning, that's a bad thing.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking about you in particular.
Yeah, no, I agree. I should always be learning. So should you. We all should.
Yeah, I'm always learning. Like, maybe not right now, but usually.
I'm always learning, but maybe not right now.
Yeah, no, I allocate about 6 to 7 hours, 5 days a week to learning new stuff, and then you have some additional knowledge gained through, everyday practice. But the rest is just spend around, goofing around a bit,
Yeah.
Sure.
All learning and no play makes Jack a dull boy.
Thanks, Benji.
No problem, bruv. If you have a problem, if you need some help, you contact me, bruv. It's like $100 for like 15-minute therapy session. If you can manage that broke ass nigga, I'll help you out.
Oh man, that's a deal. That's a sweet deal.
Yeah, bro, you don't have to broke ass nigga nobody here, bro. You don't have to use that language.
Yeah, my bad, bro. No, I don't do all that. My job is I'm an online coach. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of just scamming boomer females. They pay way too much for like a basic, simple training plan. But honestly, I don't even feel bad about it because most of the online coaches, they be putting out so much bullshit that I'm like a good online coach. And I'm not even trying to be. I'm trying to scam people.
Mushkane, I just got to ask. I've been trying to figure out: are you in a tin can with rain, or are you running water, or are you in a bathtub, or are you typing furiously in the background? What's going on in the background?
That's the pussy juice of his admirers.
Sorry, I didn't know you could hear that. It's rain hitting the top of a vehicle that I'm sitting in.
Oh,
he's in the lunar module.
Pretty hard.
Mushkan, you don't need to be modest. You can tell us that it's the pussy juice of your admirers.
Yeah, I know it's fucking ladies in here. I just told you about your language.
Bro, calm down. It's just a joke, bro.
Yeah, but it's not funny to use like harsh language.
Well, I think it's funny. It's pretty subjective. But like, what's the harm?
We're saying in this room we prefer to have cleaner language, so clean up your language. That's all.
It's a live show, bro.
But like, what's the harm in it?
It's a live show.
Oh, you're streaming this.
Just follow the rules.
Yeah, you didn't hear me the first 6 times, so yeah.
Oh, my bad. How many viewers you got? Do you not hear me, bro?
Yeah, we hear you. We just don't really care. Like, you just kind of talk nonsense, right? So, and you interrupted a different conversation that was already taking place, right? So, if you guys want to keep talking about the Pac-Man thing or whatever, disclaimer: no other Flat Earthers in here that I know
Bro,
of.
just ask them how many viewers you got.
Just shut the fuck up,
nigga. Why are you people so...
bro? Go on mute. Shush.
Yeah, Benji, if you want to know, go to YouTube, look up the channel, try and find it, and find out how many viewers there are yourself. None of us know. We're not sitting there on YouTube right now.
Yeah, so percentage, if you want to keep doing your thing with Mushkane. Don't think any other Flat Earthers really subscribe to this. Just pointing that out to the YouTube audience.
Yes. To be honest, if you don't subscribe to it, you're a dumb Flat Earther. Generally speaking.
Yeah, but you're the one posting a Mercator projection with a snake game going.
It doesn't have to be Mercator, it's just any projection, any map. There has to be a wraparound effect, or else it just doesn't work.
Well, sell it, bro. I mean, sell it to Mushkane and we'll listen in and let's see if it makes sense. I understand where you're coming from with it, by the way, so I kind of know where you're coming from.
I appreciate that.
Mushkane, you there, dude?
Yeah, you there, Mushkane? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm here. My phone's kind of fucked up, so it takes a while for it to like kick in. I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to watch this video you posted, but it's not showing anything. It just shows a blank screen.
Yo, I got you. I'll just watch my stream. Okay, give me a second. Do you see my stream?
Alright, yeah, I see it now. And there's a little snake, and it's eating a little yellow. Just going around the screen. Eating the little yellow, game over. It's a little game.
Yeah, but you saw how it was wrapping around, right?
Well, I didn't see it wrap around anything. I just saw it go one edge to the other edge.
Yeah, that's wrap around. Like it wraps around from one edge of the screen to the next. So that's how it would easily work on a flat Earth. Like the celestial poles would easily work on flat Earth like that.
The celestial poles make sense in an Earth such as this.
Not just the celestial poles, but like everything basically. Trans-navigating north to south, it all, you know, or if you want to have the dipole type map with a straight line equator, then circumnavigating east to west, it all makes sense.
So if it's imperceivable wraparound, that means that we would have no way of knowing at what point we kind of like spontaneously respawn at the other edge. So
that'd be correct. We could know kind of in what vector it is if we dead reckoned the equator to see if it's curving or not. We could kind of get an idea of what's the most accurate map, because we'd know whether or not like the azimuth equidistant map is accurate in so much that like the equator would be a big circle that we're just following a heading and we don't recognize that we're actually churning, versus a Mercator type projection wherein it's just straight. But aside from that, you can't really know where it's actually wrapping around. And this whole like
that's pretty wild.
Yeah, I hear you. But it would be necessitated by the fact that there's no measured curvature, right? That the Earth is, measuring flat. And the fact that we have some, real world observations. These two kind of like, they're two premises that can't be sacrificed. They're necessary. And as such, this conclusion is born out of it. Yeah, exactly. By the way, you said that gravity is real. I agree with you. Gravity is real. Gravity being, the effect that we see, things falling, more dense things falling in a less dense medium, and less dense things rising in a more dense medium. We agree with that. It's the cause of gravity that you attribute that we don't necessarily agree to.
Gravity is the cause.
No. Fine. If gravity's the cause, what's the effect?
The effect is the downward acceleration.
So when people say things fall because of gravity, it's you mean that things like downwardly accelerate because of gravity? Okay. All right. So gravity isn't things falling. Just for the record.
Things falling is the effect.
Okay, but so it's not gravity. When people say things falling is gravity is things falling, they're wrong.
If you want to be all technical about it, then yeah.
What about little g?
Yeah, so in physics, we use gravity as a force because it's convenient and it works at that scale and those equations. But that, if you want to get technical about it and you want to know how things actually work, then gravity is not actually that force. Gravity is why the thing is moving that way. It's the explanation to it, but it's not an actual force.
Sure, I disagree. I'm fine to say that gravity is things falling. It's like the reason that things fall and stuff. But for the question of what causes gravity, I would say that's just a natural law of the universe. It's like a physical law of nature. Like if I was to ask you, what's the cause of entropy? What are you going to say?
Yeah, things don't spontaneously order themselves.
What? I'm saying what causes entropy? Why does entropy exist?
That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Things don't spontaneously order themselves. Things go to disorder.
You cut out. Things go to what?
Disorder.
I mean, not really. Because entropy is things ordering themselves.
This thing's disordering themselves.
No, you got like hot, and going to cold, seeking thermodynamic equilibrium. Right, like you have a density tower. If you take a density tower, you jumble it all up, right, with all these different media inside, and you let it sit. Because of entropy, because of things seeking their natural state, they order themselves.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's raining really hard here. Can you hear that? Shit.
Yes, we can hear it. Sounds cool.
So the cause of entropy, the cause of all the physical laws of the universe, is Allah. That's the way it was created. There's no actual cause you could go to. Other than that, it's just this is the way the world was created. These are the laws that the lawmaker set. And the law of relative density, or of gravity, is the same.
And just to add to that, right, the so-called experts, Bushkane, right, they said they have no idea what gravity is, where it comes from, right? Just like Percent was just saying, right? It's just an effect that's observed, right? They don't know what causes it, right? I can play a clip right now where you got Michio Kaku, Neil deGrasse Tyson, a whole bunch of different people all saying the same thing, right? They have absolutely no idea. Saying Newton had no idea, right? He invented a cause of the effect.
Yeah, and even Newton said, to think that it's action at a distance without any, anything directly, affecting it is, I think he said it was absurd or something like that. Someone could pull up the quote. But he actually ridiculed the idea.
That's why Einstein took over with then quantum. So we're quantum now. That's what we're dealing with now.
Einstein's even dumber than Newton, bro. Einstein tried to say that it was bending of space-time, two things that are metaphysical. They have no physical properties, space and time.
All right, well, with quantum.
How are you going to tell me that time can bend? That's like saying an inch can jump. It's retarded, bro.
And just to backtrack quickly to your first point, Mushkane, right? Yeah, you agreed. We all agree. We experience the Earth as flat, right? Doesn't prove that it's flat, right? But then we can go out and test the Earth, right? We can go to large bodies of water, and if the Earth's a globe, right, of the claimed radius value, it has to have certain characteristics that go along with that, right? We've disproven those, right? The radius, the drop over distance, the geometric horizon. We have countless amounts of observations that you have absolutely no explanation for that's valid or repeatable on a small scale, right? It's absolute horseshit explanations that you guys are coming up with, right? And I doubt you can add anything extra to that, right? If we were to go over certain observations right now, you're not going to be able to back up your explanations.
When you're looking at things through our atmosphere, though, it's very dense, and we all know that its apparent locations and that changes with temperature, so those observations can't really be used to adjudicate that. So how are we going to measure it? You can't really measure it just by looking.
No, that's not a measurement, right? So to adjudicate what?
to adjudicate if the Earth is indeed curving at 8 inches per mile squared. Because if you're saying, well, we're just going to look to the horizon, well, that's an apparent location, and you're looking through, a dense atmosphere, and it varies.
I mean, if you look into it, right, which I don't think you've done, right, look into what are the different effects that happen, right, in the air, right? We have different types of effects, right? If you study those particular effects, you'll quickly realize there are no effects that explain these observations, right? There isn't an effect, right, that you're imagining that explains what we're seeing in these observations, right? We have time-lapse footage, we have small-scale demonstrations that explain all of the known effects, right, that replicate and demonstrate all of the known effects that are claimed to exist, right, according to the mainstream. Right, being sinking and looming and all of those things we could go over, right? When we look at like the Skunk Bay time-lapse footage, right, we see all of those effects happen over the course of a day, right? None of the effects you're talking about exist, right? Being able to hide a geometric horizon and have it pop up behind an object, right, 10 times further away, 20 times further away, there is no effect that does that, right? And if you looked into it, you'd realize that. I don't know what you think you've looked into, right? But I can provide practical demonstrations for every single one of the other effects, citations from the experts, right, in the mainstream, right? They explain how it happens, right? None of which explain these long-distance observations. Nowhere near, right? So that's the problem, right? So you've already admitted that we have a base axiom, which is a flat Earth, right? That doesn't prove it's flat. I agree with that. Okay, but then we go out and we test the Earth, right? Right, we do that over large bodies of water, right? And you guys aren't able to validate, right, these claims that are made, right? The radius value, right? This is like me and you standing in front of a cow, dude, and we can tell it's a cow, right? But you're claiming it's not a cow, right? I don't need to prove that it's a cow. It's freaking obvious, dude, right? If you want to prove that the cow isn't a cow, go ahead. Good luck with that. You haven't done it yet. Nobody's done it yet.
Well, sometimes it does behave like they do tests. People do tests with boats and stuff, and they say, well, okay, if the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared, then we would see the boat start to disappear at this point. And then they do it, and the boat does, and they say, there we go, Earth curve. And then you can come back and say, well, that's not what you're saying.
Okay, that test does not exist, right? If you think it does exist, go ahead and post it in the side chat. We'll go over it step by step. And I guarantee I can tear it to shreds really easily and really quickly that you won't even be able to rebut me tearing it to shreds at all, right? But I don't think it exists. But if you think it exists, go ahead and post it.
I think you've already seen this. It's that some guy's YouTube show, and he takes a flat earther out to the ocean, and then they look at the boat. They got walkie-talkies. They take a polygraph test. Just to be like, keep us honest. We're going to take a polygraph test when we're talking about this. You know what I'm talking? Have you seen this?
Look, I have no idea what test you're talking about. Like, is there any chance you can find it or tell me the name of it so I can find it? Right. See, the things, right, there's certain things that won't be accounted for in the test, right? Known things, right, according to your mainstream, that can easily explain why that might happen in certain conditions, right? If those things aren't accounted for, right, the explanations, right, they invalidate your claim, right? You would need to be able to validate that the known things that happen, right, particular types of effects, right, that we know about, like sinking, right, sinking or inferior mirage or ocean swells, right? Those three things are factors that would have to be accounted for, that they're not present, right? And then we would have to have distance markers, right, to make sure that it's going over at the right spot. But we would also need to know what's going on in relation to the temperatures, right, from the ground upward from point A to point B, right? Because there's always, like you guys say, right, there's always air present, right? There's always different effects that can take place when you're looking through air, right? So if you think that all of a sudden on that particular day that there's no effects taking place between point A and point B, I think you have to be kidding yourself, right? I think that those particular types of tests are absolute junk, right? I mean, I would like to have a look at it if you have it.
All right. Yeah, let's see if I can find it. Matthew Learn says that me and you were talking about is whether the path of light can curve up to 0.0072343 degrees per mile or not. That's a very tiny number there. I didn't know that.
This is just showing you and Matthew right now are showing how dishonest you are, right? Let's use numbers that we can fathom much easier, right? So we would have to have. Right? So do you want to go over an observation right now, right? And then you guys can give me a formula, right, or show me a small scale demonstration that replicates anything like what we're seeing in this observation.
I just don't.
We're seeing over 1,000% further than you would possibly be able to see on a globe, right? When he's just throwing out this ridiculous number that you don't even understand right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No calculations. You see a bunch of zeros after a decimal point, and you think, "Oh, that looks like a really low number. It must be a very small amount. Wow, it must be a globe." Right?
Of a degree. That's 7,000ths of a degree. Am I right there? Is that how we would say that? 7,000.
You're buying into Matthew's bullshit right now, and I think you're better than that.
I'm not buying into it. I'm asking, is that how you would say that?
No. I said what I said, right? And you said that, right? What you said was that there are tests, right, that validate this drop over distance and geometric horizon. And I asked you if you can post one of them, but I already know they don't exist. Right, so I don't know what you think you're going to pull up. And what I'm saying is there's no way for you to actually explain what's going on, right? Writing a bunch of zeros, right, after a decimal point isn't an explanation for what's going on optically in countless amounts of different observations that we've done in completely different environments, in different weather conditions, different days, different times of the day, over and over again. There's no type of mirage, right? There's no type of atmospheric refraction, even according to your side, according to your mainstream, that accounts for this kind of thing that we're seeing consistently in these observations.
Would you say that as 7,000ths of a degree? Per mile?
Okay, I thought we were told that degrees aren't distances.
Degrees are angles.
Yeah, so how many... Can I say it's 7 degrees to the local store?
Well, you could say 7 degrees per then your distance. So 7 degrees per mile if you happen to be walking down a plane of that slope.
Anyway, Mushkane, I don't mean to give you a hard time. You know I like you, dude. This is just, I'm just trying to point out, right, that you guys can't explain what we're seeing in these observations, right? And then you guys say that you have counter demonstrations, but there isn't any that I've seen. I would love to go over one, though.
Oh, I don't say anything about any counter demonstrations. I usually don't even talk about the optical stuff because I don't understand the refraction equations and all that. So
Look, I mean, you did just say that there was 2 guys with a boat and they did like a lie detector test and that sort of thing, right? So, and then the boat went over the horizon at the right distance.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, so where's that test?
Oh yeah, I got.
No, it didn't actually.
It did not go over the horizon. It actually went to. It did not go over the horizon. What happened was they radioed back to shore and said, we're at 3 miles. And they showed an image, they showed an image supposedly through a telescope, at which point it kind of, at first glance, looks like the boat's sitting right on top of the horizon, but if you look closer, the horizon is actually still beyond the boat, right? And they're trying to say, yes, it's beginning. I can no longer just see the bottom of the boat. Let's not mention that the boat is in the water, so part of the bottom of the boat is already going to be obstructed by being, not perfectly buoyant and sitting on top of perfectly on top of the water, right? But then as it travels out, it becomes miraged, and it actually looks like a Fata Morgana or something like that. DJ would know more about the type of effect it is, but it looks like it's floating in the fucking air, and you can't even see it touching the horizon. It looks like it's floating. So you're lying. It doesn't look like it goes over the horizon at all.
Yep. It's quite often, like every single time I've seen any example of a boat over the horizon, there's 100% obvious mirage effects taking place. Every single one I've seen. If there hasn't been that, there's massive rough conditions, right? Like giant ocean swells.
I'll have to rewatch it, but they claim in the video that it does what it's supposed to do. But yeah, I don't remember paying too much close attention to what was actually going on. So maybe I'll watch it again now, hearing what Tita had to say about it.
Yeah, I'd like to have a look at this.
Mush King, are you? Sorry, bud. Go ahead.
No. You go ahead, man. Sorry, I was just saying go ahead. We've got a little bit of lag, that's all.
Mush King, are your issues that things vanish in the distance, or is your issue a hump that's obscuring view?
I mean, both things could be true.
Can one be true and the other not be?
Yeah, I guess that's possible. I mean, it depends. Whatever you see, the horizon, like if you see it farther than you should, closer than you should, if you see objects that should be obscured and they're not, like this is
Let me ask it another way. Will things vanish in your perspective without being obscured by anything?
Yeah, they could. You have a vanishing perspective. Things just kind of turn into like a point.
So the hump is not necessary for that to happen?
No, that's not necessary.
So what are you trying to say about the boats?
Well, just saying, if the Earth were curved, then you would expect to see boats start disappearing bottom up at, whatever the distance is. I forget what the distance is, 3 miles,
okay,
something like that.
But now let's use your own logic here of reasoning. Without the hump, would the same thing happen?
I don't know what the visibility index is always changing every day. So,
will everything vanish in distance without a hump?
Yes.
So, what's the answer to the question about the boat?
About the boat.
Would it vanish also without a hump?
At some point, yeah, it would.
So, yes. And you know why, don't you? It's got nothing to do with mirages, does it? It's got nothing to do with refraction, does it? It's got nothing to do with Fata Morgana. It's got nothing to do with any kind of mirage, does it?
It depends on what you're looking at and when you're looking at it.
Will everything vanish into the distance without mirage?
Not if you're looking at something that is miraged. Like if you're out in the fucking desert or something.
He said without mirage, right? He said if there's no mirage present. If there is not a mirage present, will everything reduce in angular size until it gets below 0.02 degrees, and then the human eye can't resolve it anymore?
I think so, yeah. That's what I would say. I think so.
And that's what happens the majority of the time when ships go out to sea, right? Even Professor Phil Bell, right, who's a toxic anti-flat earther, right, but he is a physicist, right? He said that you'll never ever see with the naked eye a ship going over the horizon, disappearing bottom up. Right? He said you would have to have like high zoom optics to ever even see that, right? And then he went on to make a bunch of points about how he doesn't really know much about different types of mirages, which he did concede on later on, right? Because he said sinking can't happen over water, quite rudely, right? And he conceded later on after seeing observations and me going over how it works that, it absolutely can happen over water. Right? And we have footage that proves it happening, right? Like, if you have a look at the side chat, we'll just first have a look at the side chat, look at what I posted, right? It's a giant ship, right, at 13 minutes after the hour. Right, when it's zoomed out, you can't see it at all, right? Because it's disappeared due to angular size. But when you zoom in, you can see the entire ship, right? That's what happens the majority of the time, right? But you can have different types of effects or different types of weather conditions, like waves, right? That can make it look like the boat's disappearing bottom up. Are we in agreement about that?
No.
Mush King?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so we can replicate these different types of effects that do occasionally happen on a small scale, right? On a flat surface, right? Like we can put a toy boat down on the concrete, right, and then we can back away and then film the boat from close to the ground, and then you'll only be able to see the sail of the boat. Right, because what's happening is what's referred to in the mainstream as an inferior mirage. Right, and then over water, you don't get such an extreme inferior mirage, right? Because you get the inferior mirage because the concrete is hot, or the road surface is hot, right? And you have a warm layer of air, and then it gets cooler and cooler as it goes upward slowly, right? So it makes it look like the boat is sinking, right? And that's what we actually have over water. It's not quite usually an inferior mirage where you get that mirroring effect due to total internal reflection, which is a whole different topic, right? But you get a less extreme version, which is just called sinking. And the definition of sinking is something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it, right? So that's what we see in a lot of these cherry-picked bits of footage that some globe earthers like to post every now and then, right? But we can debunk that easily, right? Because I've got time-lapse footage of a big giant boat that's anchored out in the ocean, right? And in the morning, when sinking is most likely to occur, right, it looks like the boat is hidden bottom, like the whole bottom of the giant ship is hidden, right? And people would look at that and they'll think, oh, that's over the curvature of the Earth, right? But luckily, it's a time-lapse video, right? So you can see a few hours later, right, as the air temperature warms up and the sinking effect disappears, you can actually see the entire boat again, right? You can see like the bottom of the boat. I mean, that's not obviously the bit that's not in the water. But yeah, look, I got it up here. Some screenshots from the video.
And real quick, regardless of any diminishing or altering after effects, everything is going to vanish in distance. Distance is the common denominator.
Yeah, that's what happens the majority of the time. Completely agree. Right, so Mushkane, can you see the ship? Right, this is the ship. I just found it. Like, I found an image of the ship so you can see what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Okay, right. So this is the same ship, right? Anchored out in the ocean, right? So early in the morning, right? This is what it looks like. Okay, so you can only see, like, the whole bottom of the ship's missing behind the horizon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And just zoomed out a bit more. Okay, so the ship's anchored, right? And then 3 hours later, here's the entire ship.
Yeah, see, it does all kinds of different things. This is why I don't like using like optical long distance observations or anything like that when discussing it. That's why I usually like to stick to circular motion and pendulums, because if pendulums do what they do, then you can't explain that away by any effects. Like, there's no effects like that.
Yeah. No. These are the globe killers, these observations, right? So we're not using these observations to prove a flat Earth, right? If you guys want to use observations like this to claim a geometric horizon, we can easily debunk. That's a weak argument. That's why if I were you, you're doing the right thing by not presenting these types of observations for the globe side, right? Because you guys are making a particular claim, right? You're claiming a geometric horizon and a boat is hidden behind a physical horizon. We're not claiming anything like that when we're presenting these observations, right? We're attacking the geometric horizon claim and the drop over distance claim, right? We're not using this as flat Earth evidence or flat Earth proof, right? This is us attacking your necessities that have to be there for a globe, right? And there is no explanation. So if you just said there's a bunch of different effects that can take place, right? So it makes it wonky, right? That's your guys' worst enemy right there. You know, what your side calls atmospheric refraction is your worst enemy, right? But if you have a look into the different effects that can occur, none of them explain what we're seeing in these long distance observations. And it's not possible to replicate what we're seeing in these long distance observations on a smaller scale. But we can replicate all of the known effects, right? Different types of mirages that do occur consistently. Even if we were to grant you your standard refraction and extreme refraction, right, it would move a 1.2 mile geometric horizon to like 1.4 miles or 1.5 miles, and then under extreme refraction it would be like 1.7 or 1.9 miles or something like that. That's even if we granted you, right? And that's from like subject experts. Right, they say that's extreme refraction conditions, right? But we're seeing the horizon like 10 times further away, beyond 10 miles, right? You would have to be 65 foot in the air to have a 10-mile horizon on a globe. So yeah, all I'm saying is that you guys can't actually rebut these long-distance observations.
Yeah, fair enough. You got some long distance observations, that's for sure.
There's a whole ton of them too, right? And the thing is, right, this is the main thing, right? That's like what our observations are primarily attacking the horizon, right? Because it has to be at a certain distance on a globe, right? Like, think about this, right? Just say you have the Black Swan, the original Black Swan, 1 foot observer height, and let's just hypothetically take away the entire atmosphere. Right, just hypothetically, right? The horizon has to be at exactly 1.225 miles, and it's a physical barrier that anything that goes beyond it starts to be obstructed behind it, and it cannot move. There's nothing apparent about it. Do you agree with that?
That's complete nonsense.
excuse me, if you're on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, and in this hypothetical scenario, we remove the atmosphere completely, then the geometric horizon is at 1.225 miles from a 1 foot observer height. It's not something that's up for debate. That's the basic math of this situation. You can't.
Oh yeah, like a sphere in a vacuum. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. This is just a hypothetical. Obviously, that can't happen in reality, right? All I'm trying to point out is that it's not an apparent horizon; it's a geometric horizon, and it's at a set distance, right? If you then add in the atmosphere, what you guys call the atmosphere, back in, right? Then you have different types of effects to contend with, right? Which is a problem.
That doesn't mean you're not looking at. That doesn't mean you're not looking at the geometric horizon. You're just looking at it in a different place. That's all. It's still the geometric horizon.
Okay, so what I'm trying to establish, and hello, Phil. What I'm trying to establish here is that it's not an apparent. There is a geometric horizon. It's a physical location, right? And it doesn't move, right? It doesn't change locations physically, right? It's
where
physically
you see
there.
it changes. It's just exactly the same as if you got on top of a hill.
Right. But exactly, I said it doesn't change locations unless you change your observer height physically.
No, it'll also change depending on the atmosphere.
That's what I said, right? But there are no known effects, right? We know the different types of effects that can happen. And Phil, you were the one that was saying you were the one telling me that sinking can't happen over water, right? So you're not really. I don't think you're really qualified.
I'm pretty qualified. Thank you very much.
I know you're a qualified guy, right? I know what you do for work, and I agree that you do that. I think you're a very smart guy, all that sort of thing, right? But you didn't know basic things about mirages, right?
Yes,
and
I did. You just represented what I said.
You were so rude to me in DMs, right? All capital letters telling me I'm bullshitting to my cult. Sinking can never happen over water. Right, I got screenshots. I'm not going to put them in the side chat, but I did take screenshots, right, for moments like this. If I did need
Let's deal with the two photographs that you just put up there. Thanks.
They're not photographs; they're screenshots from a video that's also posted at 21 minutes after the hour.
Yeah, the second one, the one where you can see the whole ship, that's because of looming.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so we have a different.
The first one, that's the air, that's being blocked by the horizon.
No, it's sinking.
Yes,
it's the opposite of looming.
Bullshit.
It's the opposite
Bullshit. I'll take it to anybody else. And I guarantee you that you're the only one who will say what you say.
No, I can provide. Phil, relax, bro. Right? Because I can provide citations from the mainstream, right? From the American Meteorological Society, from different sources, right? That back up exactly what I'm saying. Could be a potential explanation for this.
No
right?
way.
You don't.
Not a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't care about these so-called experts, right? You didn't even know.
On it? I'll get some other experts to talk about it.
Okay, good. Go get your experts, because you're clearly not an expert on this particular topic.
I certainly am. Much more than you, buddy.
No, because you didn't know that sinking could happen over water, right? And you admitted last time you were in here that you were wrong about that. Do you still think
sinking over water is extremely rare?
Oh, where's your citation that it's a rare effect,
okay,
right?
And certainly in the morning, and certainly early in the morning, it's practically impossible.
No, sinking usually happens during the night or in the morning or sometimes
later. No, it doesn't happen in the morning. It happens in the night. It could happen in the night after a hot day. Definitely not in the morning.
So is the temperature of the air colder in the morning, right? So it's colder during the night, obviously, and it's still cold in the morning, right? And then as the sun comes out, it heats up and then it gets warmer, right? So when does sinking occur, right? So just say you had 20-degree water, for example, right? And you had 30-degree air temperature. Just let me, you don't need to cut me off, right? Because I'm explaining how sinking works, right? Because you didn't seem to know.
I know how sinking works.
Okay, so how's it rare then?
I don't need your explanation.
How's it rare? Why is it rare?
Okay, it's rare because by the time it's the morning, the water above the water is colder than the water. The air above the water is colder.
What do you mean?
Than the air above it. So the gradient is from cold to warm in the mornings. Okay.
No. The gradient, right? The gradient is when you have warmer water, right, which creates a layer of warmer air above the water. Right?
That's about as smart as saying the Earth is flat.
No, dude. Right? Okay, so on a footpath, right? So sinking is a variation, right? A less extreme version of an inferior mirage, which is extremely common over things like roads or footpaths or whatnot.
Exactly.
Right.
On roads, footpaths,
let me finish talking. I can explain it. I don't need your help.
I don't need your help.
Well, I'm explaining it. I don't
need your explanation.
No, I'm explaining it.
I don't need it.
You're not intellectually honest, right?
I don't need your explanation.
You're just kind of spazzing out now.
Explain it to someone else. I don't care.
Well, why are you here?
Okay, I'm here because I don't appreciate you misrepresenting what I said.
No, what did I misrepresent? What you said? I have screenshots.
No, you did represent what I said. Misrepresent.
Okay, so what did I misrepresent? Tell me.
Oh, just the way I described that I said, well, just you misrepresented the way I described what would happen with regards to the boat. I showed you a picture. I showed you a boat.
What did I say that you said would happen?
I showed you a boat that you misrepresented those two pictures that you put on just a few minutes ago.
How so?
Because you represented it as if the one that's blocked by the horizon was in fact sinking.
It's the definition. It fits the definition of sinking perfectly.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to read out.
It's a very sharp evening. No, it doesn't fit it at all.
It doesn't? Okay, so let's read out it. Let's read it out then, okay?
No. Forget the reading. I want to see another example of it.
Read it out, right? Because
you show me an example that describes sinking.
Yeah, it's okay. So have a look at the images I just posted, right? So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to read out sinking, right? Okay, so we have Oxford reference here, right? A refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it, right? And I can post many screenshots, citations from the mainstream that back this up, right? I can post small scale and large scale demonstrations of it, right? But it's a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Exactly what we're seeing here. It most commonly occurs early in the morning, right? Or during the night or late in the afternoon in clear conditions, right? Just like what we're seeing in these observations, right? Like the white swan observations, another great example of it, right? And I'm not even saying 100% this is what's occurring, right? I'm saying this, what's occurring fits perfectly with what is defined as sinking. Okay. And how can we confirm that? The same boat that doesn't move is visible in full 3 hours later when the temperature of the air warms up, right? Later in the day, right? Because sinking can't occur, right? When you've got warmer air temperature than the water temperature, because you're going to have a cooler layer of air above the water, and then it's going to slowly go from cool to warm, right? Like you said, we have a bit of a looming effect, which actually what we're seeing in there is a bit of a looming effect in combination with a stooping effect, right? Because it's compressed, right? But yeah, it makes perfect sense. In the morning, you would have the sinking effect, right? Because the air temperature would be cooler, right? And it hasn't had time to heat up yet. The water temperature's warmer than the air temperature. So you have warm to cool instead of cool to warm. Inverted temperature gradient. Makes perfect sense, dude. Right? And the video backs it up. The citations back up what I'm saying. So yeah, too bad. You're wrong about this one. And don't say that I misrepresented anything you said. right? Because I have screenshots of everything you said to me, and I got the DM still here right now. I can take more screenshots, right? All capital letters. Don't bullshit to your cult. You sinking cannot happen over water. You are full of shit. I'm a professor. Blah blah blah. So yeah, suck a fat one. You lost.
Sweet, man. Yeah.
Oh, what? He ran away when he got muted. Huh. Yeah, so I muted him because he was not going to allow you to try and support what you were saying, DJ. And you know, for a start, he's not a moderator. He's a guest, and he doesn't tell us no, no, no. Right? You want to go ahead and support what you're saying, then you're free to do that without interruption. And he didn't want to let that happen, so I muted him so you could.
It wasn't. Yeah, he wasn't going to admit that he was wrong. So I mean, I don't have a problem with that anyway. So I mean, he didn't want me to read out the definitions because it debunked what he was saying. So he was like stuttering and like, I don't know. But yeah, he doesn't really know what he's talking about. He keeps contradicting himself and just accusing people of lying and things like that. He's full of shit. He's not honest.
Testing, testing.
Yep. Yep.
You can hear me?
Yeah, Brandon, we can hear you.
Alright, sorry. I was just testing because I'm using like earbuds and I don't know, so I have to test it out.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, that's good that it works.
I actually have to care.
Come on, one of you Globos, come on, pipe up. What's your best evidence of globe? Let's go. Stop just fucking hanging around doing nothing.
No, T-Dub, I think we should call it, man. I think they forfeit. They haven't presented any evidence, well, since ever. So, it's over.
Right, yeah. Yeah, the more you sit in here, just letting us shit on the globe, yeah, the more we're winning. So if you've got defense, proof, come on, logical syllogisms for your paradigm, the thing that you don't observe or experience happening in reality, well, let's go. Give it.
They can't even prove curvature. What chance do they have?
So, Biggie, it's flat here, right, Globetards? Too big to measure the curve? How big is it? Oh, I don't know. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves.
Where are all the globe speculators at? It'd be a good day for the globalists to come in for Speculation Sunday so they can speculate on their globe. When we all know that's all they're doing is speculating on the globe. That's all that can be done.
They'll never figure out the difference between distance or elevation.
Right? Yeah, they need to stop using our terms like miles, directions. These are all flat earth terms. Stop using them.
Equidistant?
What the fuck is that on a globe?
I don't know. What's linear? What stays at no rate of change of slope? Horizontal.
Yeah, think about that. That's something I just thought of right just now. You can't have anything like any different direction. Like, let's say you're in one place on a globe and you went in a different direction. There can't be any direction where the distance from one point to another point with a different direction could be the same length or distance. They would all be different distances.
Yeah. Different elevations. So 2 foot high for you could end up being, to the edge of the ball. To someone else, you would appear 2 foot high again, and you just traveled 39.59.
Yep. So let's say somebody was on a globe, and we know they can't use directions, but let's just play like they can. So let's say there's some person on a globe, and they're able to travel southwest. So more south than west. So southwest. And then you drew a line from that first point going southwest. And then so you have point A and B. Now also go from point A. Now go northwest. Now when you go northwest, compared to the southwest position B, let's call the northwest second position C. From A, you go southwest to B, and from A, you go northwest to C. B and C can't be the same distance away. They would be different distances.
It's a whole different idea or attribute. One's the top of the ball, one's the bottom, the other one's all the way around.
Yeah.
Like I said, you don't know if you're going up or down. You can't tell your elevation.
Yeah, that's right. That elevation thing is key. That's really crucial, actually.
100%. 100%, because the finest line of imagination is the finest line of elevation that you had to be your reference.
Yep, and if you have different elevations from a single point to another point, and on another point from the same first point, you have a different elevation, then those would all be different distances also. They wouldn't be the same distances, so Globers...
It wouldn't be the same from a radius either.
Yeah, you got to stop using miles, and you got to stop using direction. Miles are linear, nautical miles are linear measurement, and also so are directions. Those are flat Earth. Those are flat Earth practicalities, how we use direction.
Up, down, and left and right. You can't go left and right on a globe. Left and right's up and down.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You go left and right. What does that mean? Yeah.
Exactly. North, south, east, west, left, right. Even down on a globe is up.
Yeah, to somebody else. It could be up. It could be sideways. It could be straight down. There could be two people on this imaginary globe. They could actually be standing 180 degrees opposed to each other.
I'm just saying, if you look straight down, you're looking down the space through the ball.
Exactly. So they should be able to swim through water.
Like I said, yep.
And come out rock. And come out into air.
Drop the rock, yeah. Just drop a rock straight through. You ain't got to swim. Just drop a rock with a camera on it. It should go straight and pop out the surface.
Exactly.
As soon as it hits air, you just have this little thing inflate. A helium balloon, and to keep taking it that way to space.
They're just going to say this though, but use their magic word, but gravity.
Gravity doesn't pull rocks horizontal.
I know, right?
So where the fuck is gravity? There's no gravity that way to the center of Earth that ways. If I was over here and that way is the center of Earth, gravity ain't doing its job.
Yeah, they want to use up and down, and there is no up and down on their freaking globe. It's all relative. Right.
So your stuff's falling north, south, east, left, right. It's not falling down at all, ever. Matter of fact, it's falling back up to itself or down to itself. And think about it, if you can't leave Australia and I'm on the top of a ball, how in the hell can I jump up? How can you jump up? How do our little asses have the ability to leave the Earth, but we're stuck to the Earth at the same time? So just moving makes you gravity, like moving is anti-gravity. Just jump up and just dance. It's the anti-gravity dance. Pants in your pants. Put some anti-gravity gas in your car, or put it in anti-gravity neutral. If your car just don't start rolling down the hill, something wrong, man.
You can dance if you wanna. You can leave gravity behind, and if you wanna dance, you can dance all you want. But the gravity's gonna be side to side. Oh.
If you don't flat, we can still chat, but you're no friend of mine. Flat if you want to. You leave gravity behind. And if you don't flat, we can still chat, but you're no friend of mine. It's a flat out lie, mate.
Use Cavendish if you wanna, but you leave gravity behind because Cavendish's things are moving from side to side.
Penicillin and your Wonder Bread. Peanut butter on the side. If you want a little bit of water, get extra fluoride. Penicillin if you want to. Wonder Bread. It's all over my penicillin. Oh, I mean, the penicillin's on my Wonder Bread.
Gravity dance, whoa, gravity dance, whoa. The only thing gravity's gonna bend is your state of mind.
Demonstrate if you want to. Leave all the excuses behind. The ifs and the buts. And the nuts. Don't get them intertwined.
Speak to QE if you wanna, but you leave your nuts behind, 'cause it'll take you by the short and curly ones, and you just left me crying.
You can globe if you want to, and you might be out of your mind. It's on TV and the damn screen, but not in real time.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know. Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls. So what is pushing this? Here. Why does that fall? Newton didn't know. We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that, to spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why. Well, so what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows why. So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
You mean it took specialists to say, I don't know? That somebody said, I don't.
Newton said, you have to be crazy or you have to be a crazy or some kind of inebriate to believe in this shite, and don't ascribe it to me because you're nuts.
So who were these people that pushed that shit?
The church.
The circle. Church means circle. Isn't that weird?
Think about it.
Yeah, Cavendish, Reverend John Michelle, and later on others. I think I can't remember their names, but yeah, those guys.
Right, but in the beginning, that wasn't too long after they first started printing. So who had control of the printing and the knowledge thereof they only could print certain things, and only the elite could operate these printing presses. It was top secret shit. That was like the top secret of the day, like higher echelon of security clearances.
Right.
The knowledge. Yep.
Those books controlled everything. They were like little comic, like when you're little, the honeycomb books.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every second they were waiting for those books. And here's another thing. Like, it doesn't matter what you think you know or who the big man is or whatever. If all the people believe apples are bananas that you're standing next to, if you're the Pope, you have to declare apples are bananas to say that now you know better than everyone else and why they're such. So if flat and globe, it wouldn't matter as long as you're putting the one up that the 98 or 80% believe in, then you're not, I mean, you're still going to be with the fucking norm, and they're going to be like, yes, the Vatican knows it's a globe like us, like we know, you know. There, you always have to be like, we this together when you've never met the damn people.
Hey, D-Mock, what if it was, instead of about it not mattering, what if it just turned out, in the end, it was all about mind over matter? If I don't mind, it don't matter.
Well, I mean, in a way, that's true, right? Look at that ball. But I don't mind that it doesn't hold water. It doesn't matter. Let's keep
matter.
it.
Yep,
Hey,
it's
that's
all
from the
about it.
Simpsons Tracy Ullman show.
And I was just thinking about, like, why would they lie question right when Crit brought that last point up you just made. Like, if it mind over matter, like, if nobody minds, why would it matter? So what that applies to is, why would they lie? Because the thing is, if everyone, including the globalists, are using the Earth practically as flat and stationary, navigating that way, avionics that way, travel with linear distances, and everything we use, like celestial navigation, all of that stuff, everybody's using it practically as flat. So who cares? They don't need to lie. They just think it's a globe while they're going around using it as flat.
Right. There's nothing they can really even, like, okay, say NASA comes out and says, this about the moon tomorrow. What can you do? You have to go along with it now. Since the consensus is brought by these people at this point, like, where do we get our info? Google. Well, not Google who? Well, space experts, right? Always the expert. So when you are the expert, you can say whatever the hell you want, and the mainstream has to go with it.
Yep. So you could ask NASA, is Earth a globe? They could say yes. That's fine. They could pretend that those pictures are real, all the while using the Earth as flat with all of their flight models, and not just NASA, all of their contractors as well, using it as flat. Teledyne Ryan, Boeing, like whoever they contract with, all these people that make aircraft and anyone who has anything to do with flight models are using Earth as flat, and they have documentation proving that that's what they do.
But how could you?
How could you?
No, really, that's our question. How could you, on a sphere, use the thing as flat and get away with it? How could you, on a spinning ball that has magic gravity, you wouldn't even know how the fucking first way to show us the point of contention of this thing, or how it does this or that versus, like, it doesn't even make any sense. Like, how could you?
Yeah. It's a double entendre, because not only, how could you do anything but what you're saying you're doing, like using Earth as flat? But then also, at the same time, how could you?
Right. And my weirdest thing is, how come the smallest line that I make on the wall, like the most thinnest line you could possibly see, like, so say I made the line so fucking thin that you backed up and it disappeared. It doesn't matter. If you raise something above that thin line, along that line anywhere, if that line is 18 billion miles long, it's going to go up and down. The number is going to go up and down, no matter where you're at along that line. You are never going to be able to slide along that line and get a change rate along the line. Now, we have to see the curve that does that magical thing. Where the fuck is the magic curve that never changes its elevation in our reality up close and personal? If we don't have this, then, I mean, You know, I understand there's other things, right? I understand there's other proofs, but this proof right here is a physical, up close and personal, 1,000,000% guaranteed. Like, if you can't show me with your human distance of your body and your arm, like in physical reality, where somewhere in this water or dirt from your left hand to your right hand can go down lower or up higher, and there's no change, no rate change. It just doesn't. It's like walking down steps, but never fucking going to the bottom step, ever.
Exactly. Equalizing. What are you trying to say, bro?
Equal altitude of elevation.
No, the guy that's below DJ. Equalizing
I'm
the
sorry.
game. Yeah, he's hot micing or something. So I have to go in a couple of minutes here.
Is my mic coming in? Oh.
Yeah, your mic is open. You can keep it open. Say something if you have some globe proof. We'd love to hear it.
Does the next question, does UFOs pertain to that matter or no? Category?
Are UFOs concerned? Are they on the Earth?
I don't know
Pertain to
about
what matter?
Or are they supposedly up in the sky?
That's a good question. I thought they're like all three of them.
Okay, so let's say the UFOs were actually even on the ground. What does that have to do with the condition of the surface?
I'm not sure which one yet. I'll post tomorrow when I'll go live, all right? Don't worry, I will let you know when I will go live.
I thought you completed it viral.
Okay, so your UFO thing is a non sequitur, so basically add up to nothing there. A big nothing burger.
Those objects in the sky did.
What's an bro? We're talking about you on the ground. Show us how elevation from your feet can arc but stay the same at zero with no rate of change. That's all we need for you to believe you're on a globe. Show how the elevation or the altimeter and the mark on the wall arc, not horizontal, and have no rate of change of slope. That's what you have to prove for a globe. Up close on the wall and personal. If you can't, there's no globe, son.
Yeah. The other thing is this, like, if the UFOs are supposedly actually did come from somewhere other than the surface of Earth, and they're supposed to be somewhere like out far, far away up in the sky, then if that's supposedly going along with the globe or the heliocentric paradigm, then we should just be able to check the surface of Earth and see if it's curved in the first place, right?
Yeah, you should be able to go to your wall and draw an arc, and each little dot that you could just put on the wall with your pen should stay 0, 0, 0, 0 while you drop them down. And then we should be done. We shouldn't be looking for Elon Musk UFOs.
Yeah, so like what DMOC is stating is, even though that guy left, no, he's still here. We should be able to check, like, let's say you draw that curved line on a wall or something. We should be able to match that to reality outside in nature. So that curved line on your wall, we should be able to match that to the surface of Earth. That's the problem. We did this. We checked, and it doesn't match. So Earth is flat, and UFOs cannot be in a place that violates the second law of thermodynamics, period. End of the story. Thanks for participating.
Yeah, I was just throwing it out there. But I've been in the flat Earth category since like way back. Creation Beer knows me. He's in the chat right now.
Oh yeah, that's my boy equalizing the game.
Expression fit, baby.
What about the water, right? And they think it's going to curve down. How does fucking a wave of water that comes up to a point on the left side and up back down from a point on the right side, like how the fuck does that curve? Where's the tip of a point of a tooth of a wave curve at? If I draw a whole bunch of horizontal waves along my wall, where are they curving down below each other? Where the fuck's that happening? How come no one can physically produce Earth curve? What is the point of any math? What's the
Anybody
point?
on the beach should freaking realize that if you freaking see a wave crash on the beach, that there's such thing
Crashing up the beach. Yeah.
up the like
Not down the beach. Yeah.
it's finding its level right there. Even though it's crashing up, the way waves, but like
Well,
there's
it's
no
smacking
freaking
up,
hump
finding
gonna
its
hang
equilibrium.
out. There's not a hump that's gonna hang on the side of the wall.
Correct. It's not going to solidify. Water does not stack upon itself. You can't take a diagonal board out a mile away and put it diagonally down in the ocean and slide and cut the ocean off right there and then pour some water and make it stack. It just ain't happening. You can't stack diagonal curves of water on themselves. Are we fucking nuts here? It's like saying we can go pour water on the side of the hill and it's going to sit there above our house. It won't come down if our house is the bottom of the hill. That water ain't going to roll down the hill. It's going to sit right there to earth. We're going to look up and watch the pond. And on a globe, if it's drops of water that are the ponds and lakes and rivers and stuff, and they're like a drop or a meniscus, literally us as humans would walk up to that water and it would be 100 or 200 miles high. Literally, to us physically, like a pond. Drip of water, boom. It'd be a drip of water lake to us. It'd be a big lake that'd be tall. It wouldn't go down into the dirt, per se. It would stand up off of the dirt. So you could have a flat desert pond. Like on top of the desert, you could have a drop of water sitting there. And you could just go cool off and splash it on your face. It would hold itself as a wall of water. Where the fuck does that exist at? Everywhere I know, you got to have a physical container to hold that wall forward or backward. Not gravity. Gravity doesn't hold the water to anything. Gravity doesn't hold rock to the side of any cliff. I always ask this question: if you took a submarine half of 3959 down and went that way 7 miles and touched the bottom of the ocean, right? And I'm at the top of the ball, and you're over here down on the side midway. Where does your farts go? Do your farts go up, horizontal, or down, or all directions? And when can we watch this? Not a fart, just air bubbles from the sub. How come a submarine's air bubbles at no point change direction or a point of contention? Like they don't start going that way? That's kind of impossible. Buoyancy doesn't work then. Not on a ball. Buoyancy doesn't work from the center and out of something. That's not how it works. Have you guys ever seen buoyancy work from the center out of something? Like if I have a ball of water, you think I'm going to get something to float at the top of the water on the bottom and be buoyant right there, or is it just going to keep going? And the thing at the top, it's not like, I don't know, man. And then the density's not going to work right. That's definitely not going to happen now. Because you can't go take that submarine down and drop a rock out and watch it go horizontally that way at 9.8 meters per second squared. Why didn't they drop Felix Baumgartner past the Earth curve? Why'd they drop him down to the flat Earth? If they're trying to prove the Earth curve, why the fuck wouldn't they drop him past it? Okay, Felix, you're going to drop, but don't be scared, buddy. Or you're going to fall for a while and Earth's going to catch you. Okay? Don't be scared, buddy. Zoom. And then he gets down 39-59, and then this Earth grabs him back and pulls him that way, and he's like, oh man, now I'm falling. When do you fall back to Earth? At what point in time does your fall become back to Earth and not just to space? How come no one is jumping past the edge of Earth? No jets flying down past it. No rocks getting dropped down past it. No rocket, no object has ever been past a curve or to a curve or ever seen a curve of Earth, because you can't get there and drop something past it without touching it. In order to get past Earth's curve, or to say Earth has a curve, you have to be able to go somewhere forward ahead of that curve and drop something and not hit the dirt and water. Just like a cliff, or just like if you're standing on a beach ball and you toss the rock out like choom. Something has to be able to go kamikaze straight down, past your horizon, straight down in front of you, and it's going to be horizontal to them somewhere, and they're only going to be 5 foot off the water. So fly your goofy ass out that way, go kamikaze, do the math, and I want you to be 5 foot off the water and go and just fly down to somebody that way, kamikaze. My buddy will be waiting to watch you fly past his face. No, you won't be up in the air. Oh, what? You hit the dirt and water? Oh my God. Are you okay, Glober? Glober that couldn't find the edge of the earth. Are you okay? Can't even find their own fucking edge, talking about it don't exist. If that's not the goopiest thing.
Earth isn't flat.
Why is there so many people in here? I'm just talking.
I'm watching the Andrew Zimmerman movie
Oh, okay.
on Amazon right now.
I was confused about that.
Yeah, most definitely. I think flat earthers have been ignoring something in the sky for a really long time. we have conversations about it, like the rotation of the south, and we always get stuck on which fucking way it's going. And yes, it is coming from the. Is it clockwise? Is it anti-clockwise? But this point that's rotating in the sky that is said to be, where Antarctica is, can't be all around us at the same time if we go south, for example. So, yeah, I think that sky model has been destroyed because that's never what the sky did.
Exactly.
Yeah, too many things are unexplained and have been left unexplained, like the Southern Celestial Pole, now like the 24-hour sun. And I think this is great because I think now people are going to be more comfortable going into philosophy, older models from the past, ancient models. Yeah. And hopefully this, people will start to shift a little bit from this rigid, let's not talk about it position.
Question. One of the things that came up was their flight path was tracked. These guys that went to quote-unquote Antarctica. Does anybody have the link or information to their flight path? I'd be curious to look at this.
Clay has it. I think Clay got it live when they boarded the plane.
Thank you, brother.
I think we should just safely assume that they went and they went to Union Glacier.
So
yeah, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with this because it's look, all we had when we got here was the AE map. It was presented to us as flat earthers when we started looking into the subject by all of these people that had a flat earth map on their wall behind them when they did YouTube, like Jeranism, like most of these people, right? That wasn't our model. We understood that couldn't work. Something else is like taking place. I think this is a good time to drop all of the bullshit. There's been a lot of bullshit around this fucking subject, and a lot of people have decided to, I don't know, jump ship because of what has been observed, not truly understanding that the Earth is measure flat, just having the belief because of these personalities that are on YouTube, for example, that were set up with a straw man model to 10 years later in 2024 burn down just before Christmas. Well, so we've seen all of this. It's been a massive psychological operation, but now we've seen the psychological operation take place. We can cut all the fucking bullshit out.
Hell yeah, bro.
I, for one, am unsubscribing from Witsit and Jaren. Fuck them.
So, again, just verify something here. Does anybody have the confirmation of their elevation above sea level when they made this visit to Antarctica?
2,000 something meter, bro.
Yeah, they were quite high up.
Right, that's the thing.
Do you know what's disappointing, Killian? The flat earthers still haven't released any data.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing that I want to know about is that based on the location in quote-unquote Antarctica, right, you're just visited one spot of a big giant circle around the North Pole. My thought is still that you could potentially
South Pole.
No, North Pole, because again, navigation dictates that we have a North Pole at one central point, and every point is circumnavigated around north. Thanks for the.
Sorry. Hold on. Right. Yep. No, this is not now what we observe. If we're talking about navigation, yes, east and west are circles around north and south. You've got two poles. One's clockwise, one's counterclockwise. Both coming from the east and going to the west. You got two poles, dude. You can't hide from that.
Not magnetic, though, right? We just have celestial poles.
Well, we've got magnetic poles, yes, but two celestial poles. This is what we're talking about, and where they rotate around. So, in the Arctic and the Antarctic, for between 60 and 90 days a year each, you will have 3 months of darkness and 3 months of continual light. That's what the observation shows us. You've got two poles.
And that's where I was jumping in to find out, based on their location and their observation point, how high above sea level are they observing the sun from?
About 2,000 or so meters, something like that.
Yeah, I think it was 2,000.
I think
Jedi, what's your view? What's your view on the whole magnetic side of things, though? Because they took compasses and confirmed that there was no magnetic pole in the south.
Yeah, so when we look at magnetic field lines, we understand that the most southern convergence points is south of Australia. It's not on the Arctic. The northern one isn't directly underneath, like, the ground position of Polaris. It's in Canada somewhere. These pole positions, they move around over time. But celestial poles is the thing that we primarily navigate. North and south magnetics are just close to those areas, and we've always had to declinate to find our reference, which would be celestial north.
Yeah, and I have no doubt, of the southern celestial pole. I actually think the southern celestial pole is very different and more observer dependent when it comes to the southern celestial poles.
Well, this is the other observation that could have taken place, but it was the wrong time of year. So they saw a 24-hour sun go around them. The next observation is when the sun's not there, what do the stars do around them? For example, when we're standing underneath Polaris in the north, stars rotate around us, that ground position. If you go to the Antarctic, do you stand underneath the ground position of this rotating point? I think the observation is yes.
But I think this point, what is it, Sigma Rectantus?
Yeah.
I think this point is in perfect alignment with the north, in the same way corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays are in alignment. And although you have a focal point on both horizons, there's only one source. Although seems to be a two celestial points. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you.
So I'm saying if we've also got our personal dome as well. I believe we can match just by using, like, Bislin's model, the observations in the south in their actual positions, but based on an observer's point of view. And I think you can, if you invoke, a dome, if you will, then a parabolic curve could fully, openly, easily explain why we're getting these angled anti-clockwise rotations that converge to a point and around a point opposite to the North Pole.
Where's the southern celestial pole?
Above Antarctica.
No, I mean Polaris. Where's the Polaris on the opposite side of the globe?
There isn't. It's not visible with the naked eye. It's got like a magnitude of 5.3 or something.
Right,
so you need specific equipment to be able to see it. But yeah.
Why is the universe darker in the south?
No, the star's darker.
Oh, they are.
The whole southern sky is dimmer than the north.
How's that happen? We have a north celestial pole, but we don't have a southern one.
Yes, we do.
We do. Oh, we do. Sorry.
2 rotation points.
Celestial pole, we do. I said we don't. I'm the one claiming we don't have a magnetic south pole.
Okay, sorry.
I think maybe we do. I think this is how you know what a bar magnet is, right? North and south, 2 ends.
Yeah.
If you got a north, if you, for example, the Earth was a bar magnet, and you had north at one end and south at the other. Eastern. If you were to stand where the divide was, say for example the equator, and looked up and watched this toroidal rotation in the sky, the ones at the north. Shush. No, it's a straight horizontal plane between the 2 divergence of the north and the south rotation. If we're to term it with a magnet, which is hard to do because we already pointed out that the magnetic field lines don't converge at the same point on the surface. But if we're to think about these rotations, if we're standing on the equatorial line, the divide between the north and the south and the bar magnet, and looking up, we would see things coming towards us. in the sky, this would be east to west on both rotations, like cogs in the sky. One is rotating in the north clockwise. One in the south is rotating anti-clockwise.
Okay. What do you call the one on the south?
The South Pole. So east and west are
the star.
So east and west are circles, clockwise or counterclockwise, depending which side of the equator you're on, whether it's the northern point or whether it's the southern point. It's north and south are circles around. Sorry, east and west are circles around north and south. It's like a figure of 8, like the infinity symbol.
Yeah.
Like the analemma.
Exactly like the analemma. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would be the path of the sun. That would be the path of the sun throughout the year. That would be why we have seasons north and south of the equator, because it's most definitely, like we've been pointing out, where the sun is.
So Jedi, do you say that?
No, what's your question?
So do you say that the sun goes around Sigma Octantis as well? Then, like that would be the center rotation point.
I think this is what we observe, right? If we're in the south and we were to take the 24-hour sun Antarctica thing for what it is, and I believe it is anyway, to see that observation and to see the night sky, which we can't in the summer because the sun's out, we see it for 24 hours. But if we were to look up into the winter sky, we would see the rotational point Solar Octantis in the south, rotating counterclockwise.
What? A star.
So we have to think about where the sun is, right? And we talk about this all the time. The Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn and the equator. Now, the Tropic of Capricorn, the circle around the south is where the sun has been producing a 24-hour sun, rotating out towards that point. Now it's on its way back towards the equator, which is the maximum circle.
Thank God.
When it gets to the equinox, it changes from the southern circle, the Tropic of Capricorn circle, to the northern circle, the Tropic of Cancer circle. And for the next 3 months, it will circle in towards the Tropic of Cancer.
Gotcha.
And then we'll start seeing 24-hour daylight as the days progress and the sun tightens its circle around the north. And then for 3 months, it'll rotate back out, jump from one side of the figure of 8 onto the other side of the figure 8, and do the same thing over and over.
I see.
So Jedi, that makes complete sense in theory. But what we're seeing in the 24-hour sun footage is not the sun going around the tropic of the lower southern hemisphere. Is it Cancer in the southern hemisphere?
Capricorn in the south.
Capricorn, yeah. We're not seeing that. We're seeing the sun do a tight circle directly above their head, above Union Glacier.
Yeah, so I noticed. I've been looking at like both sides of the footage in the Arctic and in the Antarctic. Now the sun seems to be higher in the south than it does in the north. When you see a 24-hour sun in the north, it's not that high off the horizon. Not as high as it was in Antarctica. Yep. I think that was really high. So I wonder where it's tilted by about 23.4 degrees or something, the sky, or I wonder whether it circles down north and up south. So the sun is higher in the sky in the south than it is in the north.
And that idea, what you've said, fits my theory. I just posted in the side chat and
mine.
Newton's laws. You don't know the difference between laws and theories, do you fucking retard?
Neither does Daza, apparently.
How much of a retard are you, Eggs? True or false? You fucking literal imbeciles. What the fuck? Do you think like you're you're fooling anyone with this? Both of you knuckle draggers.
What I'm amazed is that you do fool people.
You're amazed?
With this.
What? I give you a piece of colored fucking tape. You'd be amazed. You clown dumb fuck.
You've gone from like 70 to 80%
You
insults
clown
to
dumb
like
fuck.
99% insults.
You clown
and your
dumb fuck.
faithful followers.
Do you
haven't
know
seen
what?
how
Do you
ridiculous
know
it
the
is.
difference? Go ahead, India.
Exactly.
Well,
exactly,
I was just
T-Dog.
going to say, Eggs, that's freaking
Exactly,
ironic.
T-Dog.
I wonder why, because you've been in this chat for fucking, I don't even know how long, probably close to a fucking year, and you've learned not a fucking thing. You're dense.
You think it's due to
You
me,
already
though?
admitted that you're not a scientist and you don't understand this shit, and you're going to criticize us.
Yeah.
Oh, I think
and as
I
soon as your
understand,
back's
like,
to the wall,
very basic.
as soon as your back's to the wall, you start critiquing the person's personality and their character. You
That's
got
all he's got.
nothing.
No, I do it from the
That's
beginning.
all you got. Shut the
Don't need
fuck
to have
up,
my back.
retard. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Not hear that
Shut
this is
up.
a person with emotional
Get
disturbance.
the fuck out of here, you pretender clown. Fraud,
self-regulation.
lying piece of shit. Dumb fuck. That's
So the
what
thing you
are.
just
As if you
denied
wouldn't
doing, you
address
just
this.
did.
Screaming
You
dumb
just
fuck in the middle
did
of
it.
somebody else's sentences.
You just
How
did
can you
it,
not
you
see
dumb
this
fuck.
as the
Shut
sign
the
that
fuck
you all
up.
follow
And
and
we
You're
got
an
percentage.
person?
You're an abject sophist. That's
He's
all
an
you are.
abject retard. Then you got fucking
You're just a
percentage jump
sophist,
in here.
Eggs. You know
That's
you
what
are.
I don't think I am.
We'll
I think
get
I'm
to you
doing
No,
next.
exactly what
I don't think I am. I don't care what your opinion is. It's obvious.
No, I'm not
to
saying you
everyone.
are. I'm not saying you are. I
Well, I'm
didn't say
telling you, you're a sophist.
that. Yeah, I get that you're saying that. I think we can discuss the issues. but
It's
I don't think you can-
objectively true that you're a sophist. You commit logical fallacies like fucking people change their underwear.
Well, I don't think it can be objectively true whether somebody's a sophist.
Objectively true.
Misunderstanding
What's
what
objective
objectivity
mean?
and subjectivity is.
What's objective mean?
Is that subjectively
it doesn't
true?
Require, it doesn't require a subject. It doesn't require a subject to judge it.
I want to. That's fucking you're retarded, dude. You're retarded. You're
Okay,
actual retard.
It's just
A
screaming. How
sophist
can you
is
not
someone that
describe-
uses fallacious
You're a fucking
arguments.
retard.
Sure.
Fallacious
I'm giving
arguments
a
are
definition.
defined as using logical fallacies. Whether you're committing a logical fallacy or not is objectively true. It's not a subjective evaluation.
Yeah, that's not true. That's not the case. It
Oh,
is absolutely
duh.
not
That's the
as to
case.
whether
No, that is the
somebody
case.
is reaching a deductive argument or an inductive
duh.
one, and they are not fallacious if you
Say your fucking ABCs without the song.
No, using a
listen
logical
to him.
fallacy. So you just
Can you not
straw man.
hear it?
Proof that you're a sophist.
Yeah,
You just
objective
keep
proof.
doing
There
it.
we
You
go
can't.
again.
You literally cannot help yourself.
Yeah, maybe.
No, you straw man
Yeah,
everything I said,
maybe.
dude.
What did I strawman? What did I present? And
What did
you
I
said?
straw man?
don't think
What did I
don't
fuck
think
up?
All
You
right,
fuck
calm down,
everything
child.
up.
You made an
Everything you say
argument
is a
about
fuck up.
inductive
Somebody
versus deductive, which
Yeah.
or deductive logic and inductive logic, and I was talking about logical fallacies, which is irrelevant, right?
But that's
I
either way,
didn't
that's
say
not a-
anything
that's not
about
a straw
deductive
man.
logic or inductive logic. I'm talking
say you
about
did.
making fallacious arguments
Yeah.
is sophistry. Whether an argument is fallacious in the sense of a logical fallacy is objective. It's not subjective.
So
Here we go again.
one thing, I'm not strawmanning you if I don't present your worldview, which I didn't. I presented my
Shut the
worldview, so it's
fuck
not. a
Oh,
straw man.
that's
Second is
no one said that either, which is another straw man. Jesus Christ, you can't help yourself, can you?
He can't. He needs the central line Adderall and then go through primary school again. He's a fucking retard, dude. He's not a sophist. He's retarded. So is Daza. Oh, look at they're all deaf and muted. That fucking percentage baller idiot. And Daza too. Just fucking mute him for GP. Fucking clowns.
You know the deaf and mute policy, right? The deaf and policy, right? Goodbye, boys.
What is it? Oh, got it.
Oh, shit.
Bye-bye, lard ass. No more chat skanking today for you. Damn, a moderator takes action. That's what I'm talking about. Thanks, Indio.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Dude, like nothing burns my ass more the people that have been around for like a year and they still like they've learned nothing in a year. It means they've either they're too stupid or they've just not listened for a year.
Dude, Eggshells has been around here since at least 2018. I used to take his ass grab him by the short hairs, and whip him around like
yeah, that's
nobody's
right.
business back in Betty's server. Now, I don't know if I can't remember back in those days if he was on 24/7. But he was
Yeah,
in
he was.
Betty's.
I forgot
was.
he had the riding on eggshells name.
Riding
Switched
on
to
eggshells.
eggs.
That's what it was. Yep. Yes, sir.
He got banned from there. Probably on permaban. I wouldn't doubt it. Fucking useless, dude. A completely useless fucking human being.
They just come in here to waste time. They get our attention onto them, so the other fuckwits can just breeze by. That's what they do. That's their mission. He got the definition of objective wrong.
That a logical fallacy is subjective. Like, what the fuck is that? Dude, like,
fucking idiots.
Now that's just subjectively false.
that's an appeal to majority. Well, that's just your opinion.
Objectively.
It's just your opinion. It's just your opinion that when I say most, it means a majority.
What's happening, percentage fucktard? Are you a flat earth or globetard? I think you're a globetard, aren't you?
I don't fucking know what percentage is, quite honestly. He's a flattish earther or something.
Yo, what up?
Flattish. Good. Go ahead.
Oh, don't tell me this guy's talking about me. Quantum Racer, haven't you learned, bro? I got you turned down.
This guy's talking.
Like, keep my name out your mouth, bro.
Are you shut your fucking mouth?
You're gay, bro. I don't like you.
Anytime I want to, dumb fuck.
Your attitude is trash.
It's like
you weren't
fucking
raised right.
Gomer Powell telling General Patton what to fucking do.
Just stop talking,
Shut
bro.
the fuck up.
You're uncouth.
Shut your
You have no
fucking
manners.
mouth. No manners. Yeah, I lack social graces. So fucking what? Especially the retard ballers like yourself. You bet your ass I lack social graces. And I will continue to lack them. Fucking pogue.
And that makes you a hoot at the party. Hey, those type of characters, they get more attention at parties than characters with like that.
Yeah.
The soft-
Indio, you don't even know what percentage is. Really?
I mean, I think he's like a Pac-Man earther that has outer space still or something. I don't know. He makes all
Really?
sorts of weird arguments, so I'm not exactly sure where he's at.
Does anyone know who this dumb fuck actually is?
I know he's Muslim, so that might be a consideration in his consideration.
The consideration in his consideration.
Yeah, because he has to shoehorn it within the Quran, so, you know.
You have to know what his condition to know what his condition was in.
I think there's some weird thing in the Quran where they split the moon in two or some shit.
Really?
Split in half.
We're gonna share it.
I don't know. Shekel told me once, like that the moon got split in half. It didn't like go into two separate pieces, but it got split in half, as in like cracked down the middle or something.
Like an axe wound.
Yeah, like a bloody axe wound. Dude, I have a friend who got slapped so many times for saying that.
What's that? Axe wound?
Yeah, because he doesn't have no problem saying to a female man. He just gets slapped all the time.
Yeah, I don't know the percentages.
You also call their ass fart boxes. It was pretty funny. He just wanted to go to the bar with, man. Let me tell you that.
Oh, I bet.
So Percentage said this morning that, well, a couple of hours ago, only dumb flat earthers don't subscribe to the Pac-Man Earth model.
What?
Holy shit.
Well, because they have that portal thing, like there's portals or something. It's like the Book of Enoch type. 7 portals. I don't know. I'm not hip on that.
Did he can he demonstrate it?
No.
Probably not.
He said it's imperceivable.
So are invisible 3-toed gnomes, but I don't go out claiming them. What's happening, Elijah? I haven't seen you in a coon's age. Where you been? I guess he hasn't been. What's happening, Jetty?
What's up, boss? What's up, Indio? How you all doing?
Your sister's ankles.
Hey, it's busy. Fuck now.
He meant, how's you going, mate?
Yeah, I've changed that shit, man. Quick, it's taken me a while. Taking electric shock therapy. I'm not what's up anymore. Fuck that.
God damn.
Are there any semi-normal Culvers in here? How about this guy? Who is this guy? Forbidden black pill.
Forbidden turkey, Black Hill. Let me say it right.
Disinform. Don't know
Forbidden,
who disinform is.
Forbidden turkey, black pill. There you go. I got it right. Flat. That's it.
Flat. Cool.
That's all. All right. You know you can come off moot. Yep, that's one. I was going to ask you, what is your best flat Earth proof? And if you would say water, I'd let that go. I really would at this point. I'd say, yep, you're right.
Got lucid dream state.
Imagine being on the other side and try to argue against that. I can't even fathom it. Try to.
It was in here yesterday. They were
No
in here
way.
arguing that shit yesterday, dude.
No way.
Yes, yeah. You had.
I would change the subject if I was a Glover. I'd be like, I don't want to talk about that. I'm changing.
No, he didn't want to change. He wanted to drop anchor there. This fucking
You wanted to drop anchor on curved water?
Yeah. Well, they were fighting against whether water was level. But he brought up fucking raindrops.
My God.
Yeah.
Then he tripled down.
Yeah. I
Did you
dealt
say
with
Niagara Falls isn't flat water?
No, he didn't go there. He's just into raindrops. What about? I was going to ask him. What about little itty bitty stinging rain?
About sideways rain, man.
Sideways rain, itty bitty stinging rain. Those aren't fucking spheres, dumbasses.
Hey, did you hear me about your tornado shelter that you wanted to get?
No.
Dude, I don't like it because the door opens out, dude. And what if something falls in front of it, dude?
Yeah. I already know all that.
Don't want to fucking drown in that thing. Fucking what the hell?
Well, I ain't going to be drowning where I'm at.
Oh, you're not near a river or anything like that?
No, I'm not near a floodplain, no. But still, your point has... In 2010, I was looking at these. When I retired, I was looking at them, and I found a few that had the door open in, and I said, yeah, that's the one I'm looking for, right? But I'm having a hard time finding them now.
Another one would be like, at least even if it opened out, if you could take it off the hinges somehow from inside, like if it had like pins or something.
Yes.
Or maybe if the door slid and then you could also take it off the rails, because maybe you get a dent in the rail. So like the open and out thing, if you put it in your garage, what if your garage falls around the fucking thing, right? And now you got a fucking roof in front of the door.
Yeah, it's something that I've been. Yeah, it's factored. I haven't made my decision, so I'm taking everything in, but I'm quite well aware of that. But I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's why I don't like the underground ones either, man. Like, even a cow. Say a fucking cow lands on your freaking storm shelter. You're not getting a cow out the door.
Yeah, and all of them open out, Indio. I haven't found one that opens in. Not one. Not one. I found a whole shitload of them back in 2010, but not now. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Somebody makes some pretty big ass ones too. Though, I don't know if they have a YouTube page, a YouTube channel with like all different kinds. So they have like ones that have for like businesses. So it's basically like an oil drum.
I've seen it. I've seen it. Yeah.
But then I'm like, those are underground too. Like, you trying to drown? Like, what?
Yes, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yep. I thought the same damn thing. Yep.
What's wrong with the shipping container?
Too big. Too big shipping container. Too. Yeah, I'm gonna put a shipping container in my fucking backyard.
Why not? Some people live in them.
Well, first you'd have to have, an anchor system, right? Because that shipping just as a shipping container, that ain't gonna work around here, sir. It
Fair
was
enough.
throwing train. It was throwing train cars off the fucking tracks, dude.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I remember.
You gotta bury that shit, right? I mean, no matter what, don't you? Unless you got freaking money to make a damn concrete thing.
I mean, you could put a slab like 10 feet down and then like weld steel, right, and weld to the slab with like rebar and shit.
Yep.
Then it would have to like rip it out of the ground, basically.
It ain't gonna do it. You can't do that.
I remember it was one of the hurricanes that happened in Florida. The really fucking bad one. Andrew. The wind picked up a 20-ton freaking I-beam and fucking threw it.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yep. I haven't, like I said, I haven't made my decision. I'm still in the due diligence stage.
Damn house said rescue thing.
You're chopping, man. Paraplegic, you're chopping.
Sorry.
Sorry. I had my wife told me a bunch of people at church, or a few people at church, had the ones that that they went into your garage and dug beneath the slab and then put an underground one in, and it's lying flat with the garage. Yeah, they're not liking life too much, because every time a fucking tornado warning comes through, they have to pull their cars out of the garage because they can't get to it.
No.
So they pull the cars out the garage, park them outside, and then they get hail damage and they cancel the tornado warning.
Nice. But it's under the garage.
It's the the slab of the garage. They'll come in.
Yeah. It sounds like a coffin to me.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yep. Now, if you have a big enough garage, I can fit two cars in there, but there's, it's kind of tight. Still can fit them in there, but I'm not fitting something, storm shelter flush with the floor. I'd have to pull my cars out. Why would I fucking do that?
That's a bad idea.
It's a bad idea. You got it.
I mean, it might be most cost effective to have a custom one built. get some type of steel container, even like a fucking home heating oil, and hire someone that's freaking. I don't even remember what the profession's called. Someone that deals in fucking metal, right? And have them cut a door, put on hinges, all that shit, right? Double weld everything, make the door open in. Like it might be cheaper to customize it. Because the base price on the ones you were looking at was like what, $6,000 or something?
No, it was 4,000 for the Twister pod.
That was a small one though, right?
Yeah, one with 4 people. Yep. Yep, and they'll anchor it, right? They'll anchor it to the garage slab. So that would probably extra 500 to 1,000. So all in all, 5 Gs.
Yeah, and I'm sure your slab isn't going to be good enough. The concrete will be too old. Now they're going to have to lay a whole new slab for it. You know.
Yeah, you know the deal. Well, it's not too old. My house was built in 2000. Still.
Yeah, but they'll say, well, this isn't high tensile strength concrete. This is, we need at least 4,000 foot-pounds per square millimeter.
Yeah, per square millimeter. Yeah, I'm glad you guys got my back. If you find anything, let me know. I mean, shoot me a message because, like I said, I'm in the due diligence stage.
Hey, Kiwi. I stole one of your lines when I was yelling at customer support today over the phone.
What'd you tell them?
I asked them what their favorite color was. And then he's like, do you have any questions about the phone? I'm like, yeah. What's your favorite color of phone? And he hung up on me.
Maybe you can get like a prefab prison cell and just have them drop that off.
Thanks, man. I'm not. It's not a.
And you'll have a toilet too, and 2 beds.
I'm not in the joke scenario at this point.
No, they make prefab. That's how they build prisons now. All the cells are prefab, and they just fucking put it together like Legos. It's reinforced concrete, rebar, all that stuff, man.
I still haven't thrown the Twister pod out because as long as they know you're fucking there, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I haven't taken it off the list just yet.
I mean, it's really good that you don't have to worry about water. I mean, that's
water.
To me, that's a major concern.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But it better be. Yeah.
Like we need a snorkel put into this, dude.
Yeah. So no flood. There's 0 flood concerns. Now I did when I bought the house. I had to do it a quick response time, but when I did, that was the first thing I did. Make sure it wasn't on a floodplain, and there was no possibility of flooding. I don't have a river within 10 miles.
You're all set then.
Yep.
That would take a major.
Cross your eyes and cross your T's, don't you?
That's like a 1,000-year flood to even be a mile from you.
Oh yeah, if it floods here, everything you better kiss your ass goodbye.
Yeah, you might want to start building a boat if that's the case.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
An ark.
No, I didn't cross the T's and dot the I's, T-Dub. I should soon when I retired. It was within the first week when I got back here. I was looking at storm shelters within the first fucking week. I should have did it then. I should have, but I didn't fucking do it. So that's on
Plan
me.
Plan B is just to move, right?
Well, no, because like I don't have a basement, but my buddy across the street has a basement, and that's all fine and good. We go over his house, we have a good time and everything. But if you get around EF4, EF5 situation, it's not going to fucking help you. It's not going to do it. Not from the images that I saw. You're done. Maybe EF1, EF2, you'd be all right. In a basement, it's okay.
Yeah, I survived the EF1 and I was upstairs.
Yeah, but
of course I got lucky too. But
yeah, sure. EF3 and above, that's a coffin.
I mean, it was only like 20 feet from my house. It took out 2 oak trees that were across the street from each other. So that's how lucky I am, even with the EF1. So.
Yep.
Funny is I'm still I have all these. I mean, they cut the trees up, but it's just my front yard is just covered with stumps still because I have no way of getting rid of anything. So,
but
it's just a waiting game now. So
you got to get a stump grinder in there, man.
But yeah, I got various help in the process. We just have to wait until the charities can get around to it and stuff. So.
Well, luckily for me, the only natural disasters around here are blue-haired liberals, so I don't have to worry about any of that.
You don't think you have to worry about any of that?
I don't think there's ever been a tornado in Boston. Ever.
Really?
No, it's just not.
It's too cold, I think, too, right?
Yeah, they kind of fall, everything falls apart when it gets close to the ocean, as far as weather patterns. The only way we get hammered by a weather pattern is after it crosses over, it sucks the air because it's circulating, so it sucks the air from the north back around. So that's the only time we really get hammered. There's this weird phenomenon here called a nor'easter.
I was just gonna say, what about nor'easters?
Yeah, well, it's weird because what happens is the storm front will hit the Appalachian Mountains and literally teleport into the Atlantic Ocean. It just disappears and just reappears in the Atlantic Ocean. And when it does, it just it's high wind sweeps all the ocean air back, moist ocean air back into everything. And then, we end up with tons and tons of snow.
Yeah, you guys have to just worry about trying to freeze to death, though. That's, of course, the cold. That's the story, too, though. So.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really get that cold in Boston.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
feel that earthquake.
It doesn't get super cold here.
It was 15 years ago.
You have your moments up there in Boston, but it doesn't last long.
Our weather's very, it's temperate, right? So every 3 days there's 30-degree frickin' swings, dude. You never know what it's gonna. They say if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes or drive 5 miles.
Oh, shut the fuck up!
That's how it is.
Say that everywhere.
No, it's really true here. It's really that's not even an exaggeration.
We did that. We have that here too. Fuck.
Yeah, Oklahoma's pretty crazy, but yeah.
We had 88 the other day, and it's supposed to snow here in a couple days.
Yeah, exactly.
We actually got snow this morning.
Exactly.
It was 73 degrees here 4 days ago, and right now it's 50.
Well, it changes faster here, dude. Within few hours.
Yeah, same here. It was 88 yesterday. It's 50 degrees right now.
Yeah, that's climate change.
That's your sister changing.
Oh yeah, it's climate change in this time of year. In the summer, it's global warming.
Global warming, yeah, exactly.
Right, yeah, that's it.
Trump's fault.
It's actually 50 right now. It was 37. It was 73, and then within 24 hours it was 37 or something.
Yeah. You're not the Lone Ranger in that shit, dude.
The most drastic temperature change I've ever been in, it was 98 degrees at 8 in the morning, and by 3:30 it was 42.
We had something like that.
I almost fucking died, dude.
Yeah, we had something like that a few weeks ago. Somewhere around a 50-degree temperature change in less than 8 hours.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Yep, it is.
Try being a motorcyclist and leaving during the day and not making a home until dark.
Well,
Dress for
well, you deserve that as a donor cyclist.
A donor cyclist.
Yeah, donor cycles.
As an organ donor?
Yes.
EJ, I didn't know you were in fucking Poland. Damn.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It was like 20 here the other day, like 20 Celsius. I think that's about what, 65, something like that. And then the next day we had a freaking blizzard. And it went down
Everyone's been
to
all messed up there. Didn't you have a
You
bunch
guys
of
get
floods
really cold over
recently?
there, don't
What's that,
there
India?
wasn't there like crazy floods in Poland like 2 months ago?
Oh, it was in a different part of Poland. Yeah, not this part. But yeah, it used to get like negative 30. I don't know what that is in
The fuck are you doing in Poland?
negative 30.
Looking for Peter. He has to settle a score.
The fuck?
Well, I'm half Polish myself, but I actually met an awesome Polish girl in 24/7 in the lobby of all places, and we're married now. So yeah, I live here.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
The Love Shack is a.
Yeah, so it used to get like 20 years ago. It used to get down to like negative 22 F here, but it doesn't get that cold anymore. I think it got down to about negative 15 this year, which is.
I would have never guessed, man. How many trips you make to Berlin? Any?
No, I haven't been there yet. We want to go on a road trip though.
Ah, cool.
It's interesting being here, right? Because in Australia, you have to drive like a freaking 1,000 kilometers just to get to the next state. But here, you can just drive a few hours and you're in the freaking different country.
Sure. Yep.
You must be quite exotic in Poland, man. An Australian in Poland.
Yeah.
So the girls all over you.
Well, I'm married. So.
That doesn't. Makes it even worse. Doesn't mean they're not going to try.
Holy fuck! I'm getting rumpus by Indigo. It's too late now.
What's his name?
Yeah, it's weird. Like coming from Australia to this country, like everyone walks around in Australia and says hello to everyone. And I was kind of acting like that when I got here, and they just kind of give you like a death stare.
That
like,
sideways look.
Yeah, man. No one, like, you go to the supermarket, like, people don't really, like, interact with other people, whereas in Australia, you'll be walking down and just some random lady will just come up and start, like, talking to you about some random thing, and everyone says hello, and big difference.
They still have meat lines and where you're at?
Meat lines? What's that?
Yeah, where you standing? You got to stand in line to buy meat.
Not really. It's pretty similar to like Western supermarkets here. I mean, you just go, yeah, it's pretty similar.
I'm just messing with you.
Meat lines.
I was in East Germany and they had meat lines, but anyway.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, well, that doesn't exist anymore, so.
I feel your pain about the people not being friendly. Like, I live in East Tennessee where we, like, wave at every car that we drive by, and like if you're in the store, you talk to everybody. But like, I'm originally from Florida. I moved here as a kid, and I went back to Florida to visit, and I was so used to the people here. I'm talking to this old lady in the grocery store in line waiting, and she said, "What the F do you want?" When I just told her it was a beautiful day. I was like,
well, if Florida seceded from the Union tomorrow, I wouldn't shed a fucking tear.
But look, true Floridians are good people. It's all the frickin' snowbirds that retire down there that ruin it.
Yeah, that's true. That ruin it, right? The snowbirds from Boston, no doubt.
Specifically Boston.
Yeah, I went down. Thought they all come from Ohio.
No, it's mostly Connecticut, Jersey, and New York.
Yeah.
Jersey, Jesus Christ. Good luck to you.
They got refraction up there in Poland, DJ.
Nah.
Yeah. I heard you earlier.
Oh, you were listening to me and Phil?
Fucking, I just happened by it by chance. Yeah, now I fucking gave you that video, right?
I watched it twice, man. I agree with you.
I gave you some time to digest that mug, but
I don't give them terrestrial refraction. I don't do it.
You're on my fucking list.
Bushinator is going to post a globe model in the chat, dude. It's...
What? We'll get back to that, DJ. You just fucking be careful, all right? Now,
yeah. Look, I'm sure if you let me explain it the way I explain it, right? I heard your video, right? I watched it twice, and I agree with everything in it. And what you were saying about like how anti-flat earthers, right? They're the ones that claim this bullshit terrestrial refraction with the R value in it, all that sort of thing. I never give people that. So I think that's all bullshit, right? But
I heard I got a weathered eye in your fucking direction.
I like talking about mirages because I think it's a good debunk to a lot of the observations that they come in with.
Well, the problem I had, I'm going to tell you what, don't get nervous.
Yeah. I'm not.
The problem I had is when you told, was Phil Bell in this son of a bitch?
Yeah. Phil Bell. Yep.
You son of a bitch, you better not be here when I'm in here. It's your ass. Again. Over and over and over again. But besides that, when you said the horizon is 1.225 miles times the square root of, or 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, with the atmosphere removed, you're off the reservation, dude.
No, I'm sure I corrected myself and said atmosphere. You guys call it atmosphere. As atmosphere as you guys refer to it. Usually I make a good, I don't like that word, man.
Yeah, you did say it the second time. You did catch it the second time. You did.
Yeah, I did catch. I try not to say it. I do. I don't like it. Every time I say it, I feel dirty. But I do try to correct it. Spherical gas. Yeah, that's ridiculous. But
that's
I get you.
I didn't record it. I didn't go back. I just raised the weathered eye and I said, that fucking CJ. And then I said, that's not CJ, it's DJ.
No. Fair enough. Yep.
Fucking guy. That's all right. I got a weathered eye in your direction. Fucking refraction.
I just think that when they bring up refraction, they're just shooting themselves in the foot. It's their worst nightmare if they want to bring that up.
True. Yep. That's correct. And the horizon on their ball chart is always apparent. It's apparent for a number of reasons. The apparent horizon is redundant. But horizon, like I said, it's always apparent for a number of reasons. Number one, it's apparent because the sky never actually reaches the ground. Number one. Number two, it's apparent because when you change your elevation, then the horizon will change. That's apparent. Number two. Number three, when you're looking out into the ocean or over the ocean, overseas or over a lake, right? Nah, not too much over a lake. Let's just keep it overseas and oceans. There's weather will cause it to be apparent, but that's fucking weak meat. Tides. So there's essentially three reasons why the horizon is apparent. You follow that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So it's not just apparent. Even if the Atmo was gone, the horizon would still be apparent. Follow?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just stop right there for today.
I just, when I talk about that, I'm just trying to get, like, a lot of them, they just kind of spaz out and they're very confused when it comes to what is a horizon, right? When they think, oh, it's apparent, but they don't get that they have to have, like, a physical place that things go over. if it's a ball.
Sure.
And that's why I try to use that analogy. It's like, imagine if we remove all the air, right? And then we're at 1 foot height, right? And then you've got a canoe going out, right? It's going to go over at a particular point and you can't see it anymore. It's behind something physical. And once they agree to that, then I can continue. But these globies are hard to get through to sometimes.
Well, just give them the perspective. You know my perspective argument?
Oh yeah. You got a 6 foot boat, right? At 3 miles, it would reduce due to angular size.
Yeah,
6 foot observer height. Yep.
6 foot boat with an observer height at waterline. It's the observers. You got to take the observer's height into account. So a 6 foot boat, and your eyes at the water. It has to be your eye. Now, if you got a camera or something, then that's going to change shit. But I keep it, right down to the bare bones with your eye at the waterline. It's all over. Now, you can use, 6 foot. It doesn't really fucking matter what height you use, but specifically, I use it at the waterline. Makes it easy.
It's a good argument, yep.
It is a good argument.
I think I used that one earlier today, actually.
You did? Oh, I missed. Like I said, I just caught a fleeting part of it. Enough to raise that weathered eye. I wasn't in here. I caught it on a live stream. I clicked on it just for shits and giggles. See what was happening. I thought it was because I seen Phil in there, the dumb fuck Phil Belland. I don't know how he can respawn after the ass whooping I've given him through the years, but I thought it was Helio runs previously recorded stuff. That's what I thought it was.
Can you say dumb fucking Phil whatever one more time? You sound like Norm Macdonald. It's fucking great.
Dumb fuck Phil Belland.
Where the hell are you from, dude? Your accent kills me.
Lots of different places. Pittsburgh originally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that explains it. A fucking Yankee. Understand?
Fucking Yankee.
Yeah, Phil Bell listens to this all the time on the just on the YouTube stream, right? And he heard me talking about him, and then he came in here and he was all stuttery in his voice. He was all triggered, right? Because he DMs me sometimes, right, and talks shit in capital letters. It's really annoying, but he said that, like, I was talking to Mushkane, right, and I was explaining to Mushkane that even a physics professor on his own side says that you can never see with your naked eye a boat going over the horizon, right? Because Phil Bell says that, right? You would never ever see a boat going over the horizon with your naked eye, right? And then I told him that, and then 5 seconds later, Phil Bell just pops in.
Oh shit! I thought he was banned from. What happened?
He got back in somehow.
All right. Bring your dumb ass back in here, Phil Belland.
Dude, you're fucking killing me, bro.
Bring his dumb ass back in there.
So I take it this Phil guy's a Glober?
Oh, he's a dumb fuck, dude. Dude, it's fuck, dude. On your own time, I'm gonna give this to you. Who is this?
Techno Viking.
Just fucking give me a minute. I got a signature numpty clip from him, and you tell me when you see me again if this guy could ever show his face in public ever again after this debacle. Hold on.
Are you? Is this in side chat or are you DMing this?
No, I'll give it to you in side chat. I'll address it to you. I gotta locate it first.
I got you.
It's part of my numpty clips. Haven't you ever heard of the numpty clips? Damn, dude. Oh, he's gonna pop up quick. He should be number 1 up here. Oh yeah, there he is. This is so incredibly stupid, dude. I mean, actual retards are blushing over this shit. All right, let me see. Techno Viking, is that? Yeah, that's you. All right, I got you.
Yeah.
So you tell me after you listen to this. You don't have to do it now, just whenever you get your chance.
No, I got to listen to it now. I'll be right back.
You'll be right back in 36 minutes. Damn, Jetty, you're kind of quiet tonight. What's the matter? Your GoFundMe for your sex change operation isn't going that good.
The fuck did that come from? Fuck you.
I thought I'd shock you. I thought I'd shock you into coming off.
Bloody hell, man. What the fuck have I done?
What the fuck was that?
Nah, it's just late, man. It's been a busy day, that's all. Just been a busy Sunday. Just waiting for somebody to come in and say something stupid. You know how it goes.
Yeah. Yep, I do. In fact, I got a meme for it.
Yep, I concur with that. It's basically what happened.
Usually we don't have to wait too long, like about 2 plank times. Fucking morons.
If they don't come in the VC, you can read it in the chat.
That's for sure. It depends on metric units. How do they fucking come up with the wavelength, you dumbass? Professor Phil Bell, dumb fuck. Fuck. Dude, you're dumber than Brenda, for fuck's sake. Once anyone hears that signature numpty clip, it's all over for you. Fucking retard. He thinks that Horizon's fucking Loom, this abject moron. He couldn't spell cat if I spotted him the C and the A, this dumb fuck. Bellin, get your dumb ass in here. We're going to go through that numpty clip, every single claim you made. Fucking retard.
Gravity falls to the floor.
Yeah. Yeah. Who said that?
Tito.
Gravity falls to the floor. Exactly.
T-Dub's too quick with it. Damn.
The fuck is that? A 304? Oh, that wasn't a 304. That had to be Into the Break. He sounds like a 304.
No, Bushy-nator is a 304. Not me.
Bushy-nator's he's a 404.
His name's McLovin.
He's a 911. Yeah.
All right,
Let's
you guys
just
got to
say
hold.
that.
Shut the fuck up. You got to hold the fort down. All right, I got to take like 10, 15 minutes, man. Can you do that, Jetty? You gonna stay here? Or you gonna pull fucking Miggy and leave?
I'll be around. I'll wait for stupid people. No worries.
All right, you hold the fort. You and Plum Bob is DJ. Yeah, Crit. Yeah, all right. We got Indio. He's of course he's on deaf and mute. He's checking his GoFundMe. All right, 10, 15 minutes, man. I'll be back.
All right. God, what an asshole.
Man. You guys better contribute to my GoFundMe.
You know it's for a sex change operation, though, right?
No. Well, it's come to my attention that certain members of the FVD panel are extremely concerned about my attitude. That was the reason why I'm so mean, and I hurt all their feelings, is because I actually have a small girth and length, and so I'm on their behalf, upon their request to be nicer to everyone. I think it behooves me to do a GoFundMe and get a penile enhancement surgery, and that way, with my massive capaciousness of my corpus cavernosa, I'll be much more congenial.
Soul Brother Tubuku.
I can't believe that shit is still going on, man. That's been months now.
I went on hiatus because I was busy doing some stuff, but I'll get back around to smacking them around again.
There's a legit surgery for micropenis?
Nah, it's a joke, bro.
Oh, I was gonna start.
They can't get the size of my wiener out their mouth for some reason.
Well, shit, I was gonna start a GoFundMe and advertise it in chat.
No, I'm gonna, dude. I'm okay with that. I would love you to do that because that would make it all the more funny.
I legit
Isn't it Enzite? Enzite, I think. It's like Hooked on Phonics only works for, actually learning how to read and write. Doesn't actually help with comprehension.
Yeah. Well, I found the key to my mental peace is to just realize not to take them seriously and treat them like characters rather than actual people that I should respect as being intelligent. That solved everything.
Fucking crap babies.
You'd think after like the third grade, the penis jokes would go away, but I guess it never stops till you die.
Well, yeah. Well, it usually happens, bro. It's like, see, thing about it is, dude, when I go places, I'm very abrasive, and I have a certain presence that diminishes other people's prominence for some reason. So they like get all scared and butthurt, and then they try to take me on with arguments, and they realize that ain't gonna work. So then they have to resort to the petty, tribalistic locker room tactics. It's about all they got.
So I'm watching this video that I can't remember what his name sent me with this Phil Ben guy. Is this guy for real?
Dude, he's for real, yeah.
Here I am.
So if you don't know who he is, he's supposedly deeply involved with the Indian Space Agency. He was involved in helping them do their trajectories and computations and stuff for their spacecraft. Supposedly a professor who teaches online classes, I think, For like, like when people, universities have online classes, he teaches them. Yeah, so it's like a stalker in people's DMs. So he'll like listen to our stream and notice that someone's engaging with us, and then he'll get in their DMs and try to coax them to make certain arguments or give certain points. Especially if they're women. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah.
Who? Which one of these freak weirdos?
Professor Phil, bro.
Oh yeah, what a freak.
Yeah, man. I'm thinking of doing a retort show. Tongue in cheek, of course. I'm going to call it Fed Up, and it's where I systematically place a target on every single one of the FED panel members and just like do a show making fun of them and all the stupid things they've said, done, or believe, or argue about, or for, etc., etc. It'll create a lot of spice.
Well, it's Sunday. Give us a little teaser.
An example? Okay, so one of them accused me of having a time machine.
Oh well, there's that. Let's go before that. Let's go beyond that.
Well, yeah, I can go before that, of course. It's obvious because I have a time machine. I can go before it happened.
Precisely.
What's his basis on that, though? That's weird.
Well, what actually happened is he was under the delusion that I was creating like this characterization of one of the members that they interrupt people for the express purpose of causing them to fail in debates by their opponent being able to accuse them of interrupting. And somehow it was my fault. But not only was that my fault, that I actually caused it to happen a year after the debate took place, meaning that I would have had to have gone back in time to the debate, which took place a year prior. Now, in the defense of sanity, the person doing the accusing was like drunk a little bit at the time, so not in possession of his full mental faculties. But it seems to be a trend.
Yeah.
So you went back in time and you influenced
the debate. Yeah.
What was it? The ether debate, and so you caused the ether. So therefore, what was it? Charles McMullen, and he got a mulligan for the Globe.
Something like that.
That's crazy shit, man. I really don't know who to believe.
Yeah, well, that was after they accused me for like 3 months straight of being a liar and a colluder with the enemy and presenting exactly zero evidence. And being allowed to do so without presenting the evidence ad infinitum, hour upon hour. Big waste of everybody's time. But, eventually I'm going to have to apologize to the community for taking it seriously in the first place, because I shouldn't have took it seriously. I shouldn't have let it go that far. I should have just put an end to it at the beginning. But see, I made the mistake of actually taking those people as if they were serious people with very sober-minded thought processes that led them to conclusions, et cetera, et cetera. But once I realized that they're actually just total frickin' retards, it completely changed my entire opinion.
Well, there's some sensitivity there about, Patricia Steere They were there. It's like, hey, don't make fun of Patricia Steer, hot potatoes. And then 5 years of backstabbing goes on. Then they return, and that is still left in the folly. Like this all happened, and so you were sort of shunned if you were making fun of Patricia Steer, and then and so I told you so. Or Jarenism.
I don't know. The only people that I know that make fun of her from the forums that I hold out, and they call her like a trans, and that's about all I know.
Yeah, and it's just like some playful jokes, like we're just having a fun time, but it's like a serious thing. Oh, like how dare you do that? Well, it's like we sort of do this to check and balance, like who's welcome into this community. Oh, like you're just giving a large platform to people giving their like models that are made out of like popsicle sticks and glue. Yeah, there's kind of like I'm gonna make fun of you for being maybe not what you claim to be, or like I'm gonna say something, I'm gonna question you because that's the platform that you put yourself in. So if you can't,
Well, I mean,
take it,
a lot of
like, there's
ideas.
clearly,
Yeah,
yeah,
a lot of good ideas are born out of crude modeling attempts, and then you work on it from there. It's not unreasonable to try to make a physical representation of phenomenon that's not like completely out of bounds per se.
Yeah, and so some people chose to make crude models of Patricia Steer and called him a man, all right? And just like there's crude models presented on the show, it's just like all I'm saying is like you're asking for it. It's like if you don't have thick enough skin to like be in the conversation, then that's that. It is what it is. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be what it is. And it's not to say any of it's good or bad or like any qualitative is odd claim to it. It's just saying it is.
I think it's funny that they have like that beef going on with that letter. That what's that called? Cease and desist letter going on. They're trying to say Mark's bad-mouthing them about money endeavors that they were involved with. It's kind of interesting, but also non-relevant.
Yeah, these Globers want to talk about everything other than proving that horizontal is a curve. Well, anything else. Like Flatsoid's a really bad guy. Like, how dare Flatsoid be on a higher moral ground than Flatsoid? Anything. Let's not talk about level as a horizontal condition.
Well, Flatsoid mixed up his channel now. He's completely changing his content base.
Yeah, you saw that? The heinous things they're saying about him and his family. Like,
Well, I never heard any of the things that were being said. I just know he said that some things were said. So, but I mean, I can imagine. I've been
They
around.
happened live on his stream. They were just like in the back channels of the stream. CJ was sharing it with me.
Mm.
Just sick, demented people. But, nobody's surprised. We all knew that.
I think there's going to be a lot of changes like that this year, especially people who have like a predisposition for the religious topic. They're going to transfer from primary flat earth content to primarily religious content. Because ultimately that's what they value the most, right? And that's fair. Because the flat earth isn't the end-all be-all truth. Especially if you're a religious person, you're going to have your religious truth take precedent.
Yeah, this sits back fiddle to that. So just you don't even have to ever mention this topic ever again.
Well, it's not to say he's not going to do flat Earth content. It's just not going to be in relation to the community. You know, it's going to be a standalone stuff. I definitely noticed, like especially after TFE and during TFE, leading up to it, a lot of content creators were just completely changing their shows to just nothing but personal confrontations. You know, the whole show was about personalities and personal conflict. It wasn't really about the content anymore.
Yeah, that is what puts the butts in the seats. The drama. You know, you going on about measurements of horizontal of 0 degrees isn't sexy. It's not selling. Or that's where I would say maybe you like that, I like that, I like that this stands alone. And, you know, making it just a religious, that's just, no. Especially if, you know, he's Protestant. Like, there's just, it's like, how are you more right over a Baptist? It's the interpretation. So then it's just convoluted and going nowhere. That's why I sort of like this topic, to where we can leave sort of interpretations out of it. Or I would just know that there's an authority I could go to the matter on. It could be as simple of a case as asking the wrong person for the wrong information. I'm not gonna like the answer. So the skill issue lies with your ability to formulate the question and to direct the question at somebody who's capable of answering it.
Damn, that's wild. I just watched that flat side thing. It's interesting, man.
I was telling him, I'm like, just stop like engaging with them. Anyways, they're just dog walking you, and it's like he's like he. Flatswide's so sincere that he tries to answer them, and it's like, dude, they're just putting a leash on you and walking you like a dog. Stop it. I think he finally heard me. You know, because the Globetrotters, they have no argument. They're just trolling him, and he's an empathetic, like good-natured human being.
I'd say some Globers have an argument, but you're right about the trolls.
Oof. Yeah, the trolls are terrible. So thank you at least for that, acknowledging that, Matthew.
You know, I think with Discord and social media in general, there's some people who just love to argue.
Well, it's not even argue. They just like the troll. Like, it's not because we welcome the trolling arguments, right? But just someone there is just a vile, detestable, negative waste of space, right? Those people are acidic. to your pH level. And that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I hear you.
Like, you're a good person, I'm a good person. Everybody here, we're good people, but then there are these evil, detestable wastes of space that want to only waste your time and, waste your energy. And it's just sad. Just a sad situation for everybody involved. Most of all, that pathetic troll. But anyways, I mean, we're better than that. So at least we're here together, bonding on this issue.
I've only been here a couple minutes, so I wasn't here when whatever happened happened.
No, we were just talking about Flatsoid, so we really didn't go into that. You'd sort of have to know, like, the last 3 days, I guess. But what's new with you, brother?
Not much, just getting ready for another week. Another school week. Summer's coming soon.
Another weak argument for the globe. Oh.
Ooh. Got him.
Nice.
No, Matthew is almost a flat earther. Don't you disrespect our buddy like that.
He is our flat earth bro. I mean, as close as you can be when you're within the system. Like, wink, wink. We get it, Matthew.
I
get it,
understand
bro.
all the arguments. I understand most of the arguments. I just don't agree with them.
Yeah, sure. We get it. Wink, wink. So, Matthew, what do you think the whole, 10% tariffs on the penguins is about? Are they, selling penguins? Is that, for the poachers or something?
I have heard that term before, but I have no idea what it's about.
Yeah, the penguins, they're apparently in a trade war
what
with
does
the United
10% tariff
States.
mean?
Yeah, 11% tariff for Jasper Island and Jekyll Island or whatever these, Antarctica. I was just wondering what you thought that was about.
They're in Antarctica,
There is
or are
some
they part of South America?
globe theories out there. I'm just trying to gauge what you think.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm a conservative guy, so I call myself a conservative, not a Republican. And in
Good for
general,
you.
I'm in favor of free trade. So it's weird how some of the key issues in the parties have shifted. I mean, that's not what you asked, but basically, in general, I'm in favor of free trade.
Yeah, you're a more flat Earth, the world is flat economics book kind of guy. I get that.
Free choice.
Yeah, Thomas Friedman. I know the book.
Well, what about free choice of thinking? Original idea.
You know,
Ooh, that's a good one.
Education should teach people to think critically, and we should have free choice of thought and free choice of expression too. The First Amendment.
So, do you teach your kids how elevation works? Sphere versus horizontal?
My goal for my students is to teach them to look at the evidence for themselves and become critical thinkers and be able to make their own decisions.
How can you look at globe elevation? Where's it at?
In the globe, mainstream globe model, elevation just means the distance above sea level, which is a surface, a curved surface.
No. How do you prove that physically on the wall?
Oh, I wasn't trying to prove it. I was just trying to describe what it means.
So you can't prove it. So nobody can prove an arc on the wall has no drop.
I'm not sure how you
So an
got
arc
from
is
me
distance,
trying to
but not
describe what it
elevation.
is.
Hold on, though. We're trying to prove distance, not elevation change.
I'm
So
not
we
trying to
could
prove it.
follow the arc. Yeah, that's what we're trying to talk about or discuss to teach kids, so they can understand they're not on a globe and they're on a flat horizontal plane of reference. I mean, do you understand how easy it is? If nowhere on the wall can we show them the arc of Earth,
If it's so easy, why do you suppose there are so many people who think that we live on a globe?
what's so easy? To show you a horizontal line doesn't change in elevation? What do you mean?
Yeah, no, you said it was so easy, but
No,
I'm
what's
wondering
hard about it? What's hard about getting a level, putting it on the left end of a 10-foot, 20-foot, 90-foot, 100-foot line, and leveling it out to be horizontal, and then that's distance, but not elevation change. That's how you prove what you're on. The thing that you can call distance without changing elevation is the profile you're looking to prove. So you're looking to prove the arc does that. How would you, is what I've been asking the whole time. We can all prove a horizontal line doesn't change its elevation.
most of my students would have trouble making sense of those words. So I don't know if they would be able to answer you.
Most definitely.
Your students don't know the word horizontal or level?
They would define it differently than you, probably.
Well, no, it's not how you define it. It's how you draw it on the wall. Mine would be a horizontal line, and I would take an elevation tool along it, and it wouldn't increase.
So what is your definition? What is the definition that you're teaching them?
Horizontal is just 90 degrees from vertical, and you can get vertical from
Why no, but that's only partial of the definition. It's parallel to the horizon at right angles to the vertical. So why would you
Yeah.
just teach them half of the definition?
Because sometimes you can't see the horizon. So obviously,
Okay, just because your eyes are closed, that you shouldn't know that information.
if you're inside, or if the horizon is obscured by mountains or clouds or forest or whatever.
Yeah, just because your eyes are closed, you shouldn't know that information. Let's say I have a horizontal and I close my eyes. Does that make it now all of a sudden not level?
No,
I
I'm
close
just saying
my eyes.
the simpler.
So the definition would maintain to be true whether your eyes are open or not. So the question is, why do you choose to lie to your students by omission?
Oh, I don't lie to my students by omission. I'm just saying that
By omission, you lie to them.
No.
You don't tell them the truth of the definition of the term. So you have your student body going around not having a clue what they're talking about foundationally in geometry, and you're wanting them to somehow like be able to convey greater ideas to their peers. This
Bingo,
isn't going
yeah,
to
that's what I
happen
want.
if you welcome identity violation and then their ability to hide behind ambiguity of language, not knowing that there is a context that they're speaking.
Horizontal is a plane. It's a geometric concept. It's a plane that is redefined at every place you are.
So is it an
Otherwise,
elevation or a distance?
I'm
Horizontal that way.
saying the horizon. Have you ever heard
No,
of the
a
term
horizontal line, Matthew. Hold
diffraction?
on, brother. Don't stutter. A horizontal line that way, is that elevation or is that distance?
Horizontal line is a constant line, but if you go far enough, the angle changes.
Does it increase in elevation and distance? Is what I ask you, please.
Oh yeah, a perfectly straight line does.
So it does both?
No.
So a horizontal line doesn't increase in elevation and distance to space, from my point.
Yeah, if I'm sitting here and I draw a horizontal line way off into the distance, that line will increase elevation.
Brother, it's supposed to increase elevation where you started it from. Every point in front of your face all the way to that point. Do you not understand? You don't need to go down that way. It's right here in front of your fucking face. So where's the arc at that does that? Where's the arc that doesn't change its height with your altimeter tool in front of us somewhere? It's got to exist somewhere.
Yeah, those words are barely coherent. So I'm
No,
not
the arc
100%
is
sure how
not
to answer your
coherent.
question.
No, an arc or an earth curve is not coherent. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for your coherent physical thing you call an arc that doesn't change in elevation. That's incoherent. The incoherent earth curve nobody can find. It must have went that away. I mean, I don't like. How could this be so hard for a teacher to understand if you put a mark on the wall? Every mark you put on the wall, you count. You don't wait till you get down the fucking way 18 million miles or somewhere where you're not. What does that even? That doesn't even make any damn sense. The globe in its whole entirety of ignorance is just fucking ignorant. It's just pure retarded ignorant.
Yeah, well, they're talking about terms that they haven't even defined.
They
That's
don't
the
even know how to
problem.
level. They can't level out a porch. So when they make a porch level, it has to arc, right? So that means one part of the porch has to differentiate from the next. And not by elevation magically, but from a horizontal fucking line. So where can we demonstrate this at? Why does everybody believe this? That every notch on the wall drops down below itself and doesn't change elevation. How can you believe
Well,
this
he
silly
was
shit?
actually going to tell us that, and this is what is intriguing to me. I want to know, where is this change in context when we go from locally flat? Yes, horizontal is a locally parallel condition to the horizon, right? When are we going from to some context outside of geometry? When is that next Home Depot that's at a slope but is level?
It depends on the distance. I mean, when you're building buildings, you don't have to take that into account because the
No, it
distance
doesn't
is
depend on distance. Every fucking dot you put on the wall has to represent itself as an arc somehow. Distance your ass. When you draw an arc on paper, you don't have to draw it 50 fucking miles long, do you?
when you draw an arc, it depends on how big the arc is as to how much difference.
No, it doesn't. It depends on every fucking dot to present you as that arc. Big doesn't matter. Every portion of that dot has to drop below itself. Everywhere. Not
Right,
just
but how
down
much
there.
does
No,
it drop?
not every fucking dot on the wall, Matthew. Every single dot behind the next one that you continue to make that line with. Not way down there. Right here in front of you. It has to. Or else you're not making a sphere. No math is making a fucking sphere where you put the lines next to each other. The
Right,
dots.
but if it's small, you're not going to notice
No,
much.
no, 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 no. Stop saying that. On your wall, the dots to make a sphere. Doesn't matter the size, Matthew. We can keep going on. You can keep repeating yourself. I'm going to keep repeating myself. Size does not fucking matter. You have to put the first sphere to start it, or the dot, and then left of that and right of that. They cannot be the same height.
Right.
Okay, well, let's do it. Let's draw it out.
But do you know how much?
To prove
You know how much they have to differ from being the
No,
same
you're
height?
supposed to know how much.
I do. 100 feet. It's less than the thickness of a
No,
piece of
every
paper.
dot on the holy motherfuck, man.
You just
Do you
asked
know
how
what a
much. I
ruler
told you.
is, Matthew? Do you know on the
do.
ruler you got those little black markings? Every one of those motherfuckers increase if you stand that up. Now stand it up that way. Now let's see. Every dot increase on that ruler the same way.
How
You're not
much?
making no fucking sense. Every dot, brother. Work with us here. Every dot of elevation increases of elevation. We're looking how to increase the elevation horizontally that way. No vertical at all. None. To
Right.
prove your
So
globe.
if you draw a perfectly straight line on a wall and then you go back and draw a line that is of equal elevation
That's
on the
vertical,
globe,
yeah.
and it's 100 feet long, the difference between
No,
those
you only
lines
need 1
is
foot.
the thickness of one piece of paper.
You only need 1 foot, 1 foot high, 1 foot long, thickness of a piece of paper.
No, it's less than that.
Which one's not going to increase in elevation?
The perfectly straight line is going to line up, but the one that is the same elevation won't line up.
The vertical one will increase in elevation as well as distance. The horizontal one will not increase in elevation, only distance. Now you need to prove that an arc does that, not the horizontal line. That an arc can go up above you and stay the same elevation vertically, and an arc can go out horizontally and stay the same elevation horizontally. We can do both of them, Curbdale.
Yeah, I do believe that you have a picture in your mind. I'm not 100% sure that your description is what or that I'm understanding.
My description is a sphere with an L on it. Like I got a black square right here. It's a black steel square. It's got the inches. It's got all the stuff. It is a fucking L. It is a letter L, literally. A capital letter L. It's got a thinner portion on the bottom and a thicker portion on the left. And it's got a little circle right there so you can spin it and turn it. And so when you put this to a sphere, touch the corner to it, Matthew, every one of those little dots on there, buddy, going that way, increase. And every one of them going up, increase. The exact same rate. Are you okay
Come
now?
on, you know this one, Matthew. You can't get an angle from a curved adjacent.
Right, but you can make a tangent, and that's close enough.
What tangent?
Make a tangent.
Where at?
What?
A tangent to a curved surface.
A tangent?
Where?
That's begging the question. A curved surface is what you're attempting to prove, you dumbass.
He was saying
Right.
it's not possible. I'm saying if we did have a curved
you got
surface,
a new
it would
argument.
be possible.
So you're going to have to make a new argument, dumbass.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't making an argument.
Tangent. Yeah, you weren't making an argument. You never do. You're a dumb fuck.
Well, that's not true. I'm not dumb.
Yeah, no, you're a dumb fuck. You don't know what right angle triangles are. Want to go through that again?
Yeah, they're.
We'll do it
they have
for
a
the
right angle.
5,000th time, you dumb fucking moron. Shut up. Bushinator. He's chat skanking a whole bunch in here. Come off mute. I don't think T-Dub is going to like your position right here of chat skanking with that VCing. Bushinator, you'd fail third grade general science. I already told you that. You're done. T-Dub.
I don't think he heard you because he's on deafen, and Crit is on deafen also.
T-Dub. We have chat skanking without VCing. Oh, we got DJ in here.
Bushinator, step right up. You're the next contestant on The Price is Wrong, Bob. Why is Bushinator scared? Scared of what?
Scared of making a fool of himself.
Well, he'd have to have an ability to make such a qualitative assessment. So, he's top left, just under McToon. You got, that's the thing about being stupid. You can be too stupid to know how stupid you are.
That's stupid.
Yeah, there's my good friend Kruger wrote a thesis about it. And Dunning. Globies, come out to play. Yay! Yoo-hoo, Bob, that's a 4 Eisen. You ought to know with your block-ass head. Blockhead, I make sure nobody thought I said something else.
Yo,
Oh,
Kiwi, are
what
you
the
talking?
fuck? Hey, Kiwi, what the? I knew it. I dropped out twice because of this shit. I knew I was.
What? What's up?
We couldn't hear shit. We heard you in the background. And,
He's the type of artist that'll listen to his own greatest hits.
Hey, shut the fuck up. I'm listening to Phil Bellin. Can you hear that?
yeah, it sounded like you were talking.
Yeah, I was talking on the numpty clips, but you guys shouldn't be able to hear that shit.
Definitely could. I thought something was wrong with my speakers.
You heard everything, man. Your shit's all on the freaking half, man.
I was just playing a video. Everything was going slow in here. I thought I'd review his dumb fuckery.
It was playing. I thought it was like playing inside my brain. I was like,
It
that was
was.
crazy.
I thought I had my volume.
No, your mic was open. I saw you flashing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought there was something wrong on my side.
We should play that some bitch in as an effigy to the fuckwit.
Play it.
Do it.
Nah, it won't come. It shouldn't come through that well.
Goodbye is too good a word, babe.
What was that bullshit with Flatsy? What did you say?
I said QE is the type of artist that likes to listen to his own greatest hits.
Oh.
Hey, I mean, that's not funny at all.
Don't act like that wasn't accurate.
I listen to Numpty clips every time I'm feeling down a little bit.
Yeah,
It
but
was there.
your numpty clips are your greatest hits.
Yeah, it was there. I was going through what I had up in my tabs. I said, well, fuck, no one's saying something. Well, let's throw this on the fucking line.
But here's the thing, though. You all also always make us listen to your numpty clips.
I don't make you listen to them. You don't have
Well,
to listen to them.
no. You know, I'm not saying you make us like you're like twisting our arm or anything, but like you suggest that we listen to them a lot. So it is very apparent. You actually demonstrate that you are an artist that likes to listen to his greatest hits.
I think you should listen to them. You might learn something.
You don't think I have? Or do you mean you as in the royal you?
Royal you?
I agree. You will learn something if you listen to the numpty clips. It's pretty much everything you always hear from Globers. Always.
Well-defined classics. It's got the greatest hits. It's got all your big names. It's like Johnny Cash doing his artistic rendition with Flatsy Clang. You know.
Or Flatsy Cline. You mean Patsy Cline?
Oh yeah, Patsy. Yeah. I like
What's
the
the difference,
Matrix.
right?
It's blended. It's the Matrix and the not Matrix is blended so well together
Just,
for me.
you're just, blowing up my ego. That's okay. I'll be out of commission for a second. I got a lot to carry in. I've got homemade bread, like sourdough bread, and no, just a bunch of water because I went to my friend Wesley's house to get a bunch of
Egos.
no egos.
Women don't have egos, do they?
Yes, they do.
Interesting.
Don't act like you don't have an ego.
I mean, if you don't have one, how would you conceive of a soup sandwich on what was it, the sausage balls?
What? You just mixed two
Yeah,
things
sausage
together.
ball soup sandwich. I would never conceive of it. It takes
Yeah, but
an ego, a little free spirit.
you're just combining two different things together. Normally, listen, into the break, I like hearing you monologue. If it's just you monologuing, sometimes
I
I'll be
didn't
okay
mean
with
to
listening in.
diss the cooking.
But
My bad.
you'll monologue when you shouldn't sometimes, and it sounds like you're just talking to yourself.
Yeah, it's because there's people. I'm talking to people in chat, and then I'm trying to draw them out.
Don't try to justify your behavior, okay? Just own up to it. You talk to yourself. We get it.
Hey, if I had soup sandwiches on supply, it would be a different story. I'll give you that.
It's not soup sandwich. It's soup and sandwich.
Ooh, really? You're going to put your cards on the table?
No, it's a soup sandwich, and that's what you are.
Soup and sandwich.
My favorite kind of soup is soup du jour.
It's soup sandwich. That's what Matthew is too. You want me to show you? Matthew, does perspective exist for you globetards?
Perspective describes how things appear. So yes, as things get farther, they should get smaller.
No, not for you.
No?
Mm-mm.
But I'm driving in a car. If a car is smaller, it's farther.
Nope, it doesn't. Not for you. You know why?
I can't imagine why. No.
Because on a globetard with a radius of 3959 miles with your eye at the waterline, a 6-foot-high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles due to the Earth's curvature.
Yeah.
Conversely, shut up. Conversely, on a flat plane with your eye at the waterline, a 6-foot-high boat will disappear from view at 3 miles due to the boat reaching the angular resolution limit of the human eye at 0.02 degrees. Uh-oh. Looks like we got a dumb fuck rooster in the hen house. So which one is causing the boat to disappear from view at 3 miles? You got
if it depends how big the boat is.
I didn't ask you.
Oh, you didn't? Okay, sorry.
We have 3 choices. Yeah. Number 1. The combination of perspective and Earth curvature. Number 2, Earth curvature. Number 3, perspective. Using simple logic, we can roll out number 1. If we can roll out number 1, sorry. The combination of perspective and Earth curvature, whilst knowing with absolute certainty that you already admitted to, that perspective exists. We can roll out number 2, Earth curvature. Watch how I do this. If Earth curvature and perspective were both at play, the 6-foot-tall boat would be unresolvable at 1.8 miles. Earth curve would remove the bottom 2.16 feet of the boat, thereby rendering the remaining 3.84 feet of the boat unresolvable because it has breached the angular resolution limit of the human eye, which is at 0.02 degrees. At 3.84 feet of the boat is at 0.23 degrees. 0.23 degrees. Therefore, Earth curvature is dreamland, apparitional fantasy, and moron globetards hijack simple perspective and called it Earth curve. The end. That's the end of the globetard spinning space monkey religion. Right there. Simple. It's all over. Right there with that argument. It kills it.
Yes, you're saying a 6-foot-high boat would be too small to see due to angular resolution at a certain distance. I could buy that.
At the same distance that the boat is supposed to disappear from view due to Earth's curvature. Same thing. Same.
I gotta go, guys. Oh,
see you later, Flatsy.
Steve, maybe later on tonight.
Thanks, Flatsy.
Yeah, you guys take care.
See if Matthew can figure it out on his own. Matthew, given those facts, what factor is happening that would cause it to be that it can't just be Earth curvature?
The angular resolution of our eyesight at 0.02 degrees.
Yeah, nope.
Because we can't see. No,
there's no rebuttal. It's all over.
Yeah,
that was
so
the
correct answer.
When I said the end.
Yeah.
That's what I fucking meant.
Got it. You weren't looking for a response. Got it.
That was the Nintendo system got the plug.
There is
power
no
plug
fucking
pulled up.
response to this argument. It's not in fact, it's not an argument. It's absolute facts.
Yeah, the appropriate response is realization, basically.
Yeah, there is no. Did you think this was an argument?
The fact is, Matthew, that you didn't get right is that they're compounding factors. So they would cause the boat to disappear sooner if both were at play. And since you've already staked your claim in a model that doesn't include that, you self-sacrificed your ideas.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I thought that was obvious. I guess not. It's all over there, folks. That's just one of about 100, but that one does it all by itself.
Now one of the main reasons why the average Glober can't think about this clearly is because they imagine objects receding into the distance as a whole object, where it's either going to be disappearing total or not in total based on angular size change, where they think that if you have physical obstruction, it can disappear partly. But if you have optical loss, it's not going to disappear partly. It's going to disappear as a total or not, which is false. Gotcha. Any portion of the object that occupies where the propagation angles and the reception angles fall below your reception limit,
yes,
you
sir,
will not be able to resolve it. Any portion. So if the bottom portion happens to occupy that range, you're not going to see it.
Yeah. What do they think? The boat's going to disappear top down?
Well, I've heard him say it's just gonna disappear, like completely. Like it's not gonna gradually disappear bottom up. It's just gonna like all of a sudden just not be there. Like there it is and there it ain't.
Yeah, there it is. Oh, they're fucking morons.
Well, I did go on Geo's question and answer with McToon before he went on the sort of extravaganza, his grift travel. And I asked him, where is perspective included in celestial navigation? And what he told me was that it's in the trigonometric function.
No. Where is angular size change with distance in Earth curvature mathematics? It's not there. Not in celestial navigation.
He said it in the trigonometry. It's like so redundant. It's like you snatched his own wig off.
He fucking doesn't know what trigonometry is. That's a stupid fucking question. So, where is perspective, period, with globetards? How do they account for perspective? They can't. Zero. They can't do it. But of course, everyone that can fog a mirror knows that perspective, one of the main attributes of perspective is angular size change with distance terrestrially. That's an important point, by the way. Terrestrially. You can't. That's one point. Here's another point that I heard Matthew fuck up recently. The angular size change with celestial objects, that's a false equivalence fallacy. Why? Because angular size change with distance is definitely a part of perspective terrestrially. Who says it is celestially?
I do.
Exactly.
Well, because you're a fucking moron. And what would give you mandate or warrant to say that?
Because it looks like the moon is a physical object and perspective applies to physical objects.
No, it doesn't. Perspective applies to mediums and what you're looking through. As part of it. It's not solely, but it's part of it. Yeah? Doesn't have anything to do with whether an object's physical or not, you fucking retard. The fuck does that have anything to do with what I just said?
It just seems like the moon should be getting smaller if it's farther.
It seems like it should be. Why?
Because it looks like a physical object in the
No,
air.
that's dumb fuck. I just said it's dumb fuck. Another reason. Why?
Because I'm unaware of anything that doesn't follow the law of perspective.
Terrestrially.
Well, anywhere. Why do you limit it?
Terrestrially.
Terrestrially
You see
and
movies.
everywhere.
You see movies in movie theaters.
Into the break. I don't need your help. Terrestrially. What does
Right.
that have to do with celestially? Wouldn't that be a false equivalence?
No, it's just that why would you artificially limit it to terrestrial?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. The answer's not no. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the answer. Yes. What's the medium between us and the moon?
Mostly empty space.
Empty. Like, no, I didn't ask you what was the fucking define the space between your ears. I said, what is the medium between us and the celestial objects?
Some atmosphere and then empty space.
Atmosphere is a paradox. That's a dumb fuck answer.
Some air, then empty space.
Empty space? No, we're not talking about in between your ears. What's the medium between us and celestial objects? So gas, okay, I can give you that. Gas and what?
Gas. I call it gas.
Gas and what?
Nothing else, just gas.
Nothing else. Confirm that. Citation, please.
I haven't seen anything else, so I don't know of anything else I could put.
So we got the moon at, what's the moon's distance from us?
I think it's more than 200,000 miles.
200, that you think. That's a dumb fuck answer. It's a dumb fuck way to state it, that you think. That's non sequitur. So 200,000 miles. How far is your fairy tale atmosphere?
It gradually fades, but once you get past 10 miles, it's pretty thin.
So
100 miles.
So 1/10 of your fuckwit paradox. So what's the other 9/10?
The just maybe 10% or 5% of the atmosphere.
9/10. What's the other 9/10? Focus on my question.
9/10 of the atmosphere, or the distance?
No, just shut the fuck up.
I don't understand your question.
Shut up, because you're a moron. That's why. Fuck. So, in conclusion, it's a false equivalence fallacy at its base. Right? That's it. You're confusing terrestrial to terrestrial observations with terrestrial to celestial observations. Non sequitur. False equivalence. He didn't get it, Platter. And into the break, he didn't understand that part. Shocking surprise. Of course, it was his own fucking claim. Oh my God. I know. Let's have a spelling contest.
All right, I'm up.
Go ahead, AI. Start off with the spelling contest. Your first word.
No. My first word is spinbarkeet.
I made the best call.
All right, my first word is two. Spell two.
No, just because you're at the table doesn't.
TWO.
Yeah, just because you're at the table doesn't mean you have to play.
Have to speak. He's at the
Or
kids'
do you,
table.
or do you have to play?
No, he's
Is
at
that
the
what you're
kids'
saying,
table.
Matthew?
No, he's at the kids' table for the third fucking time. Take a breath.
We gotta play. You don't have a choice. You have to play. You chose 2.
No, let's spin back to the angular resolution limit of the human eye and Earth curvature. I'd like to spend a little bit more time there.
Wait, are y'all playing a game? I want to play.
Yeah, we're playing the game of, as a globetard, how can you account for perspective in your worldview?
Things get smaller as they get more
Not
distant.
for you. Not for you. No, they don't.
Yeah, not the moon, not the sun.
Shut the fuck up, Matthew. You fucked it up before. It's somebody else's turn. Not you, Mustaine. No, sir. Nope.
Why not?
Well, because you gave it up because we got a contradiction and a paradox between Earth curvature and perspective. You got to pick one.
Why are you making me choose one over the other?
Because if Earth curvature and perspective were both at play, a 6 foot tall boat at eye level at the waterline would be unresolvable at 1.8 miles. It's not.
Well, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it is.
No,
right?
it's not. Not according to Earth curvature. It's not. That's why. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Geometric curve is what you're.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. That's it.
Well, if you're only going to reference the geometric
horizon, what's that?
That's the horizon. That's the horizon by land.
That's the horizon by land.
Yeah, that's the geometric horizon. That's the horizon. What is it?
Fucking moron, dude. The horizon by land.
It's the horizon by land. That's what it is. You heard it here first.
Is the geometric horizon apparent?
Well, yes.
Are all horizons apparent?
Yes.
Why?
Because of the interaction of our atmosphere and light.
Nope. Citation, please.
Well, you look down the road.
No. Citation, please. No. We're not going on. Citation, please. The horizon is apparent because of light in our atmosphere. Citation, please. You don't get to go past go without with your retard card. Nope. Citation, please. You'd have better luck trying to distill Alexander the Great's tears out of the Euphrates than to cite that shit.
I cite Mirage.
No. You don't fucking Mirage or Horizon, you moron. Not even in your own fairy tale religion. You're fucking just pulling shit out of your ass, making shit up. Waiting for that citation for the horizon is apparent because of light in the atmosphere. Let's see that shit.
Well, also temperature.
Not also. We want that shit first. What the fuck is wrong with your mic, too?
Oh, it's raining. Hold on, let me go on mute.
It's raining in your house? That makes sense. Do you check the pipes above your head?
He told us before that he was in his car and it's raining on the car, and that's what the noise was.
Yeah, he's underwater. In more ways than one.
Listen up, globetard morons. The horizon is apparent because, number one, the horizon is the apparent junction of the earth and sky. The reason why they put apparent in there is because the earth never actually touches the fucking sky in reality. Number one. Number two, in your fairy tale fuckwit religion, the horizon will change its position based on your height. Second reason why it's apparent. Those are the two main reasons. Number three, the horizon will change its position based on fucking weather. Like fog. Number four, the horizon will change its position, mainly the sea horizon, based on tides. That's why it's fucking apparent. Idiots. You don't even know your own religion. Oh, and by the way, under any circumstances, it can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Under any fucking circumstances. How you like me now? It's so easy to kill this globe. It's like child's play. It's like a ranger obstacle course. Dude, I hear Becca. Dude.
It's way easier than a ranger obstacle course.
That's all right. The book's coming out, dude. Just wait. I know we keep telling you, just wait, just wait. When that fucker hits the shelves, it's your ass, man. You're going to be getting Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker putting your dumb asses up against the wall, and you're not ever going to recover. Ever. It's coming. Just wait. I'm just going to sit back, put my feet up, and light up a stogie. And laugh my fucking ass off.
I can't wait for it to be on The View and for Nathan Oakley to be like on The View and like, you know, or when some of these, you know, high hopes for The View, right? But I think it is going to be one of these things because they really want to push all sort of politics towards this topic. They like to label as political opponents the topic. I think it's going to be very interesting.
Shrooms, dude. Get off the shrooms, man. Take a break from the shrooms, then recalculate.
I'm way zero. Yep.
Recompute. Get ready, ball-tarred morons. It's coming.
Well, I want for like the discussion to go with like to Rachel Fowler and to like Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson instead of this low hanging fruit like Professor Dave and like all these sort of influencers that have popped up after Craig. The guy that'll beat up his a homeless man for riding his girlfriend's bike or whatever.
What the fuck?
Well, it's why doesn't the discussion need to be it needs to be had with the sort of subject matter experts.
Michio
The Rachel
Kaku is
Fowler,
low-hanging
yeah,
fruit.
maybe,
Michio Kaku,
but it's
I
higher
don't need your
fruit
help,
than.
dude. I don't need your help. Michio Kaku is low-hanging fruit, dude.
I guess you're right.
There ain't no guessing.
Yeah, you're right.
I know.
I mean, there's a reason why Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson and who's that other? There's another guy. He has like a Mo haircut from the Three Stooges. He's a white guy. None of them will touch it because they're
Brian Cox.
No. He was on that History Channel show with Neil deGrasse and Michio Kaku. There was like 3 of them, and there was a woman too, back in like the mid 2000s. How the World Will End or whatever that show was that they had. None of them will touch it. They would be vanquished so quickly. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson publicly said he will never discuss the topic ever in public with anybody.
They'll
That's
sooner
low-hanging
put
fruit.
a Bigfoot aficionado or an Area 51 UFO researcher, wouldn't they?
I'm inclined to believe in Bigfoot. Fuck it. I mean,
Oh
an
gosh.
animal
Oh
that
gosh. Okay, just
Why?
boom. I'm giving the Men in Black
An
red
animal that
flash.
lives in the
I'm not.
middle
I
of
was
the
never
American
here.
wilderness? Shocker. Who cares? I'm not saying I've ever seen one or have a story about Bigfoot, but dude, the United States is huge. Like, think about how much of Montana has never had modern United States citizens step foot on. If there's some animal out there that we haven't seen, that wouldn't surprise anybody, would it? But I got yelled at by Steve for saying I
I
believe in
suppose it
Great
is speculation Sunday. Let it all out.
Oh yeah, it is. Anyway, what's up, guys? I haven't been on fucking Discord in like a month.
Yeah, you should probably cut down on some of the Bigfoot YouTubes or whatever you're listening to. Just a little bit.
Into the break is telling me to cut back
They're
on
like
something.
they're like Reddit stories or whatever.
No, I mean, just from a common sense perspective, there's a lot of open woods in the United States, and there might be animals
Okay,
that
come on. I
we
don't want to
haven't
have this
seen. Who
discussion.
cares?
Come on.
I'm not saying Bigfoot is a fucking alien or that Bigfoot has
All right,
can
well,
like
you want to talk about the Zapruder film? Let's talk about the actual photographic evidence then.
The what now?
The photographic evidence then.
I think Bigfoot might actually be blurry. Like when you look at him, you can't actually look at him
Now
in
it's a
focus. That's
joke.
why he's
Now it's
blurry in
so
all his pictures.
funny. It's hilarious. See, that should give you the clue.
That's Mitch Hedberg. I think Bigfoot is actually blurry.
Well, yeah, now we have 200 million people with cell phones with high definition cameras, and we still haven't caught Bigfoot. I think that's
there's some footage of him that somebody caught from the train.
Nah, you haven't been on the YouTube. Like they're seeing like shadows and like the trees and stuff, and like they're skinwalkers. They're all kinds of cryptids, bro.
It could be demons. Shit.
I would say it's probably more that than these other sort of things, or it's just an owl or a hawk.
No, people got to realize, like for real, spiritual attacks.
You've never been stalked by a hawk?
You just brought this.
You got a dog walking around with you?
Hey Matthew, you're a teacher. You want to go ahead and calculate the probability of Bigfoot?
Sure. I would estimate 0.1%, something like that.
I think Bigfoot's like a 60% chance, but all statistics are made up on the spot.
It's a chance, Baxi.
Yeah, there's something that creeps in the night. What it is, that's up to your imagination. I mean, why wouldn't you just like know that it's an owl looking at these other animals? There's some predation that does happen on bodies, and it's unexplainable. The animal would have to be 10 times larger than the
And why?
proposed size. Why? Because the bite and the claw marks.
Oh, that's into the break talking.
It was most
Maybe I'm
probably
silly.
a UFO that brought down the Bigfoot to do the the goat or cow sort of autopsies around the area of the crop circles.
Yeah. Oh. I had a flat Earth conversation at work today. It got brought up. This topic, man, like people don't even like when a quote unquote Glober like mentions it, even if they're just like in the kitchen wherever you're working at, they have a quiver when they mention it. They're afraid because they know that there's a flat earther. Like you never flat earthers are like spiders, man. You're never more than fucking 50 feet away from one if you really think about it. Like it's yeah, we're everywhere, and it got mentioned today. And I got hit with the classic, well, the sun is a sphere and the moon is a sphere. I'm like, how is the moon a
Well,
sphere,
why
bro?
don't you walk me through how was it actually presented today? Like, what was their discussion?
Oh, okay, yeah. Because
What was it? Politics that brought them like
semi
I mean,
politics.
since
Yeah.
you're going through the story, you might as well just start from the beginning.
I mean, it was, dude. It was such a. It was like a, a
No,
2
go on.
minute.
You're about to just yeah. I know it's cool. No, this is interesting. I want to talk to you about it, but just I need to know more details. So play it out.
My coworker, he was worried. Well, I don't want to say he was worried and put words in his mouth, but he thought it was strange how the United States is trying to acquire Greenland. And he goes, I wonder if NASA knows something that we don't know, and that's why they're trying to get Greenland and they're like building bunkers and shit. And I kind of like, I just went, so I said, why are you worried about science?
It's like yeah, he knows that you're into stuff like that. He's like,
No, not at all. We never.
Not even.
No, I'm professional at work, dude. Work's not Discord. I don't talk about anything. If a topic gets brought up, I'll put my opinion on that topic.
Yeah.
But I don't bring up anything at work. It's work.
So I'm just relating to you. Like, so he just like said this thing. It was like he's going to bring up this point of contention in politics right now that is so perfectly pertaining to your expertise of knowledge.
Well, no, I think he was.
Go on.
He was sitting down, he was scrolling on his phone because, well, we're both sous chefs, and I don't know what the rest of the country is. I'm in the Southeast. We've been getting just rain all day today. I was even surprised that the restaurant opened. But I mean, so from like 12 to like 5 o'clock, we had 0 customers, 0 reservations, nothing. So we were just like, bullshitting, making meatballs and preparing other things and cleaning and more or less like we were just getting paid to sit there on our phones. I felt bad for the servers because they're sitting there like just staring at the window, like losing their minds because they're there for free. But he was scrolling through his phone and he goes, "Man, I wonder what's up with this Greenland shit." I didn't say anything.
Wait, I just gotta say,
and then he goes,
you should tell the servers to get a new job.
Well, there was only one
Yeah, if
server in
they're
there.
complaining, I didn't want to say anything, but can we talk about the dining after we get through the story, please?
The what?
No, go through your story.
In other words, we had nothing to do. He's sitting there on his phone. I was making meatballs or I was doing something. And he just blurted out loud, "What the fuck is up with this Greenland shit?" He's a black guy, just by the way. And I didn't say anything. And he goes, "Man, I wonder if NASA know. And he's talking out loud, saying all this. He's kind of more or less just talking to it because it's only me and him back there, and so he's just more or less just talking out loud, like, man, I wonder if NASA knows something that we don't know, and like they're trying to like buy Greenland to like build bunkers or blah blah blah. And that's when I kind of said, "Oh, why you think something from this? You think a rock from the sky is going to hit the Earth?" He goes, he mentions he mentions the firmament. He goes, well, no, the firmament's supposed to like block stuff.
Oh yeah. No, this is out there though. Like the bad flat Earth is out there, but it's out there nonetheless.
Yeah, dude, because I've been at this job. I started there in the very beginning of March. I've been there for a little bit of a month, every single day. Like, I see. I'm never going to bring this up.
I think there's a lot of I think there's a lot of movies and science fiction shows that have come out recently that have that as a key plot point. There being a protective barrier above the planet.
Yeah, like Silo, like some of the best, like Silo and now Severance ended, and these are very much flat Earth psychological
they had a show
thrillers.
called Under the Dome like a couple years ago. Yeah, it's all just nonsense.
Yeah, and there was that one before that, but that one was like sort of like didn't have it had like some like cult following, right? But now something like Severance, this is a flat Earth psychological thriller,
Yeah,
and it has now made its transcendence into the mainstream.
Right, but that Under the Dome show, that shit was popular. I didn't know what the fuck flat Earth was. They didn't.
Yeah, I mean that's on Netflix too. Yeah, there's a lot of it's teased
like,
about in film a lot.
If you know, you know. Like if you know, like what? Yeah, you can pick up on it if you know the topic. But if you don't know the topic, none of that shit means anything.
No, but it's funny. It's like he was saying this stuff year around to hear him. So he's trying to gauge like what is your interaction with this sort of topic, and he could be there to kind of friend or show you. Maybe
No, he
he's a
didn't care that
honeypot
much.
himself.
He didn't care that
Maybe he'll
much.
try to, but you're the one to make the judgment on that. But it is a representation of this topic being put out there in more ways than one, where somebody could take some kind of census data on it and it's like, you think the Earth is flat? It's like, well, maybe this person wouldn't say that it's flat, but he would be like,
He was also high. He was
I'm just
stoned.
questioning cosmology at this point because I've never been presented with a choice. You
No, he
know,
said
that's
he's
sort of
working
like
with flat Earth
I have a
before.
choice now? Wow.
No, because I said, I like to, and I don't know if Kiwi's still listening. He'll yell at me when I say it, but like, he goes, I like to go down rabbit holes with certain things. I said, oh yeah, me too. I like to go down rabbit holes. Just trying to get on his level. He has he knows what flat Earth is. He's not unaware of the flat Earth argument. Like I said,
but he's probably got a lot more crazy ideas than I look at the dictionary definition of level and it says horizontal condition, and I'm good with that. But he sort of has some other notions.
I tried to tiptoe my way around like an elevation angle, but the thing is, I'm not going to work to teach somebody about geometry, so I'm not. I wasn't. But he's receptive. He's
it's more hilarious to just hear sort of like, your takes. Tell me your crazy conspiracy theories. Like, because most of these normies, they have the craziest of conspiracy theories. So on your best day, you should be talking them down. Talk them off that ledge. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, you're kind of crazy. Like, you should recognize, like what all these systems are meant for and made for. And like, maybe don't be like so scared of the whole thing put together as much as like scared at like individual pieces, because you can individually identify those and then you can just fix it.
Now, on my best day,
And it's a lot easier, and it's nothing to be scared of. So that's what I spend my time doing when someone wants to talk to me about this topic
Yeah, but
or
I'm at
another
work.
topic
I
or
don't.
something like that.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, I'm at work, so like, I don't care about flat Earth. I'm more interested in figuring out how to get a better sear on our swordfish.
Well, that is part of it.
No, it's just all
So,
I was
so
really
when you
getting at
no,
was
because they know to
no
come to
flat Earth.
you, so he was obviously coming to you, and you
Yeah, he
just
was
tell him,
coming to
"Hey,
me. He was
calm
just
down." You know, when you did that, I'm
no.
actually I'm encouraging you because you said, "Hey, you think the asteroid's going to come down on your head?" And it's like, oh, and then it's like, yeah, it's a little bit humorous, all the try to propaganda that they try to put on you, and you don't understand the terms that they're using. And it's like we can actually just understand some of this stuff, just the same way we understand the shipments, how we have to get these things, these fresh ingredients here on time. We have to sell this much, you know.
I don't work on a farm, bro. I'm not selling chickens. If
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
doing it,
you
so that's
don't
cool.
sell you don't
Let me
sell
get a
the
couple
salmon.
chickens.
Yeah, I know you're not working on the farm. You're buying from the farm to
No, we don't.
sell. You're yeah. Well, you just bring it from. It's fresh frozen, right? Jeez, I was trying to give you some benefit of the doubt. Haven't you seen that movie Hunger?
Dude, our shit probably comes from Publix. Like, I have a conspiracy about the swordfish.
Oh,
I
you want
was
to talk
looking at
about the conspiracy of the slop and how it just made for the greater masses? But then you can have like an intention made meal where you have individual preferences met.
Yeah, like
You know, with like sashimis. You want to talk about the difference in food? You want to talk about architecture, brutalism?
see, this is where I have
Talk
the
about it
disconnect
all.
with you, like now you're gonna start like you're gonna try to segue into like something that has nothing to do with anything.
Well, it has to do with everything. But go on. Like
Well,
I'm
yeah, in
on
your
your side
mind, I
here.
mean, you connect sandcastles and tomato soup, and like, oh, look at I'm gonna connect this dot to this dot. Like,
Hey, Vaxi,
Yeah, you could work for
you
Mr.
think you made a
Beast
new
and
friend?
do some YouTube thing with that, like Fonzie jumping the sharks, but it's like tomato soup and a sandcastle or whatever you're saying.
Vaxi, you think you got a new work buddy or what?
is this Rigger?
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, dude? I can't never not hear that accent. What's up, pal? How you doing? Huey went on mute. He doesn't want to hear us. What were you saying, Rigger? I didn't hear you.
God, I was asking, like, you got like a new work buddy. Common ground, right?
Yeah. But well, the thing is, like 2 weeks ago, he just he blurts things like, and how can I word this? Okay, something that we receive from the time we're born to the time we die. He has questions about those things that we get. You know, but he said that when like when we were busy. He was just he he's stoned all the time. He's always like, if we get a free moment, he's gonna go outside and hit his vape or smoke a like whatever. So he's always kind of like he's very chilled, laid back. He's receptive to shit.
He's just the worst coworker you could ever have.
Well, no, he's my boss technically. I'm under him. Like he's.
Oh boy! Now there's other problems presenting themselves.
Well, see, in a kitchen, there's a chain of command. Like I'm a sous chef. He's a sous chef too, but it's I don't know how it works in the military, but it's like a sergeant and a staff sergeant, right? So like he's still because the general's the head chef, which I haven't even met her. So I'm really.
Well, technically, fuck that.
Fuck what? Chain of command
Not
is
unusual.
important.
Totally not unusual.
Yeah, I would not let my superior be dozed off further than you are paid, or the respect that you're given.
No. Dozed off isn't appropriate to say. This restaurant, like where I'm working, like it just opened in June, so it's coming right up on its first year. And you know how restaurants are, like the first year that this place that a place is open, it's like a 98% fail rate. Restaurants are made and broken in their first year.
Get that money up front, and with you cook on the back end, it's like, yeah, I don't need nobody to come in. I'm just getting paid.
No, see, my attitude is I want, like, because the place has good atmosphere. It's built into an old movie theater, and the people that owned it, they've had the building for like 20 years, and before that, it was just a cheese store. And then this other restaurant in the next town, that chef from that successful restaurant, like, so the name is like split between what it was called before and what the other restaurant's called. Well, I'm not going to say the name because I'm not doxing myself, but let's just say it's like
Yeah, I mean, no, it's tasty. It's a good, nice restaurant. It's a nice, classy place.
no. Well, it like it appears that way when you walk in. It's very
Classy
dark.
place with down
It's an
home vibes, nice prices for affordable folks.
Oh no, this shit's expensive. Like we're at like the average price for like an entree is like, well, but see, I live in the deep south too, so like my prices, what I find expensive is not going to be the same as California or Boston. But the average price for an entree is $28. Very small portions, claimed to be high end, but it's really not. Yeah, it's
Oof.
expensive.
That's
That's why I just left that. This is a classy place. You don't have to be like, oh, it's all regional. It's like, no, it's like, because there is in your town a place that you can go and it's $100 a plate. Real, like, if you want to do that.
Not anywhere in my state. Not in Alabama.
Oh, probably some sushi place. You can go buy some Kobe. Kobe.
What are you
Kobe
cooking?
and some Kobe and maybe some tuna. What is it?
Kobe,
tuna
like
chicken.
beef?
Yeah, it's Kobe.
You're thinking of Wagyu. Kobe is just like any cow born in Japan could be called Kobe beef.
Oh yeah, Wagyu. Yeah. Wagyu too.
Yeah, but Wagyu is a completely different type of species. Like what they do is like the cow, they feed it a high fat diet from the time
Well, the
it's
Wagyu
nursing.
it's not a Kobe. That's specific. So the Wagyu is a specific type of breed of cow.
Well, yeah, but it's all from Japan. So, like I said, any cow from Japan can technically be called Kobe or whatever.
Oh, you know Jin, right? I love to talk to Jin about this stuff. He knows about the Kobayashi.
I was so shocked that I found out Jin was a black guy. Because I was like listening to Jin, like, well, I mean, I've known Jin for probably like 2.5 years now. But the first time
years.
I ever heard him talk,
He just came back. He apparently, because didn't hear from Jin for like a year, and it was like, oh, like somebody had hacked into his Discord and he couldn't get into the Discord, and then finally he went on his like son's Discord to get back into his Discord. Now he has Discord on his phone again. Like he's old school, you know what I mean? This guy's an HVAC kind of guy.
in Japan.
And you had to ask his son, and it's like, damn, Jen. Well, I'm glad you're back, brother. You know.
Dude, I feel like I've known Jin for like 2 years at least. Yeah, I mean, he may have disappeared for a while, whatever. That's everybody.
But he's a fascinating person. He has a life story.
Yeah. Yeah, the first couple times I talked to Jin, I thought like I pictured like Captain Price from Call of Duty in my mind, like because of his accent. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, you know how Jin talks. And then I saw because I think for like, one time his profile picture was like
that's good
like
energy.
Yeah, but then when he changed his profile picture to him, like he's a bald old black guy. Like shit, that was not because he was also talking about like, I just
I think he is the guy in the Metal Gear Solid game.
Yeah, I've never played Metal Gear Solid.
You thought he was Snake? What? From Metal Gear Solid? Into the break.
But yeah.
Yeah, holy shit. How'd you get that?
Dude, you need to stop microdosing, man.
Yeah.
So
these are full doses, bro.
So you're just like taking shrooms and shit like 24/7.
24/7. Yeah, no, calm down.
I just looked up prices around. I haven't been out to eat in a long time. I don't go out to restaurants. But what'd you say it was 21 an entree?
Yeah.
28.
Yeah, that would be like cheap. That would be like cheap here. I just looked up a place. It's like fucking $38 for fucking pan-seared chicken.
Yeah, but you're also, you're 5 minutes from the garden and shit. Like completely different world.
How do you know I'm 5 minutes from the garden, dude? You've been stalking me?
Oh, I thought this was Ritter.
No, it's India.
Oh no, man. The fuck? I don't sound like.
Yeah, I am 5 minutes from the garden. I'm not gonna tell you what direction.
Who plays in the garden?
That's a pretty good.
I'm about
a pretty high
11.
price.
It's an 8-minute walk to the garden.
Who plays in the garden?
Boston Celtics.
Park is yard in the Harvard, or Park is car in the Harvard yard.
Fucking flat.
No, sure. Park the car in the Harvard yard right next to the bar.
Park the car in the Harvard yard. Anytime a Southerner tries to sound like
that's a $28 suit.
They end up sounding like they're from England.
Park the car in the Harvard yard. Come on, man.
No, park.
Park the car.
Yeah, park it. Like, park it over there. Like, it's not hard.
Damon.
Come on, that was good. Well, was that not good, or did it still sound Southern?
No,
it was
way Southern. Wait, you can't drag it out. You gotta say it quick.
Fuck the guy. I can't do it.
Right, see, Flatsy, we're from the same area. Like, I have people doing Massachusetts impressions to me all the time that are like, from Montgomery. Like,
fuck the guy in the Harvard yard.
Yeah, you guys just sound like you sound like an autistic person from like Brighton.
Stop making fun of me, Wags. It's okay. I'm just kidding. I can take it.
No, you're good.
I will give it too. So just beware. You gonna get it back.
Okay, so Flats, like around like where we live, like $28 to go sit down in a restaurant, like per plate, 28 to like 45 is expensive.
Yeah.
That's like Roadhouse prices.
Sorry, I like to cook at home too much, so when it comes to eating out, that ain't happening a lot. So we're gonna eat in, and I'm gonna cook it, and I promise you, it is gonna be so good because I cook so good, so well. I cook so good.
Didn't you see that Hunger movie? The Hunger, where it was like he was the great chef, and he put the ramen packets to make the brisk.
I usually don't use, but I usually don't. Hold on, I usually don't
use the ramen packets.
I don't use those. I just use the noodles, and I make my own. I make my own like ramen soup. So I don't.
Oh hell yeah!
I don't use the packet of the ramen if I have to buy the regular ramen.
You could
and
just
I
buy
still
the
don't.
bouillon cubes too. You don't have to buy fucking ramen. That's expensive.
I know,
bouillon
right.
cubes.
Yeah, you can make your own ramen soup like that with your noodles and stuff. So I like getting those noodles because they're so easy to make, super quick. I love my Instant Pot because I make any noodles anywhere on the earth. I can make all of them in 4 minutes or less.
Well, the point of what I was saying was this was a great like artisan chef. And here was somebody's last meal, and he just gave him ramen packet soup. Why? Because they wouldn't know the difference.
MSG is good for you.
MSG make you love long time.
I eat MSG every day.
I either fry.
MSG tastes good. Ooh, yummy,
I either-
yummy for belly.
Okay, hush.
It's
Okay,
MSG
I
make
either
everything taste better.
listen. I either fry or boil eggs to go in my ramen. Like at least fried or boiled. That's gonna happen. If they're
What I do is I
fried,
crack mine. It like when I have my
MSG
ramen
is
in the pot.
yummy.
you're not letting
I
me
just
finish.
Sorry.
That's fine. I'm saying if I fry them, I only fry them to medium so that the yolk will drip down pretty thick into the sauce, and it'll be like kind of a thick, like saucy type of soup, if that makes sense.
And Splatzy just passed the vibe check because that's how you can tell if somebody actually knows how to cook. If they know the difference between a soft, an over easy and a medium. There's a difference. If you don't know that difference, you really don't know what you're talking about. Exactly, I could tell.
Yes,
Yeah,
I love cooking
that's
eggs.
very important.
Yeah, I can cook eggs any way you want them. I love eggs any way they come. Literally love them. It doesn't matter what kind of egg it is. I'm gonna love
Oh,
it.
you know how to make stir fry rice? Use day old rice.
Why do
You
you
have to
keep
use
talking
boiled
about
rice.
Chinese food into the break? Good grief.
Put MSG, yum yum for tummy.
Yeah, my wife is looking at me crazy because of you into
Hey,
the
I'm
break.
Asian. Calm down. I'm Asian Jewish. Calm down.
Yeah, she heard that. She's smiling now, so you good. You're lucky.
You're Asian Jewish.
Into the break. Why do you have to use day old rice? Why is day old white rice mandatory for
I don't
fried
want to talk
rice?
about it.
Because it's
I would have
dried
bought you're
out.
Asian, not Asian.
No, it's already cooked, but it's dried out since it's sat in the fridge. That way, when you fry it, it's going to fry. It's not gonna. If you were to just make white rice and then try to turn it into fried rice, it's gonna turn into fucking mashed potato mush, like just absolute trash. It has to be day old because each individual grain of rice is hard. That way, like when you throw it into the pan and you start frying it with the egg and stuff, it stays. It doesn't turn into mashed potato.
Aren't noodles super bad for you? Like the way they make them is just they make them with engine
Make
oil.
your own. Make your own. Make your own noodles. It's so
Noodles is
easy,
literally
simple.
flour, water, and egg. And
Flour,
then you
water,
just-
egg. Flour,
Yeah,
water,
and-
egg. Okay.
Wait, is that Neil? Yeah, because Neil's trying
can
to. You're trying to
actually-
do some survival
You
shit.
can actually just do flour and egg to make egg noodles. You can also just use water and flour and make whatever noodles you want to also.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
I
All
can link
pasta
obesity in the West to
it-
feminism.
all pasta is boiled dough.
If you make it yourself, it's better, and you know that you made it with the care and love that you're giving it to you're serving it to the people you love. So I'm making dinner for people I love, and I will make sure my food represents that.
Amen.
How about it's just better for you?
Love has
Even
nothing
if
to
it's
do with
And it's
food.
cheaper.
Even if it's just the simplest thing that you can make. I make my home burger helper, but I do everything so well. Like in this, I don't know. I put so much effort into such a simple task, if that makes sense. So I do care so much, and I let my caring and love come through in my food. That's just the way I
Yeah,
am.
food is a representation of your social status. That's all it is. Because
She
when
just
you
said
have
home burger
enough,
helper.
you
why do we eat it?
never can sustain
That makes
your
no
hunger.
No, home burger
You
helper
gotta watch
makes
this
sense. But
movie.
I prefer spaghetti and meatballs.
Well, spaghetti with meatballs is great, but I'm saying those little, those hamburger helpers that you can get at the store, right?
Yeah.
I can make it cheaper at home, homemade. Like I know how to make, and we call it home burger helper. So not hamburger
Hold on,
helper,
did you
home
say
burger helper.
spaghetto? Spaghetto is like
Spaghetto.
Kraft macaroni and cheese and sliced up
spaghetto.
hot dogs with ketchup. That's
No, spaghetto.
that's spaghetto and meatballs.
That's
No,
comfort
spaghetti
food.
No, spaghetti is you boil a pack of ramen noodles, drain it, put it in a bowl, open up a can of ragu, dump it on there, pour grated cheese on it, and you got spaghetti.
You can make these things much
Mine is I
better
make
and
white
cheaper.
rice and then I pour green tea over top of pickled plums and rice.
I haven't. No,
Dude, I can't take that fucking train
Into the
wreck.
break. Good grief.
I invented spaghetti and meatballs when I was like 12. I haven't eaten it since then.
I've been muted into the. I need to be muted sometimes, so I don't blame anyone for muting me. But absolutely mute me if you need to, even if it's funny. Sometimes it's funny just to mute me in the middle of a sentence. You could do it now. I'm just kidding. Don't do it. But anyways, sometimes I need to be muted.
I mean, his disconnection is getting farther and farther apart.
How long
It's
has the
because
microdose been going?
it's because he's talking to himself. He's not talking to other people. It's like all of the things that he says over the mic are things that could just be said to himself. Like they leave no room for you to comment.
He's not listening. He's high on something.
You're tripping in.
Well, it's just like if you're going to sit here and talk, leave some room for someone else to respond. If you don't do that, then what are we doing? You're just going to monologue or talk to yourself.
See, I don't know if he's microdosing. He could be like right outside LA.
He said he's full dosing.
Yeah, and just let's say he's getting like $800 microdoses of LSD and he's taking like 5, whatever. Or it could be psychosis from meth. I have no fucking idea what this dude. I don't know. I hope it's. I hope he's. No, there's nothing natural about meth. And see, like,
I've never dealt with insane people.
Dude, I live in fucking Alabama. I know about meth, but I didn't fucking.
No,
know
I'm just
about
saying,
meth.
like, people that are actually insane and not drug related, it's hard to tell that they're not on drugs because they're just as fucking crazy.
No, they were insane because they were on drugs. It was probably something they got from CVS.
No, schizophrenia is a real thing.
Yeah, which is caused by stuff you get from CVS, and if you smoke that, it's all linked, dude. It's linked to fucking marijuana.
I mean, that's the one good thing about the Northeast. Methamphetamine's not a thing.
It is so
that's
bad.
what I'm saying.
It
Not
is
a
so
thing at all,
bad
dude.
here.
Listen, it would take
I'm gonna
me
tell you
5
something.
months to find it.
Yeah,
and I would be
I'm gonna tell
trying
you
hard.
something. I'm gonna tell you something right now, Indio. I'm gonna tell you. I could probably find a meth lab within a 5-mile radius of where I live.
Dude, my aunt lives in a town called Prattville, a very nice, clean little town. She lives right in the middle of a neighborhood. Like, everything's... And I was removing just junk out of her yard. When I say junk, I mean she had, like, an old engine sitting next to her shed. You know, we were just scrapping that. We scrapped that, and then they had their water cooler.
Okay,
Right.
well, we don't have to go into too much depth about how bad it is here. I can just bear witness with you.
No,
How
it's
can they
not bad.
manufacture
No.
now? I thought they restricted all the shit that goes into it.
No, she doesn't live like she lives in a very. Dude, I grew up in Massachusetts. Like the neighborhood she lives in would be put in Massachusetts, and nobody would think any differently as far as the lifestyle and the way people keep their properties. Like she lives in a very northern-inspired town in Alabama.
Okay.
And all I was doing, I found some. Okay, so what I found was I found a Coke bottle with like a balloon attached to the end, and it's called something called Shake and Bake. I don't know any of this shit. Like growing up in Massachusetts, like I would find 1,000 needles just in front of like the sidewalk, anywhere. Not a big deal. Like that's the difference. Like up in the Northeast, it's all heroin and pain pills and smoking pain pills, and in the South, it's fucking meth. And I do.
You forgot cocaine, crack, and all that shit.
Yeah, but that's everywhere. That's like the same as weed. Cocaine and crack and weed and PCP. That's all over the place. But I'm talking
I didn't
about
think really cocaine was down south as much. It's cheapest in the Northeast, according to the DEA.
It's so rampant. Hold on, it's rampant here absolutely. All of so the rich folks
Do they
around
give out
here.
crack pipes?
No, the rich folks around
They do
here.
here.
The rich folks. I don't know if they do. They probably do here.
No, they do. He's
Okay.
talking about the roses that you see at gas stations. They were little stem
No,
roses. You
I'm
can buy
talking about a little van that goes around and they hand out condoms, syringes, and crack pipes.
Oh no, 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 no.
I want to say
we don't have
this.
any of that shit.
I want to say this. All of the rich folks are doing coke around here, and all of the poor
Mm-hmm.
folks are having they have their meth labs and meth.
Dude, you can make meth out of fucking drain cleaner, a pack of matches.
Don't
and
tell
like a paper
people,
plate.
hey, buddy,
How do
we
you
don't
know
need to
that,
tell
dude?
people.
No. I've never.
Nobody needs
what
to
I'm
know that
saying
evil.
You think that I'm gonna have just personally?
Oh my god!
I ain't doing anything that has drain cleaner in it, and definitely not matches.
No, dude, I didn't learn about any of this till like in my 30s after I moved to the South. Like I grew up in Massachusetts. Like this meth was not a thing up there ever.
Some people like me have never even been exposed to the stuff except like the aftermath of it. I know
I've
what it
never
smells
seen it.
like. I've never seen it. I've never done it. I've never even looked at somebody doing it that I know of.
No, I've never looked at somebody doing it, but I've seen people that do it. And you want to talk about some deranged individuals? Okay,
I agree. It's crazy. Yes, I've seen people that do it, but I've never seen them do it, nor do I want to. I don't want to be around it. I don't want to smell it. It smells awful.
Well, see, I don't even know.
You want to see people doing meth?
Yeah,
You want to see
probably.
people doing meth? Go to a college campus. All them kids on Adderall that don't need it, they're all high on meth.
No.
See, you know what's funny?
I don't want to talk about this. We're good. We're done, right?
Yeah, we're on the live stream. We should probably cut it out, or the stream's gonna get freaking.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Kind of sucks.
No, don't apologize. Whatever.
No, but up
Just
north,
the
it's a
record. I've
designer
seen people
thing.
shoot up heroin into their neck. So
I cannot even, like, I don't even know.
yeah, people do crazy shit, man. I've seen some fucking retarded shit.
You guys know what I've done. I've told you a bunch of times. So
No, Angel,
never
yeah, I
done.
know.
I've never done like any of that stuff or even seen it. I've only seen the aftermath of it or people on it.
I've seen people here that do the meth thing just because I can tell because their face is all fucked up, right? They've been picking holes in their face.
Oh yeah, that's the number one sign, man. There's a couple people at work, and it's like
The reason why they get away with it. Sorry, the reason why they get away with it is because it's also a symptom of manic depression. By the way.
Well, it's also out of your piss in literally like 72 hours.
Yeah, I know it's a big. It's a big symptom with meth.
You can smoke. No, you can smoke meth for a month. Again, I've never.
That's about all that there is to that.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm better off talking about how stars give me superpowers and made me rich.
Fucking hell.
Oh, how they do that?
Hold on, can you smoke the stars?
Absolutely not.
No, you can't.
Bella?
But it does feel like it if you
What up, homie?
do DMT.
Yo.
Fucking hell. Drug talk over. Boop, boop. Fucking, where are the Globers at, man? You eviscerated them all, or what?
I mean, we had dumbass Daza and who's the other idiot? Eggshells in here, but they went down in flames.
That's all.
He got
Was he
cooked.
trying to claim
then deafened.
pendulum?
No, they got cooked and deafened, so I kicked them both.
No,
that was a while ago, though. That was a few hours ago.
The pendulum is mush brains.
He's still with that damn argument?
Yeah.
Oh shit, Q's still here? What time is it?
I got 7 minutes.
Yeah, not quite that time.
fucking absentee landlord Alpha comes back 8 hours later.
I'm at work actually on my lunch break.
Fucking guy.
What time did you get here?
8 o'clock.
Dude, he's been holding the fort, man. Almost all by himself.
I thought you were going shooting today.
What's fucking new? I ain't going shooting today. It was 39.
Perfect weather.
Ain't perfect weather. What, for an Eskimo?
Dude, that's t-shirt weather where I'm from.
We'll be shooting
There you
tomorrow,
go.
though. You be bet your ass on that. Fucking guys.
What are you playing, AI?
Fucking Jetty back, too. He fucking skipped town. He's got your disease, Alpha.
Shut the fuck up.
Final Fantasy.
Yes.
That's what Flatzy was looking for.
Yes, I was. I was hoping
Well-
somebody would tell QE that.
Whatever disease they have that caught it from your sister.
Dang. Burn.
You know, this game has an awesome name. It's called Stranger in Paradise.
Now we got some heavy hitters in here. Where's the ball tards at? That's what I thought.
The clown car
I'll tell
comes
you
in
what.
when you leave, though.
I'll tell you what, dude. If you would listen, I just listened to Thirdum Dynamics. If you would, if there's,
Paradigm dynamic. Or what is it?
It was the first time he said that. It was just fucking.
Hey, Mickey, you laughing about it like that is probably the most joyful thing I've heard on here in a while.
The problem is that QE, like when you have a conversation with him, he texted me last night too. I should put the text in. You guys got to see this shit.
No,
but yeah, he's yeah, he gets mad every time I'm on here. Like when everybody leaves and I'm just eviscerating ballers one after the other, it fucking rubs him like fucking raw, dude. He hates that shit. I'll put it. Go ahead and finish what you were saying. I'm gonna put.
yeah, what I'm saying is, if you could take only one, like numpty clip, to establish the Baltard's position and how retarded they are, it's got to be Phil Belland. It's got to be this. I'm going to post this fucking everywhere. Fuck it. If you could listen to one thing and one thing only to destroy the entire heliocentric Baltard religion, it's from Phil Belland. This one. Numpty clips right here. This one right here. It does it without a fucking doubt. You don't need any DMs, nothing. Right from his fucking mouth. This is all you need. That's it. That's it. It's all
Are you
over.
gonna spam it?
Fuck yeah. I just listened to this shit again. It is unfucking believable how retarded and just stupid Baltards are from a self-purported professor of physics. If he is a professor of physics and this is the result, then how in a flying Fukuyama can any of these knuckle-dragging window lickers stand? It's fucking all over, dude. It's just this one right here.
I know. Isn't it great when somebody that's established in some sort of like a position and you just knock them off their pedestal? Like, that's what you want. That's what you need to do. This is why we have to deal with so many amateurs. Because if they keep us busy with amateurs, they're never going to let us deal with the people that we need to deal with. And that's him. He's one of those people.
Yeah, that's it, baby. Just that. That's all you need is that. You don't have to say anything. Just hit play. That's it. It's all over. Thanks a lot, Phil. You fucking retard. We couldn't have done it without you. My God.
And one thing I do know about Phil is that he's always listening. So He heard you.
He's DM'd me before. So this guy is obsessed to a point where he's like stalker status.
Oh
He
yeah,
just
he's a
stalks
stalker.
us.
Oh yeah, he's a retard. He'll DM the females. No doubt about it. No doubt. Just listen. Listen, I don't have to say anything. Just listen to that. It's all over.
Yeah, I already know, but I'm saying like he's also in my DMs. Like that's
I know. He
yeah, that's a
DMs
mess.
females out of the ass. Yeah.
Like, why don't they understand that that's weird behavior? They think that just because it's flat Earth, that they have some sort of pass to be weirdos. No, you're still a weirdo. Yeah.
No, delusional Dunning-Kruger dumb fucks of epic proportions. They're anti-flat earthers. They're part of the left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up and stupid shit at that. Just listen to that. That's all you need. No other numpty clip, just that one. The other ones are just fucking gravy.
We need
Go ahead.
more.
I
We
triple dog dare you.
I'm gonna do it. I'll do it again just for your sake, but I have to leave to do it. So I'm about to. When you do, right at 12.
Miggy, 1 minute.
Oh, he
hit him where it counts.
Miggy, Jetty, 1 minute. I know that's what she said.
I didn't say that.
Shit, you still owe us like 4 minutes. We haven't
15.
collected on that though.
15, not 4.
It's a whole 15?
Yeah.
We'll collect some other day. When it really counts.
Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah, be okay with that. That's
on
a
the
good
flip side.
deal.
Yeah, I'm out. Later. Later on, guys.
Bye.
Catch you on the flip side. Exactly.
Take care. QE out.
Out.
Dude's watching like a precision timepiece to want to leave, man. Fucking like, what the fuck?
I know it's always at the same time. He's like, I'm done at midnight. But sometimes he'll stay over if he's got some really good things going on. But normally he's out at midnight. That's not a bad time. I think really nothing good happens after 2 a.m. So you can stay in here after 2 a.m. if you can handle it. But nothing good happens after that.
My kind of party.
I know you're just destroying them left and right. When it comes to that time, you're the one to be in here. Absolutely. You're the one that can't. You and Jedi. My goodness. If you guys are in Indio, if he can be in here, but he's usually
Yeah,
not.
Indio, if Indio could be here, like fucking if this was a fucking job, I would never leave. I'd be like Elon Musk sleeping on the fucking floor.
If you always had Jedi Indio together, like with you,
Oh fuck,
any shift
dude.
that you work, you're going. It's going to be easy peasy. Like you don't have to worry about nothing. And if you have me, it's just a bonus, right? So it's not required, but it's good to have on the fly if you need it.
Non-stop fucking stream.
Exactly. You, Indio, Jedi, and maybe me. That's a good stream because you got a girl. I'm just saying, like, I'm not important, only that I'm a girl, okay?
Yeah, you're
Really,
important. Stop that, Flassy.
but I'm saying, like, that is a big factor. Me being a girl and being available to be on streams with you guys, like, that just, it hits better, if that makes sense.
It's a voice mod.
Well, it's good to have a balance. It's always good to have a nice balance of different, like, personalities, methods, styles, whatever. It's more entertaining for one.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
It doesn't get redundant too. So
That's my Christmas wish, though. Non-stop fucking Globers coming in here. That's all I want. I don't care about fancy, shiny things. I just want fucking non-stop Globers. Endless shellacking. Oh, man.
Yeah, I know. I
Wouldn't that
kind
be
of. Hey, Flatsy, do you remember that Aeon girl that was on the Flat Earth server?
I'm trying to forget. So if you'd help me do that, that'd be great.
Well, she like actually started like a voice discussion over there like one night. Like she actually started one, like in the voice channel over there,
We know her real good, dude. We've known her for a few years.
I'm just kind of surprised she hasn't come over here.
Oh, dude, she's banned from here because we've known her for years.
She's been here. That's why I
her actual
said.
name is Grayson.
Yeah, I said that I was trying to forget her. Remember? I wasn't kidding.
Oh, that's all right. I gotcha.
She's I'd say she's a master manipulator, but she sucks at it so bad. She's fucking an amateur.
I mean, she's also dealing with people that she can't.
Amateur.
She can't do that with us, though. It's not just amateur. She probably could do that to your someone that's not suspecting that she would be doing that to
You don't
him.
even have to suspect. It's obvious, dude. It's fucking like so obvious that what she does. It's like you have to be literally low IQ simp to even fall for this shit. Which is a Discord.
That's probably
there's an endless parade of low IQ simps on Discord.
Yeah, but there's a popular low IQ range of people in everyday life. So I think that she actually succeeds in that kind of behavior most of the time.
Well, men automatically lose 30 IQ points when there's a female. So, if they're a
See,
simp.
it's good to have me. Thank you. I appreciate that affirmation.
We'll talk about Grayson and her Nazi uniform. Yeah.
God damn, dude.
She dressed up in a legit SS officer uniform.
No shit.
Damn.
Yeah. I think she sent it to Citizen Z. This is a few years ago. I don't know.
She's single.
She likes girls. I don't know.
She's a man eater.
I don't know what.
Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy. She'll chew you up.
I think she leaves it intentionally ambiguous.
AI's like, meow.
I mean, there's a whole history. I'm not going to get into it. I'll just just that one little piece. Dude, remember the ice wall? Remember the ice wall, Alpha?
Yeah.
Dude, it had like 250 rolls of psychological examination of fucking rolls. It was retarded, dude. It was the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, here she comes.
Like, I
Watch
could
out,
picture
Jedi.
rolls.
She'll
Like,
chew you up.
yeah, dude, it was like, are you left-handed? Are you fucking more than 6 feet tall? Like, fucking all this shit, dude. There were so many different roles. Like, it was like a complete psych workup. It was nuts. I don't know if you guys ever applied for a job that has like a psych evaluation. It's got like 200 questions, 300 questions. They have these sometimes. I don't think they do them as much. Kind of like back in the 80s. And, fuck, dude, it was basically that. So you go fill out your roles. You're basically psych test. That shit server got shut down.
Ones because they got the questions asked in the opposite way, so you can answer yes and then answer no, but you actually just lied on yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what they're designed to do, get you to trick out yourself.
Yeah, I hate those damn tests. They're so stupid. And because you can tell, like he just said, they ask the same question but different ways. And
So yeah, you know where Brody Mountain is?
Brody Mountain, no.
That's a ski resort. So when I was like 14 years old, I applied for it. They handed me that shit. I fucking walked out. I'm like, I'm not fucking filling this out. You got to pay me because this is like fucking 2 hours of shit out. Like, you got to pay me.
It's private. Private now.
It's private. It's a private ski slope.
Yes, you got to have a subscription or something, a special subscription.
Yeah, well, no, it was to get a job there. I was like 14 years old. You could be like a ski person, right? You help them get off the fucking lift or whatever. Make sure they don't fall and kill themselves.
Well, so around here, a bunch of millionaires, they bought a couple mountains and made them private to keep out all the riffraff so that they can go enjoy it. So you basically got to be vetted to be able to be there.
Probably smart.
Well, that's a twist.
They bought Haystack too, which is, Mount Snow.
No way, dude.
Mountain. Yep. Haystack used to be my favorite mountain.
Grand Mountain, that's still going? Is that private too now?
I don't know about Stratton. I haven't been there in years.
Well, I don't really ski, so it's not really my thing.
All right, since we're talking about skiing and getting out the riffraff, I don't know why this popped in my mind, but
you're not gonna bring back cocaine again, are you?
No. There was this guy, and he brought this black dude to a ski resort, and the one thing the guy is like, "Wait, what are you doing?" And he's like looking around. He's like, "I can't believe people just leave their skis on the rack and just walk in the lodge." And he's like, "What do you mean?" Like, there's like tens of thousands of dollars worth of shit that people could steal. And it's like, oh, dude, there's a total difference between a high trust society. It's like the last thing anyone thinks of is stealing everybody's shit. You know what I mean? But if you think about it, it's true. It's like, yeah, everybody just leaves tens of thousands of dollars worth.
I mean, I'm sure skis get stolen a lot.
Yeah, but
and then they just go, "Oh, it was an accident."
Skis are expensive, though.
Yeah,
if you got good poles, we'll take them.
That's what she said.
In the Haystack now, you got to pay like an entry fee. It's like a ridiculous amount of money. Like
she said
over 10 grand.
Oh, so it's like a membership?
Yeah.
Fuck, dude, you supposed to buy a lift ticket and you're good to go.
Yeah, what are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, buy a lift ticket. You're good to go.
They don't want people on the mountain, dude, that are scrubs. They're sick and tired of it. So they just said, we're buying this mountain and y'all can get the F out.
Basically, it's the country club model of skiing, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's like 80 mountains up there that you go skiing on.
They're not good for skiing around here.
Wachusett was popular. Dude, my gym teacher, when I was growing up, like in like 5th grade, she broke her neck and like was like in a wheelchair. And then like she broke her neck skiing on Mount Wachusett. Shit. And like her twin boys like ended up coming in and like doing a song. Like it was bad. Yeah, I think she passed away a couple of years ago. Oh shit! I didn't mean to kill the room. I'm sorry.
The Pure Riggers says, "Wow, watch you." Fuck, dude. Stop.
Yeah, you know the commercial, right?
Yeah, stop.
Dude, Mount Wachusett.
This shit's gonna be stuck in my head. I hate you.
I love that mountain. That's not too far from my house.
Okay, so who the fuck is that talking?
That's Pure Rigger. He's changing up accents.
No, I was laughing. While I was talking.
Oh, okay. I thought it was. Yeah, you were giggling. I thought it was someone completely different. I'm like, okay, now I'm being trolled.
Dude, I'll sing a jingle
don't
that
be
gets
so
stuck in your
offended.
head.
Don't always be so offended. Don't let that be your instant reaction. It's
I'll
ridiculous.
start singing that Cars for Kids shit, dude, and your head will fucking explode.
No, like people from Massachusetts are constantly like that's the one thing I like. Dude, like I've had culture shock. Like when I first moved here, and I had
but
people
don't be so offended off the bat. Like that's such a weird thing to do. Don't be so like offended right off the bat. Like give it some time to simmer first.
Wait, what was that? Wait, was I offended about something?
I don't know. Maybe you were.
What are you talking about? He takes break to hands mushrooms.
Well, he was talking
Or
about
into the
people
break.
from Massachusetts being offended, I guess. So, I don't know.
Oh, we got a
No,
bunch
no,
of Karens up here, dude.
No. People from Massachusetts will offend you immediately and not even realize they're doing it.
Oh
Like,
yeah, that's
common.
yeah, that's common. Like, what are you fucking retarded?
You want to know what my
Indio,
boyfriend
you Massachusetts?
No, he's
I would thrive there. I would thrive there.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I
Flatzy, you would
would.
hate it. No, you
No,
would.
I would love it because that's the kind of critique I'm always giving myself.
No,
It'd be
Flatzy,
great if it was
you.
external instead of internal.
No, you would feel like you were in Bangladesh. Like it is so.
No, it'd be great. No,
you
they
don't
would be like, "Are you retarded?" I'd be like, "Maybe a little bit." Hold on, let me
Dude,
think
she's a
about
chick.
it.
Are
She's
you
a chick.
fucking
She'd be fine.
retarded? Yeah, true.
She'd have like 100 dudes hitting on her.
I would be like, "Okay, maybe."
I mean, well, that's different. See, that's different. Yeah, because dude, she's a. Oh, dude, this. Okay, so this is the one thing I've also noticed. Girls from Alabama. I don't know what it is. I notice a lot of people from down here are extremely like Irish. Well, Massachusetts is Irish too, but everyone has like an English name, Wallace or Canton or just like.
I got Hopkins.
There we go. Okay, there's another one. That's a good example. Very English.
And I come from a
name.
line of Birminghams. Their names are Birmingham.
Yeah, very English name. Of course, that's fucking Tony Iommi's neighborhood. Ozzy. Yeah, English. Like it's very like all the white people have very European lineage, whereas up north, yeah, like for me, dude, the biggest majority of ethnicity that I have is Portuguese. But the thing is, if somebody that was 100% Portuguese was in Massachusetts, they would call him a white guy. But in Alabama, he would not be considered white. Alabama's weird.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was just letting you know, like, I do actually come from a line of extremely white people, I guess.
Yeah, because you're from Alabama. That's literally what I was just saying. You're from Alabama.
My family, can be, my lineage can go back to people, like, very closely related to me. Their maiden name was Birmingham. So that's crazy that you say that.
Were they rich?
I don't know. I don't know. My grandmother's not bad off, but she also has been retired from the railroads for years and years. I don't know how it's treating her these days.
Comes from some old Southern money.
My mama worked, but she worked the books. She was doing the books. She wasn't like working on the railroads.
I looked up my great grandfather from Alabama. You know what he did? He bred goats. He was poor as shit. Your great grandma, on the other hand, was over here cooking the books for the fucking Emperor of Montgomery.
I don't know, maybe because she was a little bit twisted when I was growing up. And I learned a lot of crazy stuff from my grandmother. I call her Mima, and I think she's awesome. Okay, so the person she became was an awesome person. So let's just refer to her the way she is today. She's my Mima, and she's crazy awesome. I'll say that. She keeps herself fit. She goes for walks. She barely eats meat, even though she will eat meat. It's not like she's opposed to it, but she doesn't usually eat it. So she'll eat it when it's like the time to eat it. I don't know. She loves tomatoes. Tomato sandwiches. Tomato sandwiches is her favorite. Okay. Or she taught me how to make buttermilk biscuits. Oh my gosh. They're the best biscuits you'll ever have. Okay. Just saying.
I think biscuits are overrated as fuck. Mayonnaise and tomatoes and lettuce and pickle.
That's very
They're not bad. It's one of those.
You haven't had my biscuits. That's why you're just settling. So stop settling and have the good stuff.
Yeah, but you haven't had my biscuits either, and I feel like my biscuits.
No, your biscuits aren't better than mine. I know that for a fact. You're
All
from
right,
Massachusetts.
let's post
Sorry.
the recipes and then we'll try it.
I had to learn how to make Southern biscuits.
You measure with your heart, okay?
Oh shit!
Next one.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get it twisted. Flatsy didn't even know that you keep the chicken fat to fry the beef for the chicken fried steak.
What the hell is wrong with you? You're bringing
remember
up
that.
something that doesn't even matter.
Why do you
I'm
think
just
it's called
saying.
chicken
I'm just
fried
saying,
steak?
man.
Because
Yeah, but
the
you're
oil
wrong.
Yeah, but the oil is from the chicken, and it's fried a
You
piece of
don't
steak.
have to.
Therefore,
You don't have
chicken
to
fried.
use no.
Well, you don't have to, but that just means you're not creating a real Southern dish. That's all.
I actually collect tallow. I don't collect chicken fat because
Aunt
it's
Jemima
very
did.
hard to come by. By the way, tallow is much easier to come by.
Aunt Jemima, like she kept chicken fat in her kitchen. She was a real person. What do you
You
think?
can do that, but it's harder to do. It takes a lot of diligence to do so, and to keep
Listen,
it.
Flatsy, we choose not to do it because it is easy. We choose to
my
go to the
gosh, you're
moon
just
because it
silly.
is
You're just
hard.
silly.
Laziness.
You're just silly.
No,
You're gonna appeal to laziness when actually chicken fat isn't something that you would normally gather anyways. So wherever
Yeah.
chicken fried steak came from was not because of chicken fat.
I give my dogs all the chicken fat. I don't save it. Now, where I work, like they trim fucking
Yeah, when I
tenderloin.
made hold on, when I made chicken fried steak, I used the grease that came from the steak in my cast iron skillet. So
Yes.
I don't need
Steak fried
anybody
steak.
to tell me what I need to do for chicken fried steak.
It's steak fried steak.
Yeah, it's steak fried
You
steak.
use the grease that's already there.
No, you gotta use the grease of the chicken. That's why it's called chicken
no
fried.
chicken
No,
involved
it's
at all.
not.
There's no chicken involved.
There's not. No, it's
Actually,
called
she's of
chicken
the
fried
mind that the
steak.
reason it's called chicken fried steak is just because you fry it like you would fry fried chicken, but it has nothing to do with actually chicken being part of the ingredients.
Yeah, but that's colloquial. But it's colloquial, like.
Well, that's because she's not a real Southerner. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
You're just wrong. You're just
No, she
wrong.
is.
He's trolling you, Flatsy. He's trolling you.
I know he's just trolling me, but I'm just gonna go ahead and put that up. You're just wrong.
Hey, Flatsy, I have a bass boat for sale for $300.
I don't care. I need that Zepco. Listen.
She needs a
I need that Zepco. So my husband, he's always when I'm
Exactly.
fishing, but when I'm fishing for compliments, he's like, put away that Zepco, So we need
Dude,
Zepcos.
I had my septic tank pump replaced because I live in the bottom of a valley. All my shit has to go like up this hill, and so I got rid of 2 boats that day. I had one that I just gave him for free. It was a boat that you could like just go around the ocean with. It was a center console with a cabin on it. It had it had a little loft on the top of the cabin, and then the bottom was just the bottom of the boat and the main room. Something you would totally see in Massachusetts all the time. That's why my dad got it. But so I gave that boat away for free, and then the other guy, his boss, came over. He's like, "How much you want for that bass boat?" Let's see. I don't keep the bass boat, but Alabama people love bass boats. That's why you asked Flatsy if she's truly a Southerner. How many bass boats does she have in her fucking front yard? Probably 2.
Yeah, you cut out. I thought somebody muted you.
I was probably muted.
No, I heard him every word.
Oh, okay. Shit.
That's why I said you cut out for me, but you might have been muted. I don't know. Who knows?
I was just rambling. But dude, so I was driving to work today, and I saw a woman in front of a prison on like a median, just sitting Indian style, and it was downpouring. It's been downpouring since like 7:30 this morning, just absolute heavy ass rain. And when I drove past her, like I felt bad that I didn't stop because but she didn't look like she was in distress. She was just like chilling, and it was raining. So like maybe she's been homeless for a couple weeks, and like it was raining. She was just, dude, it's been hot as shit where I live. Maybe she's trying to cool off, or maybe it was, psychosis. Like I don't know. It sucks. Like I used to think Massachusetts had ghettos and stuff until I started driving around here, and it's like the ghettos here are not the same. Like there's a level of poorness in Alabama that people in Massachusetts and New England in general would never ever see. And like I'll point it out to my wife and shit, and she goes, "Yeah, that's just what Alabama looks like." Dude, it fucking shocks me. Like people that
Well, you can only get so poor though. Up in Mass,
Yeah.
you can only get so poor.
Right,
You hit a
right,
certain
yeah, 'cause
point.
there's
If
so
you're too
much
poor,
that-
you're homeless.
Right. There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of homeless up there in Mass. Way more homeless people in Massachusetts. Sure.
Yeah.
But the government assistance is not the same. Like, there's no like free like housing and shit. Like in Massachusetts, like it's. See, this is what I tell everybody. Like Massachusetts is like really teeny tiny, and Alabama is like 20, 30 times the landmass. Like Alabama is almost as the whole size of New England. But Massachusetts makes like 85% of the money, and Alabama only makes like 27. Dude, it's poor here.
I love it here, though. By the
No, I do
way,
too. I will never go back. Dude, I mean, I was born here, but I grew up there. I moved up to Massachusetts when I
I
was
was
2.
born in Maryland, by the way, but I grew
Ah,
up here in Alabama.
so you're not one of the chosen few to be born in Alabama. Okay, gotcha.
I wasn't born here, no, but I was raised here from a
Mm-hmm.
baby, from a baby to
I wasn't.
now. I was I'm here now, 33, and I live here in Alabama still because I love it. I love Alabama.
I moved here when I was
had so many.
23.
I got to jump off of. Yeah, okay, great. But I jumped off the bluffs here. Like, that was crazy. I jumped off the bluffs, dude. That was a 5-second fall. That's a
Yeah.
long fall, okay? And I I did so many crazy stuff here. Like the stuff that I did here was just crazy. And it's my home. These people know me. They knew me when I was a child until now. So
You know what the biggest stark difference was? When I first, like, when I lived in Massachusetts, let's say it's like 10 o'clock at night and I'm in because Massachusetts has wooded areas where there's a lot of thick woods and shit. Just go for a walk, not even worry about it. I tried doing that here, and my dad's
I do
like,
that here.
You're going to step on a rattlesnake. You're going to walk on a fire ant, man. Blah, blah, blah.
No, I got myself lost in the woods when I was in 3rd grade. Like, I remember I was in 3rd grade because I skipped around houses and different schools at that age. So it was my 3rd grade year. And I remember I went into the woods when I lived I think it was Summerton or Sipsey. I can't remember. But it was one of the two. Because I lived in both. I lived in both. That's why I said it's one of the two, because I lived in both in that time period. Anyways, I got myself lost in the wood line. Like, I went through the wood line in our yard, or the neighbor's yard, and I got myself lost in the woods and found my way out on my own, because I was all by myself. So I got myself lost in the woods and found my way out. And since then I've had such good like sense of direction, and I think that you just have to be maybe tossed out in the wild for a little bit to find your way back home, and you're a grown person at that point, or you can grow into an actual grown person at that point. Go get yourself lost in the woods and find your way out.
See, I didn't need to. I developed an amazing sense of direction, and I didn't get lost in the woods. You know what I did? I looked at the sky, and I realized where north was, and I based everything off of where north was. Like I'll be driving, and I'm like, and especially if it's nighttime, and if I can see the stars, I know exactly. Like just looking at the stars, I know exactly what direction I'm facing.
I mean,
Yeah,
I know now too, but I'm
yeah, of
saying back
course.
then I was a kid and I just had to figure it out on my own.
You were a baby. My daughter's in 2nd grade right now, so that's 1 year like older than my dude. If my daughter in a year from now got lost in the woods, I'd flip out. Like I would be
Yeah,
so.
that's what I did to myself. I got
My daughter
myself
started
lost
doing
in the woods. Nobody was looking for me because I lived in the South. So they
Well,
just
I'd be looking.
expected you to be back for dinner time. They
Yeah.
tell you to go and play outside until
Yeah, we
dinner
did that.
time.
Well, we
Okay?
did that too in Massachusetts. Like I remember one time, like a fucking Honda Civic pulled up on me, and there was these 2 bald white dudes in the car. And I just remember I was like 11 years old, and one of them like lifted up a gigantic bud of weed, held it up in the window, and smiled and kissed it, and then just they fucking started doing burnouts and just drove off. Like that's Massachusetts. Like that's where like I was wandering around like abandoned car washes and shit.
I wasn't because I was in a secluded area, so I would
Yeah,
say
exactly.
rural. And
Yeah.
I was able to go and get myself lost in the woods and have to figure it out and find my way out. And
Well,
I did.
Flatsy,
Not very far from where I entered the woods either.
you
It
don't
wasn't
have to
far at
go in the woods
all.
far to get lost. You just start like getting surrounded by trees, and all those trees start looking the same. Like it's really easy to get lost in the woods. And on
Yeah,
top of
but you
that,
just calm down. If you're by yourself, you have to make yourself calm. You have to
well,
calm down and pay attention.
yeah, but if you're a girl and not see, I feel like my daughter wouldn't freak out either. I see. I live in the deep woods
No,
too.
she wouldn't either. I'm just saying, like, she'd be able to calm herself down and
Mm-hmm.
pay attention and find her way back. That's what I did.
Yeah, you know
I
why
got
the South is
lost in a
great because
cornfield.
the women in the South are better than the rest of the country. Like I've come to realize that's why I married a Southern girl, and I will never go back to Massachusetts ever. I have no desire
I
to.
keep telling these flat earth guys that can't find a lady, they need to come to the South. They're going to find themselves the lady they're looking for. I mean, there's so many freaking standards for women, and I'm like, what? I'm looking at these like women that they're interviewing and that they're talking to, and I'm like, what? None of those women represent anyone around like the people that I
No,
know,
You
the
hang
ladies
around
I know,
20-year-olds?
are nothing like that.
Do you hang around 20-year-olds?
No, people in
Even
Alabama are more
20-year-olds
attractive.
around here are better off than anybody in the rest of the country because they are taught how to hunt at a young age. They're taught how to like handle weapons at a young age. They're taught
Mm-hmm.
how to survive out in the wild at a young age. So you're not like dealing with regular girls when you're dealing with girls of the South.
Right,
They
but
have daddies. They
those
have
are not
daddies
things that
that
are
were at
attractive.
home. They have daddies that were at home and teaching them how to shoot a bow or something.
My daughter just turned 8, and she pulled the trigger on an AK-47. She had ear protection on, and I was holding it, and I had it mounted on a table. I said, "Sweetie, you're gonna pull the trigger. Once you squeeze the trigger all the way, that gun's gonna fire." I did that because she was petrified of our 22. Like it's like that YouTube cop video, like where the
I have a foldable 22 right now in one of our closets in the house. It's a foldable 22, and the bullets that are in it will F someone up. Okay, they'll
22 is bad.
splinter off into like yeah, but the bullets that I have are hollow at the tip, so they'll
Right.
splinter off into someone. It's deadly, and I didn't choose those bullets. Okay, they're just the ones that were in it when it was given to me, and I was told that those are the bullets that were in it. So I'm like, oh shit. So I'm telling you.
So Vax, she was scared of a 22, and you gave her an AK.
No, I absolutely not. I did not give her an AK.
Well, no, you let her shoot the AK. Is she scared of the 22?
Shoot it. No. I had okay. So
it's a good strategy. he's not questioning. Hopefully, he's like, okay, props to you. Okay, so don't be so offended right off the bat.
No, you're right. I feel like I'm talking to somebody from like Pittsburgh. Like, oh, you gave your daughter a gun, you sicko.
No. Tip it like.
Yeah, so you were offended right off the bat instead of just being like, "Hey, Oblivion's cool. Oblivion's cool. He's actually complimenting you."
Chill, Flatsy. No, I wasn't. I was actually questioning his choice. If she's scared,
so I was right.
Out of a 22, you give her an AK, a 30 cal. It was a question.
No, I didn't give her an AK.
He told you what he did.
Let her shoot it.
Yeah, it was mounted. It was also she had all of the safety equipment, and it was mounted, so she didn't actually have to deal with the.
No.
It was a good situation to put her in.
She
and very
wasn't
controlled.
scared of the gun. She was scared of the noise that the gun makes. That was her big hang up. She was afraid of the pop. She never held a firearm in her life. I mean, she held a 22 and shot it. When she was, and this is like when she was like 7, 6. But when she held that 22, she wasn't holding it. I was holding it. I'm the one holding it, aiming the gun and stuff. And she's standing directly next to me on the opposite side of where the bullets fly out of the receiver. So she wasn't going to pop the bullet or anything. Like, everything was like kosher. And see, the thing is like kosher as far as,
Nobody should make you feel bad for that. Nobody should ever make you feel bad for doing that.
It's just funny. It was just. I just thought it was funny.
Defending
Sure,
myself.
okay. That's why I was taking up for you, Oblivion, and then you just wrecked everything I said about you.
But it was hilarious. It was like, oh, she's scared shitless of a 22, so I gave her the AK. It's like, oh, a 30 cal now. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah, but you misrepresented what he said by making it seem extreme. It was a hyperbole, hyperbole, but hyperbole.
Yeah, hyperbole fallacy.
Just, you don't have to
I'm
make
glad
it
you
seem
caught
so
it.
extreme because it wasn't. It was very controlled.
Mm-hmm. And again, I was stone cold, because I've had a couple of drinks now. Like, I wasn't like stone cold sober. Like, the thing is, this is like when you approach a situation like this, you have to be like.
What did you just say? Dude, you're digging yourself into a hole. It sounds like you are. What did you just say? What did you just say?
What, who, me?
Yes.
Well, no, I've had a couple of drinks tonight when this whole situation happened.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that you had a couple of drinks before you gave her the. Never mind.
No. Because I feel like I'm slurring a little bit and I'm being really rambling. I haven't been on Discord in like almost a full month, like not even.
Yeah,
like
I know.
PC or anything.
I was wondering. I was like, "Hey, Vaxwax is here."
No. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm drunk at the moment. This was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, I've had a couple of drinks too.
Yeah.
I've had a couple of drinks too, so don't feel bad.
Oh, you don't say. No. But what I'm saying
Everybody
is, like,
knows.
like, this didn't happen today. This happened like 3 years ago. It wasn't right now at this moment as I'm, oh, he's drunk now, so therefore when
No,
he.
I didn't think that. I
okay.
was thinking that you were telling us something that happened in the past. It's fine.
Yeah.
Max, I was just fucking with you. The reason I said that is because I knew a girl who was given a 12 gauge shotgun to shoot for the first time, and it was like ridiculous.
That happened to me. That happened to me. It was a reenactment for some sort of war that we visited. They gave me a shotgun with blanks in it to shoot, and that recoil was something else. And I'm like, other people are shooting this too that are my age. Like, I'm not the only one, right? Like, that recoil was something else.
Those are blanks. They just go pop.
Yeah, but they still had recoil to that shotgun, whether or not those were blanks. They still shot like they were real bullets, it seemed like. At least to us.
Now, see, the very first firearm I ever fired in my life was a 12 gauge. And it's when I went down to Alabama, from Massachusetts, down. It's not actually down, it's over. Went over from Massachusetts to Alabama, and this was 2000. Right. Well, I don't want Kiwi to pop up. What the fuck are you talking about?
He
Saying
says
down?
down for Antarctica all the time.
I
I'm like,
know.
what the hell is
I
wrong
said
with you,
it.
dude? But he does
Yeah.
it. I don't call him out on it. What's the point?
You can't, like, dude, when it's in your nomenclature and your vernacular and shit, it's hard to shake certain, phrases. It's just part of our language.
I know. And he's like, you know what I meant. And I'm like, you don't give grace to others that you should know what they mean.
Right. Yeah, but when Kiwi does it, it's very hyperbolic, specific points
Oh,
that
are
the
you
person
sure?
just said.
Are
No,
you
it is
sure?
for the most part. No, I mean he does his
Atmosphere.
tantrums.
He's like,
Atmosphere.
oh, that's a paradox.
Gun kicking, Splatzy. You
if anybody,
if it's got the same powder in it, it doesn't matter if they're blanks. It's still kick.
Exactly. Thank you, Bear Pelegic. He knows what I'm talking about. They do kick, and it did kick for me. I was a child, and I was shooting a fucking shotgun. Sorry, effing shotgun, and that thing kicked. It did. It kicked. I don't care if I was shooting blanks. That thing kicked, and it rocked my shoulder back.
you in the cheek.
Whether
My shoulder went back, dude. I remember.
Oh yeah, because you didn't know what to expect.
Shooting, coming out.
Dude, I had my
one of my exes.
Shit at it.
Yeah, but one of my exes gave me a 45 to shoot without anything in my ears. He didn't even hold my ears. He just let me hear it. The first time I shot a 45, a pistol, and I couldn't hear anything for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's no louder than a 30-06 or
Yeah, but
something.
he didn't hold my ears. He didn't give me ear protection. He just gave me his gun and said, "Shoot my gun." He was like, "You're gonna feel this whole ass experience real quick."
Yeah, because it was a handgun.
No
too.
accountability.
Well, no, when you're firing a 30-06 or a 7.62 or a 223, they're all equally as loud, but you have your fucking cheek pressed on top of the firearm. When you're shooting a pistol, it's like 3 feet from your head. Imagine standing 3 feet from somebody that's shooting a 30-06. It's loud as fuck, but it's not loud for the shooter. It's the way the sound waves travel.
Yeah, when I shot a 45, it didn't matter. It was awful.
Exactly. Yeah,
I could not hear for like 30 seconds.
Yeah, but your arms are also like straight, like 180 degree angles in front of your eyes, right? Like your arms are.
Recoil. No, I did not expect the recoil. It was my first time shooting a 45.
How old were you?
I was probably like 20 something.
Yeah, hey, that's a good age. I've never shot a 45, and I'm 36. I've never held a 45 in my hand and pulled the trigger. So
yeah, I have without ear protection.
ACPs are like they're very mellow compared to like.
I've also after that though, I got ear protection after that.
Yeah.
So after that, I got ear. Sorry, listen. I got ear protection, and I was able to shoot it, but I still couldn't like. I don't know. I couldn't figure out the recoil and the aim because I don't know, dude. I couldn't aim for shit. So
you're
I didn't do anything good.
You were flinching, right? Because
Maybe.
No, she wasn't.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't a flinch. She was pulling instead of squeezing.
Yeah. I call it flinch.
Yeah, but a flinch is a completely different thing that'll throw your aim off. It sounds to me like she had her finger on the trigger the whole time. What you do is you
could say that, but like
right, but no, this comes to.
But you could do both.
No,
Gun.
no. A squeeze and a pull are completely different things when you're firing a firearm. It doesn't matter if you're shooting a BB gun, a 22, a 5.56, 7.62 by 39 millimeter. It doesn't matter.
Squeezing are the same thing.
No, they are not. No, well, that's coming from someone that's never fired a firearm.
Dude, you're depressing the frickin' trigger. That's how you squeezing and pulling are the same thing.
No, they are not. No, they are absolutely not.
Bullshit. How are they
Okay,
different?
tell me you've never fired a firearm or a BB gun without telling me you've never fired a firearm or a BB gun. I'll wait.
You're talking to somebody that got shot in the back and is paraplegic because of it.
Yeah, but that's not a qualifier, though. Just saying.
So you got shot.
I guarantee.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm just saying. It doesn't mean. But I've shot a lot of guns, dude, and squeezing and pulling are the same fucking thing. You're pulling on the trigger.
No, they are not.
Dude, what are you talking about? If your hand's down there and you're depressing the trigger, you're squeezing.
No, because when you aim at a target, you
Squeezing
breathe
and
in.
pulling are the same motion because
So
you're
you could
still
say
moving.
trigger
Hold
is the
on.
same
Hold
thing.
on. Hold on. You're
Just
moving.
your hand out to the side.
Stop
with your finger and,
talking for a
doing your
second.
whole arm.
Yeah, you're moving the trigger towards yourself, so you're pulling it towards yourself. So pulling and squeezing are the same function.
No, they are
they're
not.
No, they're not.
Flatsy.
Bolton reference a flat.
If you're freaking holding the trigger, right? Your hand is in your hand. Your thumb is on the freaking gun. Your fingers forward, right? And you're squeezing, but also pulling the trigger. Who sticks their freaking finger out and just pulls their whole arm back? Whoever does that? Nobody. Your thumb is on the freaking thing. So
No, tell Kiwi to pop in the chat and agree with everything that I say and disagree with everything you say.
Squeezing and pulling are the same action.
Flatsy.
Damn gun. I
was a cavalry scout, range operator. Actually taught people squeezing and pulling are not the same thing.
Okay, well I've heard it a zillion times. I don't think that it really you can do both.
You literally get taught. You literally get taught the difference, dude, at the range. For goodness' sake.
I know what you're talking about, though, but you can do both without fucking moving the gun. You could still fucking target it.
No, you can't. No, you cannot. You don't understand, dude. When you're pulling the trigger, that's affecting your line of sight. You're aiming up your line of sight for when you fucking pull that trigger because you're anticipating the recoil. Like you have, there's a. Listen, no, I'm not trying to
trigger.
No,
it's not going to move the gun if you're fucking doing it. You're shooting it right.
Cool story, Barrett. So you know nothing about it, so it's a waste of time to keep listening to you talk about it. All right.
Can we let the subject matter?
It literally affects your round placement, dude. It literally affects your round placement, and you can see it on the target, on the zero target.
Who's fired
It's objectively a fact, dude. It's literally in the manuals.
Dude,
I've never fired fully automatic. And the guy arguing hasn't fired fully automatic.
I haven't.
But I know for a fact. Well, okay, no, that's fair. But the thing is, I know for a fact AI has fired fully automatic weapons.
What's that got to do with schooling? I mean,
It fucks up your grip.
I've heard
it fucks up your grip.
No, because
if you're pulling the trigger, it's going to mess up your grip.
A trigger, your freaking
No, you compress
thumb
it.
is on the back, and your freaking
You compress it.
fingers
You
on the
compress
front.
the trigger.
It's not about messing up. No, it's not about messing up your
You're
grip.
squeezing,
No.
but you're still pulling on the trigger. How do you fucking
Because
depress
if you
the trigger
pull,
unless you're squeezing?
dude, it doesn't matter if you're pulling, if you're firing full auto
Squeezing
or
or pulling. And I don't even think I'm arguing. I'm just saying it's the same. if you're
Dude, you're arguing semantics, dude, and it's like they're described as two different physical ways that you're moving with the weapon, dude. They're two different actions.
did a fucking target a bunch of
You want the answer yet? You guys want the answer yet?
you know.
Well, I already know the answer, and the only the person that knows the answer that I know is AI.
To fucking, when people are being fucking taught to.
But I know for a fact AI
I
has.
guess I've never fucking pulled a trigger. I've always squeezed. I mean, I've always hit, but I'm just saying.
Okay, yeah. So you used a Red Ryder BB gun.
I just don't.
40 years ago. Okay, congratulations.
Shot stuff my whole fucking life. Just don't.
Yeah.
Know.
Don't tell me what I just
seen anybody pull. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck we're talking about pulling. How the fuck do you even pull a trigger? How the hell do you even pull a trigger? You're squeezing or
I can tell. Listen, I can tell you pulled the trigger, but listen, I can tell you pulled the trigger by looking at your zero target. I can literally tell.
I guess I've never seen fucking. I've always seen somebody shoot the way I've always fucking thought. I don't.
AI, you talk so much. Like,
means. Like, is that like
bury this guy, bro?
Pulling and back, like you're moving the gun too, like you're pulling the whole gun. I mean, why wouldn't you just squeeze the fucking trigger like everybody does? I don't fucking understand what that is. How would you just pull just just fucking trigger? Like, how's that even fucking work? How do you pull without squeezing? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. It's a technique. Some people will actually pull the trigger towards them, right? Towards the back of the gun. They'll focus their finger on pulling the trigger instead of just squeezing it slowly. It's just like semantics, honestly.
Well, no, not really. It's a completely different physical action that you're performing.
So you're pulling the whole fucking gun, is what they're saying?
No, your finger. What your finger is doing. It's your finger. If you're pulling your finger back, you're pulling the trigger. If you're squeezing,
I'll put it to you like this, bro. I'll put it to you like this, Bear.
Moving, so that's why you're.
All right, Bear. I'm sick and tired of listening to you waffle about it, so I'm going to lay it down. Okay. Your finger itself can't move straight back because when you pull your finger, it curls. Right? So you can't actually manipulate the trigger for the trigger going perfectly straight back because of the way your hand curls. So the action of your hand curling actually affects the orientation of the weapon.
Okay, well, that makes sense to me. You gotta explain.
Now, if your finger had like a piston activator where it could actually go literally straight back smoothly, then it wouldn't affect the orientation of the weapon at all. But that's not how your finger works.
Now you're explaining it to me. The frickin' whole.
Yes, you're trying to operate a trigger that moves.
Same spot, frickin' you're squeezing back your thumb. It all comes together.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Makes more sense to me. Sorry. Just frickin', the whole. I don't know. Just needs to be explained to me better. Just done a lot of shooting. Just don't. I've never really seen. I guess I've never seen somebody just F up that bad. So sorry, but I haven't shot a zillion frickin' rounds out of rifles either. I haven't shot frickin' thousands rounds out of.
Qualified expert on a range. 300 meters.
Paraplegic, if you try to shoot precision rifle at longer ranges, even at 100 yards, and you try to shoot tight groups, you'll understand the difference on how to pull the trigger, especially if you've been trained. You'll understand the techniques, and you'll see that they differ and they work.
Yeah, I understand the fucking that.
Like
most commonly,
where people like hold their left, like if you're right-handed, you got your right hand on the trigger, and then they always have their left hand up. No, grabbing the the front. No, you don't. You don't do that shit. You want the least amount of your body touching the shit as possible. Plus, when you're shooting precision, you only wrap your thumb around the back of the grip and your trigger finger touching the trigger. You want the least amount of your body touching the rifle at all times.
Yeah, so first you set up your proper posture, then you set up your proper sight picture, then you set up your proper breathing, acquire the target, then on the out breath, you hold it temporarily and slowly squeeze the trigger till the gun releases the round. You want the weapon to release the round, not your finger to be jerking on the trigger. And so each one of those things that I mentioned, you can tell by the round placement over successive shots which one of those things the shooter is messing up on. And then you tell them, hey, you're not breathing properly. Hey, you're pulling the trigger. Hey, you have a bad sight picture. Hey, you have bad posture. And then you work on that until you get a really consistent, method of how you fire, and it becomes muscle memory.
There's been two rifles that fucked me up, and that's 50 cal and a 50 BMG, and then there's the 30-06 rifle. They both make me flinch. They both make me flinch, man. I don't know why.
I really hate as a frickin' grip. Well, that doesn't matter. Shit that kicks bad. But I'd have somebody stand by. Cheryl.
I didn't catch none of it.
The only thing you pull on the weapon is the charging handle.
Shoot. These fucking 6 minutes. Get my out. That's not true. I shouldn't have said that. I shot just rattlesnake.
Hey, you're breaking up, Bear.
Sorry.
Bear, you're breaking up. Houston, we got a problem. What's going on? I got an hour left of Speculation Sunday, man. Let's do it. I don't know.
I got one for you, Flat Earth dude.
What do you got, Meg?
All right, I speculate. You know how like Netflix and shit, they always like race swap in movies.
They do what?
Race swap in movies.
Race swap.
Yeah, like if they're gonna do a movie on Queen Elizabeth, it's a black woman.
Okay.
Yeah, obvious race swaps, right?
That's crazy. Yeah.
So I speculate. All right, if they did a movie on Tarzan, would they race swap?
No.
Why not?
Well, Tarzan's like a jungle man. He's not.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a race.
Neither. Well, what?
They would just make him Indian or something. Make him Indian or Latino.
Oh, they'd make him Indian. Oh shit.
Latino. Did you say Latino?
Yeah, he'd probably be like Indian or Latino or something.
Oh, really? Why?
Well, I mean, they're obviously not going to make him fucking a watermelon warrior.
Right?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Monkeys in the jungle, bro.
Why not?
Well, that'd be W content, but they're not going to do that.
I thought it was funny.
It's hilarious. Are you kidding me? That's awesome.
Actually, it's funny that people are so sensitive and offended by that stuff today.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, I like the Samuel L. Jackson approach where he said, just stop talking about it. Or maybe it was Morgan Freeman. He said, stop talking about it, bro.
Exactly. They can't stop talking about it. Yeah. They just can't. Hollywood, mainstream.
That's what
sports.
they do.
sports. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, they keep talking about it. We notice it, and then we get called racist for noticing. So I notice that they're doing it, so I merely ask a question. Would they race swap Tarzan? I thought it was funny. That's all.
I don't think Tarzan has a race, man. I really don't.
He's white.
What decade was he white?
Black and white video TV.
Black and white
TV.
That's when he was white.
He has long hair, bro.
Long hair. Got the whole muscular thing going. I get
He
it.
got the flow. Surfer flow.
Yeah. The Fabio flow. What's he got?
Hey, Georgia the Jungle was white. They could do Georgia the Jungle.
Oh my goodness. You just dated yourself completely, bro.
No, they also made a remake, man.
Welcome to
Brendan Fraser.
Boomerland. Welcome to Boomerland, my friend.
Did you not see the remake that they made with Brendan Fraser in the 90s?
No, I was busy in the 90s. Damn it. Sorry.
Yeah, you didn't miss much.
I'm sure I didn't. If you had to say, man, what's the greatest band that came out of the 90s, man? What do you guys got for me, man? What's the greatest band of the 90s? Anybody?
No, just hit him with some speculation Sunday, bro.
That is speculation, man, isn't it? Speculating. Because I got 60s.
These flat earthers, bro. The flat earthers are bloodthirsty, man.
No, we're not. We're not bloodthirsty, man. We just like putting people in the proper corners and saying, hey, man, what do you got? And they're like, gravity. I got gravity, bitches. You guys suck. You guys fucking suck. I got gravity. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and then they get put down that they don't even know what gravity is. And then they're like, oh, yeah, we got it. It's funny. We're not bloodthirsty. We're just, imperialists as far as information and proof. Yeah. What do you got? Fire's hot? No shit, Sherlock. What else you got? Yeah. Fire's hot. Ice is cold. Water's wet. Those are facts. We can check out.
Facts.
Yeah, we're in the fact business, bro. And business is booming.
Oh, man.
Booming. Yeah.
I was going to LARP as a Glober for Fax Wax. Is he still here?
We got a Glober with facts? Get out of here. I don't believe you. I don't believe it, man. Don't believe it. Did you get your soundboard back, CB, man?
No.
Fuck.
Still on a campaign to work on that.
Come on, Mongos. Come on, you Mongos. Got to get the soundboard back here for CB, man. Dude's a legend. Come on.
Yeah, let your boy cook, man.
Let him cook. It makes it so much fun, so interesting, funny. It's great, man.
Yeah, edutainment, entertainment, and education.
Infotainment, for sure.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I love the soundboard. I listen to another show that uses one, and I find it so funny.
Yeah, it's great,
every
man.
time. It just cracks me up.
It breaks it up, adds a little levity. I am out here for the fun of things. I mean, I'm here to educate and get educated as well, but there's no sense in not doing it the fun way. the fun way is the best way to do it, in my opinion. You know,
definitely gotta have some fun with it for sure.
Yeah. I'm sure that the best teachers that you remember in all of your classrooms that you spent time in, the fun ones are the ones you remember the most.
Right.
You know, the ones that made you laugh and cry and really, really challenged you and made you think. And those are great teachers, man. And
Thanks.
you know, the ones that are boring and just do the work and you don't remember those mongos.
All right, students, get out your textbooks.
Yeah, that's not how it's not a good way to learn, in my opinion. Learning shit throughout the years, my life. It's like, hey, man, the fun way's like a cool way to learn stuff, you know? If you have a little laughter in between what you're learning, you're more likely to absorb it and remember it and, you know, carry on. Carry on.
Yeah, definitely. Matrix has it back. Sort of. He just sort of
he's upside down.
made his own. Yeah, I know.
He's backwards. Yeah. Guy's messed up.
Inside out. Nobody wants to speculate on some butter stuff.
I always think it's weird, man, that there's a lot of people that are like just want to come in here and give us a hard time. But if you go to like, you know, Bigfoot sites, there's nobody coming in there going, hey, man, I spent the last 5 years going into this Bigfoot site and just telling them how stupid they are and how ridiculous Bigfoot is. And they don't do that. Why the flat earth, man? Why? Well, I speculate that the reason is because they know once you like see the flat earth for what it actually is, all the rest of that shit goes away, man. All of it. It's like you are fucked in the head. It's like taking a hit of acid forever. You're done. And they just want to stop you from taking that hit of acid, man. And realizing that, hey, man, and I've even asked people that, dude, man, I don't really want to talk flat earth with you, but if you want to take a hit of acid for the rest of your life, I'll give it to you, man. Go for it. Let's go. And I start showing them the flat earth, and then, you know, all they got is, you know, Disney, moon landing, gravity. And it's like, oh, shit, you don't have anything. You don't even know where you live, man. You have no idea. You don't have radius, circumference. You can get spin. You ain't got fuck all, man. You got nothing. But yet you're like, yeah, that's what it is. That's definitely what it is, bro. I got it. This globe thing is cool. But once you take that away from them, man, that's a hit of acid that's going to last the rest of their lives. It's a powerful drug, man. This flat earth thing, man, it's powerful. And that's why they're so against it, man. That's why we get so much fucking shit. People calling us N-words and fucking stupid retards and everything else. Yeah, it doesn't end. Because
hello, guys.
I think what the Globers really want is to believe in the achievements of mankind and think that we've really accomplished that. And that's like a real milestone. And it's like they're part of their soul, you know what I mean? And they're just like, yeah, don't take that away.
Progress, dude. How many times have you heard them say it? Progress.
There you
go. Guys, what do you think about the Flat Earth Society?
Oh,
what's that?
Who belongs to that besides Mark Sargent? Anybody?
And B.O.B. And Mick West's dad.
Was B.O.B. a fucking... No.
Yeah, he had a plaque with that shit. Mick West's dad, too.
Mick West.
Yeah. We got Mick West to admit, while we were debating him, that his dad was.
A member of the Flat Earth Society.
That's right. Mick West's dad, the fucking chemtrail
So that would have
debunker,
been
the Flat Earth debunker's dad was in the Flat Earth Society. So, Buena Vista, does that answer your question of what we think?
So, is someone of you being paid by the Flat Earth Society at the moment?
No one in here is in the Flat Earth. There's no Flat Earthers in the Flat Earth Society.
There's no
dude. Are
Flat
you not paying
Earthers.
attention?
He's not paying attention. There's no Flat Earthers in the Flat Earth Society, period.
How that can be? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's a LARP, dude.
It's a LARP, bro.
It's a psychological operation put out as propaganda.
You know what honeypot is?
Is this channel that?
You know what a honeypot is?
No, this channel is not.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, so it's a honeypot operation. That's all.
Okay.
It's just to get people to think that flat earthers are crazy because they think the Earth is a flat pizza and it's moving upwards at 9.8 meters per second, and it's still in space and everything. Space is cool, but it's ridiculous, man. None of the
all the flat earthers I've met, I know exactly zero in the Flat Earth Society. Zero.
Hey, Indio, I asked Mark Sargent one day, man. I go, hey, why'd you join the Flat Earth Society, bro? And he's like, dude, 2014, there was nothing. There was fuck all for Flat Earth.
Basically, you fell for the LARP.
And he's like, dude, I'm like looking at this, and I'm like, okay, I kind of, I looked him in the eye when I was talking to him in person.
All he had to do was read the forums. Like, if you go on their forums, you can tell it's just a LARP, dude.
That's why he
ridiculous.
Joined. There was not a lot of shit going on in 2014 for Flat Earth, man. There was no YouTube videos or fucking you couldn't find too many Facebook posts about it. I don't know, man. But that was his explanation to me, man. You can ask him, yourself. Give him a call. He's got his phone number's on every video he's ever put out. Give him a call.
Okay, I just have one question. If the Earth is flat, why would the people in the southern hemisphere see different stars than people in the northern hemisphere?
Perspective
is the answer.
And there's no hemispheres, dude, because you need a sphere for that.
Very smart. But
what?
Yeah.
Yeah, very smart. How do you have hemispheres without a sphere? Like, you don't.
Right. But if it's a matter of perspective, you would still see it from anywhere in the supposedly.
Why would you see the whole sky at the same time?
Oh, because the stars are so big and so far that you could see them from.
How do you know that?
Because the stars.
How do you know the stars are big and far?
I mean, you just have to make like an angle, like a like at a different angle, you would still see it.
This is cap, bro.
So you ever seen perspective drawing? Do you know what the vanishing point is?
Oh, you mean the horizon?
Yeah, the horizon's a vanishing point, right? So things above your head, they appear.
Have you ever seen a mountain, like the reflection of a mountain that is farther than the horizon?
The reflection of a mountain farther than the horizon.
Yes.
I don't know what that means.
What is that?
Oh.
A reflection.
Yeah. So the refractive image of a mountain seeing thanks to the sun.
The refracted image of a mountain. I don't really know what you're talking about. How do you know it's a refracted image of a mountain, dude?
Canigoo? Is he talking about Canigoo?
Yes.
Canigoo.
Oh, you mean the silhouette?
Silhouette.
Yes. Yes. So how can you explain that?
How can we explain it? How can you explain it? You're not supposed to see the mountain at all.
Shit, man. Come on.
There should be no mountain there, bro.
What do you mean?
Because that is like 200 and something miles from the camera.
Exactly.
Yeah, it should be under the curve of the Earth because the horizon should only be like 8.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so that means where the mountain is, you can see it, but you shouldn't see it.
And you see it still.
No, yeah, that's because the Earth is flat. Welcome to flat Earth.
No, the horizon doesn't let you see that mountain.
What are you talking about, dude?
What?
Yeah, if you're in Marseille...
They've been taking pictures across... So that Canago is in the Gulf of Leon, which is off the coast of France, right? They've been taking pictures of that across that stretch since the 1800s. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because since Roman times, since maybe always.
Well, I'm just saying they didn't have photography equipment in Roman times.
Well, he's saying they observed it. They were seeing it.
Yeah.
So what's your point? Is what they're asking.
You're arguing for a flat Earth, like.
No, I'm going for that. Thanks to the curvature of the Earth and the curvature of light inside Earth's atmosphere, this phenomenon is visible. No, the horizon.
How do you know the light is curving? How do you know the light is curving to make the Earth look flat?
He's claiming a horizon. Have him define horizon.
Yeah. Okay. Great. How do you know the light's curving?
Okay. Move on. Yeah.
Because if not, it wouldn't be visible.
That's circular logic.
Oh.
It's circular.
How do you know the Earth's a globe? Because the light's curving over a globe.
It's ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
This is why I left YouTube. Like, come on, guys. He's describing a horizon. Have him define it. It's not rocket science. Come on, grow up.
Well, I mean, that's not his main argument. His argument is light's curving.
Canago.
Well, okay. So you say it's refraction, right? What's the evidence it's refraction? So, like, when things are refracted, like a lens, right? This isn't a lens that's manufactured to create a. So, if there's refraction, why isn't it like magnified or distorted or displaced, or why don't we see chromatic?
Have him point out the horizon in the.
Why don't we see any of these other effects? Why don't we see any of these other effects if there's refractions going on?
Come again?
You know what a prism is, right?
A prism.
A prism.
Prism.
Shine light through it, makes a rainbow.
Rainbow.
Oh, because the refraction is the.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Wait.
Depends on the wavelength, right? Yeah, it depends on the wavelength. So why don't we see that when we're looking across the mountain that you think is being refracted up over the horizon? Why don't we see what's called chromatic aberration? Why don't we see that?
What's that?
Maybe because
it's when something. God damn, dude. So when you have a lens and white light or any light goes through it, each wavelength gets refracted on a different path. So when it reaches the other end, it's separated spatially. So we astronomically, if you look at planets, stars, you'll actually see this. You'll see the blue on the top or blue on top and red on the bottom. You can actually buy a corrector for a telescope because refraction's happening. Why don't we see this when we look across the bay?
No, it's not.
And look at Canago.
Yeah, the atmosphere is denser on the lower.
Yeah, the more refraction there is, the more you'd see this.
That's why the light is being refracted.
Yeah, we'd be able to tell if it was being refracted because we would see chromatic aberration. Are you not getting it?
Maybe
it's really simple. So we have telescopes. We have reflector telescopes. We have refractor telescopes. One uses a mirror. One uses a lens. We don't use the refractor telescopes. We don't make them bigger because the thicker the lens is, the more you get this chromatic aberration with red, blue, green, all that shit gets separated. And then you have 3 images of an object, red image and a green image. Okay? That's what happens when there's a lot of refraction. And you're claiming Canago is the result of a lot of refraction. Why don't we see this multiple colored image of Canago?
Because that happens at a specific time when the sun is just behind the mountain.
Doesn't answer my question at all. You didn't even address it, even remotely.
At 200 and let's say like 250 miles away.
No, 165 miles, 265
kilometers. Okay,
that's not the longest one. That's not even close. The longest is something like 470.
I think Jay Tolan wins, though, in my opinion. But I could be wrong.
Bro, you've been trained to answer this. This is crazy.
No, you guys are just we just done this lots of times, and you guys are like fucking.
Dude, you know how many times we heard this argument? Thousands, not like fucking.
Who you trained me? Glover's trained me. Thanks.
Yeah, you guys brought it in here and said, "Hey, man."
Look in the chat. So look in the chat. See, this is what should happen if you have a lot of refraction. See a triple image like this: red, green, blue.
This is not an object in space, and this is not a precise. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about, actually.
Yeah, this phenomenon is the result of refraction. When you have a lot of refraction, this is what happens.
So then ask him, what kind of refraction is he referring to then? To see things that are
he's talking about the refraction that only fucking flattens the globe.
I know, but he's got to give it a name, right? Doesn't he have to define his terms? What kind of refraction is it? Superior mirage.
It's called flattened refraction. Flattened refraction.
No, but let him give it a name. He's got to.
Well, I give it a name. I give it a name. Okay.
No. I think it's very clear to me.
It is?
Yes.
Cool. What kind of refraction are you referring to then?
Koenigsegg effect. You can search for it.
Koenigsegg effect.
What?
To a specific spot and a specific observation at one time is called Koenigsegg effect.
Interesting.
No, the effect can happen in other places.
Here's another one.
After this.
Here's another one. See Mars all the way on the right? See how it's blue on top, right on the bottom? That's because the blue light takes a different path than the red light. Because refraction depends on the wavelength.
Is this like a red shift, blue shift stuff?
No, this is the same as a prism. Yep. That's all it is. Same as a prism.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. Yeah.
RGB. Why don't we see this with your crazy refraction Koenigsegg Mountain pick up 2 miles?
What crazy?
Because it has to be picked up like 2 miles.
It's really clear to me. I'm living.
And then you have the other problem, right? The other problem is like at the location of Koenigsegg.
Hey, nice try, India. Nice try.
Nice try what?
Nice try what? Nice try what?
Have a good one.
Nice try what? Come
Are
on,
you
man.
in full cope mode now?
Don't fucking. Dude, his battery ran out. Shit.
He bounced.
Fucking
left?
He fucking boogied the fuck out of here, man.
Nice try, bro. Nice try, bro.
That was more than a try, dude. You're like in the fucking upper deck, dude.
Dude.
I Googled what the Koenigsegg effect, what type of refraction. It says looming.
It's the Koenigsegg effect, bro.
Yeah,
Someone outside the stadium caught the ball in the parking lot, dude. I hit that shit so far.
Fucking crushed that shit, man. It was awesome. Thank you guys for letting me hang out and get a little piece of the action.
Yeah, but what do you think about the Flat Earth Society?
Yeah, that was an interesting question to come in here with. I haven't heard that one in a while. That was a good one. Anyway.
Yeah, like maybe once a week.
When someone asked that question, I just visualized in my head freaking rolling up on a tricycle, ringing the little fucking bell on the handlebars. Dude, fucking children.
Yeah, we're dealing with children, man, and it's a weird phenomenon that we're living through, and it's great most of the time. Sometimes it sucks, but it is a lot of work to pay attention to all this shit, and but it's super interesting to me, and you guys too. Obviously, you're still here.
Yo, TB, you're out in Cali, right?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, there was a hot ass girl on this whatever podcast, dude.
I heard it was live today. I didn't watch it.
Dude, Jim Bob was on there. Dude,
wow.
Dude, listen.
Is this we're talking?
You really should hook up with this girl, dude. I'll post her in the chat. There you go.
No. Do not, CB. Do not.
All right, no, sure. We'll make it happen.
All right.
He had that ready for CB anytime.
Dude, I was waiting.
Oh shit!
Don't do it, bro. Was that on Fresh and Fit?
Whatever. It's on whatever.
It's on whatever. It's on the whatever channel.
I only watch it because I like Jim Bob. He's freaking good.
Bro, I thought you were serious. What the fuck?
He's not
Dude,
serious.
man, you can pull on that chain while she's freaking giving you dome.
She's been on there before.
She didn't have that shit hanging out of her face. She's like turning her head and I'm watching this thing swing and almost knock people out.
It looks like a fucking snot, bro. That's disgusting.
She's like, "Why did doctors
That
say
does
I'm
look like
mental
a snot,
defect?"
bro. Are you fucking kidding me? All right.
You leave the house looking like that, man. I mean, people have always tried to look for attention. I mean, they did it when I was growing.
Yeah, I mean, think about the Romans. You know, they wore some pretty weird stuff too. You know, whatever.
Remember the people that used to have like a mohawk, like the punks? It would be like a fucking high spiked mohawk that they had to use like Elmer's glue to get their hair like that. And they shave like one side. It's like you're looking for attention. Everyone knows you're looking for attention.
You're looking.
You didn't like wake up one day and thought, "This will look cool. I'm gonna wear this." Right?
You have some trauma in your life. I get it, and you want to express yourself. I get it. But there's other ways to do that, man. You can, paint or play music. Or
when I see that, I just think insecurity, dude. Like
it's complete insecurity.
Either like your personality can't be that bad where you have to dress like that to get attention.
I'm American Indian or part, and I look at my ancestors, the way they dressed, and it was pretty wild, man. And I don't know, man. Are they just doing that for attention, or did they have other meanings behind their dress?
Doing it because Americans like it.
They're scarred. They're hurt.
Talking about American Indians, man. They wore like headdresses and kinds of feathers and leather.
Right. Oh, well,
all kinds of cool shit.
Yeah, that's historic. They grew up like with that. That's like in you guys' culture.
So some chick that has blue hair and blonde hair and a fucking snot coming out of her nose is.
They're not thinking about. No, they're not thinking about.
It's like the crazy birds in the jungle, bro. It's like the crazy birds. Hella colors.
Look, that's not her hair. And if you took the hair and you look at the tag on it, it says cotton candy. It says cotton candy color. That's what kind of hair it is. It's fucking cotton. She's wearing cotton candy on her head.
Candy. It's just cotton candy hair. Yeah.
Cradle of Filth, man.
She bought that shit at a wig shop, man, and had it custom made.
Yeah. No. She, that might be her real hair. Dude, girls will spend stupid amounts of money
That's
on
a black chick. Her hair ain't doing that shit.
Not white.
No, it's not.
No, she ain't got no hair. She ain't got no hair. That's a wig.
It's a fucking wig, 100%.
Oh no!
Did you see all the metal in her face, dude? It's even worse, dude. Like zoom in on that. She got like 3 rings in each eyebrow. She got a nose ring. She got all sorts of fucking studs all in her face, dude.
Wrong.
What the? Dude, like a cry for help.
It's a cry for help, man. Is what that is. Exactly.
There's a lot of cries for help, but no one paying attention. Cries for help, man. There's like 30 cries for help in her head.
What are we looking at? Like, where's the?
It's a picture in the chat.
Don't look at it, man.
It's the cotton candy colored hair.
She has
on
nose rings, necklaces, lip rings, tongue rings, eyebrow rings,
disgusting rings, onion rings,
multiple lip rings. She also got studs. Did you see? She got studs all around her lips, right? So she's got stud piercings. She's got stud piercings in her fucking cheeks. She's fucking got rings in her eye. Oh, she's even got one across her fucking nose, dude.
CB. CB.
That's the worst one.
Was this chick actually on Fred?
She's been on the Whatever podcast multiple times, yes.
Well, why do you think they keep bringing her back?
Because she's controversial. And look, now we're talking about her.
Okay, now we're talking about her. So yeah, that's how it works, right? That's how that's how crazy works, man. I learned this in marketing, like 2.0, and the crazier you can make it, the more attention you can get.
Dennis Rodman,
fucking, Dice Clay. I mean, we can go down the list.
Dude, that show.
Dice Clay, what the fuck?
Like, that show is like, my God, man.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
Dude, if I was young, I'd run through so many chicks, dude. I'd fucking die with the talent. But like, these chicks are so stupid, and they're hoes. Like, I mean, they're pretty hoey when I was. They weren't dumb.
This guy sounds like
These chicks are dumb and hoes.
Our
Like,
standards went way up, though, bro. Like, it's insane.
no, girls have no standards. What are you talking about?
Oh, hey.
You seen the delusional calculator?
No, that's wrong.
Yeah, but that's them sober and in front of their friends. Okay,
in a year.
Yeah, Stevie, that's them sober in front of their friends.
Girls don't have standards.
You know, in a social situation and publicly, they're gonna say, "I want $100,000 dude," because they think that makes them worth $100,000. But when ain't nobody looking,
that girl
they're just a bunch of hoes.
Well, the girls that have a bunch of hoes don't have fucking dads in life.
Hold on,
fuck you.
CB, I got to get CB in here, man.
No, this dude's a fucking mama's boy. This doesn't have any sisters or anything there. Hey, what the fuck?
Mama's boy.
Bro, does he know where he's at, bro? What the heck?
Girls are all hoes.
Yes,
Girls are taught to be hoes.
Look, dude, the evolutionary psychologist David Buss, right? They wrote a book, like reasons women have sex. There was something like 270 fucking reasons women gave sex. Man, it's like 2 reasons.
Yeah.
So, like, listen, I can get in the 200. I can figure. I can get in like. Are those 270 reasons? I can be in at least 3 of those. Okay.
Bro, and anyone listening, tell me. No, hold on. Everyone thinks that he just won. Tell me your parents are divorced without telling me your parents are divorced. Gotcha.
Bro, this has nothing to do with your parents.
No, it has everything to do with your parents.
Your parents are a complete different generation than what's happening right now. Wait, you said you had kids, bro. This is not for you.
Wait, hold on.
CB, I think he's trying to say, man, the generation that raised the kids now fucked up, and they weren't on top of their shit, man.
No, the generation that raised the kids didn't have.
India's doing just fine, bro. I'm not worried about India.
Dude, I'm not running. Listen, I'm not even trying to fuck no bitches, dude. I'm done with that.
Yeah.
But with this guy, though, Bax, you have kids and a family, bro. You're good. You did it. You're
You
good.
shouldn't be trying to fuck bitches. You should be fucking married already.
Dude, I already been there, done that, dude.
That's not.
You're fucking 40.
It's not, dude. You have no
I'm
idea what you're talking about, bro.
Yeah.
But when I was in my 20s, dude, like, listen,
I was in my
been there,
20s.
done that, man. Got the T-shirt.
Yeah.
Got a hat.
Look, bro, if your advice is just get married, you are cooked. You are cooked.
Oh no! When you were 20, you hung out in a bunch of fucking gas
The first time I got laid, I was 12. Okay, just stop.
Oh man,
stop it.
Yeah, but you can't be diagnosing just get married in 2025. That's horrible advice for a young man.
What?
Hey, CB, man, I did that. I got married at 21.
Well, no, I'm just saying the times, things are different now.
And then I got divorced at like 23.
See, exactly.
No kids. I had no kids. That was cool.
Yeah.
But
you were also a fucking 12-year-old that claimed to lost his virginity in front of.
No, I was 12, dude. When I was 12, I lost my virginity to a 17-year-old girl. A bunch of times.
He can't even keep up. He shouldn't be part of the conversation.
So like,
really,
but like,
dude, like you're like 40 with kids, like you're good, and this conversation is not for you.
I'm
To
not
be honest,
40. I'm not 40. I have an old soul though, but I'm not 40. I am
how old are
old,
you?
though.
How old are you, bro?
36.
All right, well you have kids,
No,
bro. You're good. Are you married?
No kids.
Yes, of course.
All right, well you're good. Then you're good. This honestly, dude, the current scene. If you were not married and you were trying to have kids, good fucking luck.
Yeah. Good luck, bro.
Max, you're confusing is with ought, dude. We're just making descriptions. We're not saying what should happen. We're just saying what is happening.
Yeah,
Right?
this
isn't a
is what's
judgment.
happening.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Mongos. Come on.
Yeah.
Flat Earth.
Yeah,
Look,
man.
ultimately, everyone will be virgins when they're married. Ultimately, that is fucking probably not going to happen anytime soon.
A little bit of a pipe dream there, Indio. A little bit of a pipe dream.
Wait, who's a virgin when they get married?
It happens.
Ultimately, that would be the best thing for society is that everyone are virgins when they get married.
Unfortunately, the girls don't want to be virgins and they don't want to get married.
But that's my whole point. They will.
I'm just talking about from purely pragmatic viewpoint, right?
No,
Less
they
chance
won't.
of venereal diseases, less chance of fucking wrong pregnancy, paternity fraud, and all the other problems that come with promiscuity, right? It comes with a whole bunch of. So, if everybody was a virgin when married, all those.
You broke up, Indio. You broke up.
Said all the problems that come with promiscuity would go away if everybody was a virgin when married. Things like venereal disease, paternity fraud.
Oh, you're fucking retarded.
And paternity fraud is a real problem.
Child support, bro. Don't forget
Paternity fraud. 1 out of every 3, dude.
That's fucked.
Child support, bro. Child support.
Hey, Indio, can I ask you a question? Legit question. I remember a long time ago, like in the 1980s, it was common, allegedly, to have blood tests before you got married, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
What were they testing for?
I've never figured that out, dude.
HIV and AIDS.
No, it was
HIV and AIDS.
They might have. Venereal disease might have been one of the tests.
Hold on. Like before 1980, but it wasn't AIDS. Are you kidding me?
We're not talking to you. I'm not asking.
Yeah,
you,
I'm not
man.
talking to him. Hey, Mick, man, real quick, man. You know, I'm 61 years old.
God
right?
damn.
I know. Fuck you guys. But the point is, I remember my brother and my sister both had to get like a blood test before they got married, man. And what were they testing for? And none of us.
Wait, blood test before getting married?
Yes, they did.
What the fuck,
bro? I'm telling you,
you were fucking older than my parents.
Fuck off,
so
man.
They were getting,
telling you, man.
So therefore, they were getting married in the 80s, and they were searching for AIDS.
70s, man. 70s, bro.
Why does it matter? Like,
it doesn't matter, but a blood test was required to get married for some reason, and I think it was Indio. Man, you're gonna help me out here.
It's venereal disease. I just looked it up.
It wasn't a venereal disease thing. It was a bloodline thing, man.
Yeah, there was some sort of inbreeder thing that went along with it, but they didn't have genetic tests. But that didn't make sense to me ever because they didn't have genetic testing back then.
You're right. Yeah, they didn't have that back then, but they were testing for something, man. And I think those guys know more than we do. But they were testing for something. I don't know what it was.
They're looking for the Antichrist. Are you Damien? No, are you Damien?
But anyway, I do remember that. Blood tests before marriage. Had a blood test.
I remember watching that in the movie with god damn it, with the mermaid movie with the chick and the comedy guy. What's his name? Damn it,
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks. Yes.
Mermaid.
Mermaid chick. Yeah.
The mermaid chick. What the fuck was her name?
No,
Daryl Hannah.
Movie.
Oh,
Daryl Hannah. Daryl Hannah.
That's it. Thank you, Indio.
It's a girl's name?
Yeah, Daryl Hannah is the girl's name. You might want to like get some, trans investigators on that.
Yeah, Daryl Hannah was in oh shit. Anyway, Splash was the name of the movie.
Dude, apparently the marriage tests, blood tests, were for syphilis. And they've been around since 1938.
Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, it was okay.
Do you think that they had common retard tests? Like, look, your kid's gonna come out all fucked up. Just saying. They didn't have even that.
I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. It says they test for venereal diseases and genetic disorders, but like sickle cell anemia, but they didn't have those tests in the 80s.
We're talking 60s, 70s stuff here.
Yeah, man. RFLP was invented in the 80s, and PCR was invented also in the 80s. Those are both the genetic DNA amplification. That didn't exist.
Let me ask you this: a lot of that stuff in the 80s was computer modeled? Even they had shitty computers. But
what was computer modeled?
They were trying to do they were building up to the DNA sequence. I remember that, and that went into the 90s. But
they did that on my street, dude.
They tried to do this shit in the 80s, and they didn't have the computer power. That's what they tell us. But all of a sudden, man, back in the night, we got it all figured out, man. We got all the sequences of the DNA sequences, and we can tell where you were born and where you died, and yeah. Thanks, Mongos.
All those are like statistical models. They didn't have so there was the Human Genome Project. So they didn't know all the base pairs of the human genome. They thought there'd be something like, because human beings are complex, they assume that it would be the most complex, and it's actually not the most. So they finished like 2 decades before they were supposed to finish, because there's only, 21 million base pairs or something. And they thought there was going to be like billion. Because DNA is like wound up like CM. So like you have to like unwind it and then get each fucking gene. So the chromosomes are wound up right. Like they didn't know how many base pairs. So then they got that. But like as far as like where you're from and all that shit, they can't say like, they can say you have a DNA that when we test, the DNA matches people that lived in this part of the world, right? You have you're in the same haplo group. That's what they call it. But that's all they can say. And they don't know where that came in, right? They don't know if it was your frickin', your parents, your grandparents, they don't know where that particular haplogroup entered your genetic material. And there's the other problem of you only get a pair, right? So you don't know who's you're getting. So like one half of your chromosomes could be from your great-grand.
Bro, your shit is breaking up again. You're breaking up again.
Yeah, sorry.
You're good.
I was following. I should give you a fucking video. There's a video that was on 60 Minutes, guy. Basically, that 23andMe, and how big of a fraud that thing is.
I saw a video. Oh, so go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just a fraud, because all you're saying when you get your results, it just tells you what your DNA is, but you could have ancestors in there that don't show up, right? Because you only have the pairs from 2 ancestors. But you have a lot more than 2 ancestors.
I saw
because you get half, right? And the half
yeah.
It's like roulette.
I saw a video where 2 identical twins did the 23andMe shit, and they both got 2 different total freaking answers. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit, man.
There's a chick. They end up firing her. So she worked the DNA matching at like the Nevada crime lab, and she found it was something like 13 people that had the same genetic profile in their computer system. Yeah.
Ain't that something?
Because they don't test your entire genome, they test a section of it. And they say, well, the probability of this freaking string of it's called standard repeats. So it's just like a string that will repeat on your genome, and they're like, okay, the string that repeats just like this is 30 million to 100, but it's just based on a statistical model. So here's the other thing: when you submit someone's DNA, you have to say, are they Caucasian, are they Hispanic, or are they black? Well, what the hell does that got to do with any statistics? Why don't you ask them, do they have red hair? Are they left-handed? Like, do they like chocolate? I mean, does that affect their DNA? Because the DNA has nothing to do with this section, right? This standard repeat section. It has nothing to do with whether you're from Africa or Asia or any other. It's a completely, dude. I can only say that's racist motivation or something that they made that way. That they made it like back in the 80s and they separated up because these groups are social constructs, right? White, black, Asian, these are social constructs.
What? Oh, come on, India. What? Social constructs?
There's no black DNA gene, dude. Sorry.
Well, just saying. It's like, no.
I'm just saying, if someone gets entered into the system, hey, check, is this person black or white? Looks black, check the box, right? But that has nothing to do with, like, their genetic material. There's no black skin gene. Dude, there's a whole book about this, dude. There's a whole book, right? So the dude goes to every continent and he fucking photographs people and he knows, like, what their ancestry is. And he takes photographs of them. And, like, you can't tell, dude, from just looking at someone where they're from. Because he's got white Africans. And I'm not talking about the guys that freaking invaded. I'm talking about just the normal variation in a population. So some people are going to be whiter than other people. Some people are going to be blacker or darker than other people. Some people are going to have slantier eyes than other people. So you have whites that are fucking look like they're Asian. You got blacks that look like they're white. You got whites that look like they're, fucking, whatever. So, and this person made a book about it. It's a whole book. All it is pictures. It's just a picture book of photographs of people.
I don't get it, man. We're told
that you can't tell what race somebody is by looking at them.
No.
Yes, there are generalities, but there's exceptions which are so exceptional you can't say they're from another race. But the point is that making a statistical model with a category you made up, right? White, black, Asian, right? That's a made up category.
What?
Okay, so say they made a category instead of white, black, Asian, say left-handed versus right-handed.
I get it.
Now, think about it. Or these people, like, we're going to make a database, likes chocolate, doesn't like chocolate. Right? And we're going to have a statistical model, like, all the people that like chocolate, the probability, like, so what they do is they have a sample, right? So they went out in the population and they took a bunch of DNA, right? And those people they took DNA from, they checked the box that said, I'm black. And they took all the black people's DNA, and then they made a thing, and then they made a statistical model based on the results of their input data. And someone new comes along and says, well, we take their DNA. Oh, they look black to me. Check that box. We're going to compare them to the black database. You see what I'm saying? That's totally arbitrary because they could have made a left-handed, right, like strawberry ice cream, can stand on one hand upside down. Like, they could have made any arbitrary. But the thing is, when you make choices like this, it has to be a random sample or your statistics are invalid. You understand? Like when you're going to make a statistical model of a population, it has to be a random sample. You have to start at a random sample. You can build up all these subgroups afterwards, but initially you have to start with a true random sample. Otherwise, your statistics are absolute garbage. But they never started with a true random sample. They started with a racist sample. Well, I should say a race-based categorical sample. Dude, mark my words. In 50 years, we're going to find out there's a shitload of people in prison sitting in jail because their DNA matched something. And there's no basis for it. Mark my words, dude. You heard it here first.
I'm marking your words, bro. I'm doubled marking your words. Yes.
Look, that's why you hear it all the time. Oh, their DNA match. There's never a match. They give you a probability. They give you a probability. Is there another person on Earth with this same fucking standard repeat in their DNA? Oh, the probability of someone with this in the population of everybody in the world is 1 trillion to 1. Hey. What does that say to a juror? The juror goes, 1 trillion to 1. There's 9 billion people on Earth. Oh, it must be him. Right? But the whole basis of that statistical prediction, probability that they spit out, is based upon all the samples they took previously, where they made their statistical model from the person. I've gone on like physics forums and talked to like geneticists about that, and they will block me or they'll run away.
Yeah,
they do the same shit Glowers do. They don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, they don't. You're right, 100%.
All right, I'll admit that I had a child out of wedlock, and she was a fucking whore. All right, and I submitted to the fucking test, the DNA test, and they said it was like 98.6 or whatever % likelihood you're the father, and I was like, oh shit.
That's a bullshit, dude. What do you mean 98.6% of what?
It was something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something really fucking high. It was like just about like that. And then I was like,
but you notice in murder trials, right? In murder trials, they don't give you, that's not how they do it. Right? So in a murder trial, they'll give you the probability, well, we found this DNA, right? We found this DNA, and only 1 in 100 million people have this particular standard repeat in their DNA. So what's the probability of Los Angeles? So O.J. Simpson is a perfect example. I think the probability of O.J. I think it was 1 in. It was actually not even that high. It wasn't even 1 in a trillion. It was like 1 in. What? I think it was like 1 in 900 million or something. 1 in 900 million people, according to the statistical model, would have the same quote unquote DNA as him. The way they say it, though, the way they'll try and say it, though, is like, we match the DNA, or your DNA matches within a statistical certainty. No. It's, hey, if we had 900 fucking million people, human beings, one person in that 900 million would have this DNA. But that's not how they sell it. They sell it, they make it sound completely different than what it really is. Think about it like this. You had a 900 million sided dice in your. Okay.
Yeah.
Only one of them are your number, right? So like.
Only one, man. Only one. Hey, think of it like this, man. Outer space is like, trillions and trillions of miles away. I mean, the closest star is like 26 trillion miles away. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, that's the closest.
Just a stone throw.
It's a stone throw. 26 trill. And, that's that. We got it, bro. We got 26 trill in the bank. Yeah. Yeah, you ain't got shit, man. That fucking light in the sky is not 26 trillion miles away. And then one next to it's like, 400 light years away. What? That's crazy, bro.
But oblivion, the standard, that's a civil thing. So the standard of evidence is different too.
Yep.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. And I don't know why they could say 99%. 99% of what?
Yeah.
So that means if there's 1,000 people, only one of them could have possibly fathered their child. I mean, you know what I mean? That like you couldn't convict someone on murder, and not even close. Say you're a jury, you're sitting on a jury, and they go, "Well, this guy's DNA is 1 in 1,000," and you're living in a city of 25 million. You're not going to convict that dude, right?
Yeah, but I'm in a little town. I don't know if that matters. I don't know that I understand.
That doesn't matter, dude. People travel for pussy. What's it like? How many people live in a 50? Like, you've been banging the whole county.
Does the kid look like you?
Yeah, I think so.
No.
Don't know, man. I mean, what do you, you know? Anyway,
were you the only person tested?
I got a question for you guys.
Oh no, I was the only one tested because I was the only one fucking.
And let me guess, the state did the testing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'd be suspicious just right out the bat.
What are you gonna do? You know.
I mean, what are you gonna do?
Run to California or Mexico or do the test and
no, have it done again. You control it this time.
Oh well, I'm past that now. We're way past that now.
Way
still find out.
Why, is he grown?
Oh yeah, he's grown, and I paid out, and we're past that.
No, get your money back.
Oh shit!
Don't let that bitch get away with it. Look, man, I'll just tell you. There was a chick named Annie Dugan. There's all sorts of fucking convictions. That bitch was doing all the fucking drugs in the crime lab. Faking evidence, just doing all sorts of bullshit. Going right to the cop and saying, "What do you need?" And then just writing a report that said whatever the. What do you think this is? Oh, I think it's cocaine. Okay, it's cocaine because I said so. She was running the state police fucking crime lab.
Because I said so. Because I said so.
So here's the messed up thing. Even though she was implicated in thousands of cases, dude, did they let the people go and not the evidence? Hell no.
Fuck no.
They tried to get them all to plead guilty to some other shit over a period of like 2 years. Like, they're just assholes about it. Instead of just saying, okay, everybody out, we'll start over. We know you're a bunch of fuck-ups. You'll be back anyway. Instead of doing that, they just tried to string it along, dude. Because it would have collapsed the system.
Right. It collapses the system.
Imagine when they go, 4,000 people get out of prison right now.
Yep.
Well, the prison runs on fucking federal money.
The system.
Now,
the system.
Yeah, and people that are on Social Security, the prison gets their Social Security check. And they get federal funds for their health care. And they get federal funds for all this. And there's just federal funds if they make so many drug convictions. There's federal funds through that, through the fucking drug dare program. It's a whole racket.
It's a racket.
4,000 people walking away, that's fucking millions of dollars.
Yep.
There'd be layoffs. It would be bad.
Yep. They can't have that happen, man. That's unacceptable because they're going to lose their jobs. I mean,
what ended up happening it was a windfall for the court system because the court's like, oh, we need more money, legislature, to help clean up this mess created by the executive branch because they have fucking criminals prosecuting cases. So we need to hire more lawyers, more fucking probation officers, more public defenders, go over all these cases, right? And make sure these people get fair trials now.
Yeah. No.
We need more money.
Need more money. More money. It turns out it's all about the money, in my opinion.
Always is.
Always is.
Whenever they say it's not about the money, it's about the money.
Exactly. What does money buy? Yeah, I don't know. Yachts, islands. Fuck, I don't know, man. There's people that own islands, bro. Do any of you Mongos own islands? I don't think so, man.
Epstein did.
Why were you there?
Oh, hey.
Was he happy?
Was he happy he owned an island? Apparently not.
Stephen Hawking happy when he went there?
Oh, Stephen Hawking went to Island?
Yeah, Stephen Hawking went to Epstein Island, yes.
Oh, okay. Very interesting.
You know why he was there?
To be happy?
There's a couple politicians with necrophilia fantasies. Says use Stephen Hawking for that.
I heard that Stephen Hawking's fantasy was that he liked to watch midget women draw out a bunch of calculus equations on high up chalkboards.
That's real specific.
Kind of into that.
It's a bit kinky. I'll give you that. It's kinky.
What did he have? ALS?
Yeah, ALS. He lived a long time with ALS.
Yeah, to be the longest person ever with ALS. And he was not even named on the website.
He lived longer than most regular human beings.
Yeah. He wasn't even named until it was called a conspiracy theory that he wasn't named, and then they named him. Then he died.
Well, you notice he never got sicker, right? That too. Like, he didn't, fade away. He was just like, oh, I'm Stephen Hawking, I'm a meat puppet, and dead.
Then dead. Then there's the whole thing is whether or not he was actually a guy, and oh yeah.
Right, I was gonna say that. Because they be coming up with characters, bro. I don't know why they do it.
I dated a girl once, and she's like, Stephen Hawking, you got to read his book. It's so amazing. It's so crazy. It's great. He explains all the universes and the light and the planets and everything. It's so great. So great.
I had a friend like that.
Yeah. But
I used to be that guy.
Yeah, I mean, not to that degree, but sort of. I was watching documentaries. So.
Yeah, I was that guy, man.
Anne Frank character.
I was that guy, man. Say, hey, man, I totally.
Anne Frank, yeah, right. Anne Frank never existed, man. Didn't they get busted?
Yeah, exactly. Like every 100 years, there's an Anne Frank character.
No, but I thought that Anne Frank person got busted. Didn't they end up getting busted? The author of that book?
Yeah, like their diary was in ballpoint pen half the time, which didn't exist.
Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah, they made that for space, didn't they?
If you go to Cape Canaveral or JPL, in the gift shop, man, they sell space pens. Have you guys ever owned one of those space pens?
No, I'm trying to quit.
Okay. But yeah, you can get a space pen. It works in a vacuum, underwater, upside down, backwards, forwards, and perpendicular. Yeah.
Yeah, but does it actually write?
Does it what?
Does it actually write shit? You said it works. Works to do what? Does it actually fucking?
It writes shit. It does write shit. It does. It writes shit that NASA's cool and everything's good, man. I mean, look, they got rockets, bro. They got rockets.
In a vacuum, it makes ink blots.
In a vacuum, bro. They got rockets. Rockets are, for rich guys. Last time I checked, man. I mean,
really good engineering.
And there's that really good engineering and chugga. You got.
Don't forget the pictures, bro.
And we got images. Come on.
Well, they have TikTok now.
We got TikTok. I mean, the globe is kicking ass, man. These days, man. It's really like out there. It's totally like cool. The globe is cool, man. Everybody knows it's cool. You flat earthers are retards, man, because you guys are on the cool globe retard thing. Come on. I do appreciate you guys letting me.
The message.
Yeah, but yeah.
Give you content, bro.
Yeah, they do. They need some new content, but experiments are final. I checked it out. If anybody wants to dispute me that experiments are final, that's cool.
Dude, this shit's getting worse.
Yeah.
Like, bro, like the last few videos that have come out, right? The moon ones. Like, why is the Earth and moon? You've seen these, right?
Not yet.
Oh, there's a whole, like, the one they sent to the moon turned into. Elon Musk keeps sending them up, and then, like, like, why are these turning into ovals?
You're cutting out.
You're cutting out, bro. You're cutting
damn it.
out. Damn it.
50%.
Video. Yeah.
It's not the connection. It's just the gate. I think your gate is too bad.
Yep. He's being censored. I have no doubt. I'm sorry.
It's not roboting.
Little robot.
That's my cheap ass headset.
It could be that. Could be
Is that better?
Yeah. You're good.
So.
Go ahead. Yeah, you're good, Indio. Go, man.
Yeah, I was just saying, like all the latest videos, the Earth keeps turning into an oval. Like
Yeah,
I've seen a bunch of them, man.
I saw one recently with that. I might have a screenshot, but I'm driving. Where are they doing this stuff? In a studio somewhere?
Yeah, but I don't think it's like I think it's probably something that's like what do you call it? Like they do for the Mandalorian. Just a bunch of screens.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
You're like just surrounded by like LED screens, right? The walls are LED screens. Fucking sticking a camera and they can just project any image on the screen they want.
So the people doing it know what's happening, or are they like brainwashed to think, "Oh, this is just for training"?
They probably don't even know, man. Now think about this, and this is why I've said this shit. NASA wants to make a fake fucking video. They just send a work project to fucking India and they're like, hey, have Bajit fucking make some fucking make some I can't help it, dude.
It's so funny. I love that word.
I am Brahmin. No, you're Bajit. Shut the.
Bajit. That geeks me out.
So you send a work on it, like because you can outsource shit, right? You send it over to India. Hey, I want a scene that shows a rocket or going up a globe. I want your freaking visual studio to make it. and then send it back, and then you release it like and what the fuck do they know in India? You see what I'm saying? Like, what do they know? And then the Indians was like, "Oh, I made that in my studio." Yeah, okay. Like, the guy goes on the internet and says, "I worked for this company and I made that in my 3D studio with this company." Yeah, shut up. No one's ever gonna believe them. They just outsource this shit to a foreign country. They don't know what's going on here.
They could be promised citizenship. They'd shut the fuck up real quick. Right?
Yeah, facts.
I mean, there's other ways to shut them up too. I mean,
it's the cheapest way.
Like, if you don't shut up, we're gonna make you go to the bathroom on a toilet.
I'm in.
He's in.
Is it dead right now? What's going on?
Oh, we're lit.
Are we live? Are we live?
I think we're live. Chat, are we live?
Flat Earth.
We are live.
Okay, man. Do it live.
We do it live, chat. So, someone talk to the new guy? Was it your first time?
Did someone say something about Flat Earth? I'm like 90% flat earther.
90%.
Get me to 100. What is that? What is a flat Earth?
Okay, go out and do your own test. There you go. And then you'll be 110.
Oh, okay. Wow, I see how it is.
No, I mean, listen, the only way to prove something in reality is to demonstrate it. And since we're not with you, you're going to, right, you just go out and test the globe, prove to yourself that it's not a globe, and then that's that.
Okay, like, what's like a test?
Do you live near any water?
I mean, like 6 hours away.
W.
Okay.
That's not that
bad. The globe makes certain predictions, right? So if you're 6 feet tall, the horizon's 3 miles away. And then after that, like, things should be disappearing over it. And it should be going over the curve of the Earth. So you can go out to a body of test this. This is actually what occurs.
Right. This is like not Tartaria stuff, but it kind of has to do with it. Like I say this to my dad, right? I say this to my dad, right? And he's like, well, yeah, the math ain't mathin' as far as what they say, but I believe they have hidden land such as Tartaria, so it could just be a lot bigger than what they're telling us, so that they could hide land. And I don't know how to refute that.
I don't think that's the Tartaria story. Because the Tartaria story is that Tartaria is Russia. So.
Oh, okay. Well, we just take it as like there's like an immense amount of hidden land that they don't want to tell us, so they tell us all these like lies about like how big it actually is. But you know what I'm saying?
Well, hidden land or not, either way, doesn't tell you whether the surface is curved, because it has to be curved in all directions, right?
Right.
Has to keep you they always depict you like a person when they show a diagram. The person's always on top of the ball, right? Everything has to curve down away from you, and eventually it'll go over the curve, and then it should, because it went over the curve of the Earth, right? What's the sunset behind? What does it go over? I can't see the bottom. That shit, right?
Right.
So you can just go out and test it. It's not really that difficult. It's actually super simple. But the narrative for the globe is, can't figure it out. Trust us. You need all these equations on this chalkboard, or you just don't know anything.
Right.
You're not even a rocket scientist. What the fuck do you know, stupid?
Right. They treat it as God. They treat it as like some blind faith. Right.
No, they treat it as you're too fucking dumb. That's what they treat it as.
Right. You can't understand.
When it's really
vast knowledge.
Is the Earth a globe is really like a 3rd grade fucking algebra problem. It really is. So this is the formula for the horizon distance. 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Is that fucking hard? That's fucking ninth grade shit. That's not hard. You don't need a fucking advanced.
I got you, buddy. I got you.
And it's easy to test. Okay, so what? 1.22 miles times the square root of height in feet. How tall am I? Oh, I'm 6 feet tall. Take the square root of 6 feet. Multiply times 1.22 miles. Rise is 3 miles away. Bam.
Yeah,
Simple.
I'm gonna school him come Monday.
Well, I mean, most people believe it because they saw it on TV, dude. Let's go to it yet. Oh, the TV wouldn't lie to me.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Look, we've talked to people with PhDs. You fucking name it, dude. The people that build satellites. I did this. I did that. 5 points. Fucking, I'm a scientist, physicist, astrophysicist, cosmologist. We've talked to them all. And there's one common thread between everybody. They don't know shit. They tell us the same thing that we learned in ninth grade. Right? I got a PhD in physics. Oh, yeah. Do you got any evidence Earth is a globe? They're fucking Googling it. They're Googling Eratosthenes. They're fucking Googling... They're Googling all this stupid shit. People with advanced degrees. So it doesn't matter. You can be ninth grade, 10th grade, sophomore in fucking college, PhD. Everybody comes with the same answers, and they don't know shit. Because everybody's taken it as a foregone conclusion that, hey, you're told in kindergarten, Earth is a globe. If you think it's flat, you're fucking stupid. Okay, and everybody's just like, okay, I don't want to be stupid. Earth's...
Yeah, I hear you, buddy. You cut out.
Is that not what they do? Didn't they do that in kindergarten?
Yeah, it's like they hang globes above you as you're a child in your crib. Like, yeah, nah, I'm here.
No, like in kindergarten, dude. When you're like, okay, Earth's a globe. There's a globe. And Christopher Columbus proved the Earth was round. And only stupid people thought, but he was brave. And everybody else was stupid and thought they would sail off the edge of the Earth. Isn't that not the narrative they tell?
Yeah, it's the narrative.
Yeah. And you don't want to be stupid sailor from the fucking ancient past. You don't want to be a caveman, right? You want to be sophisticated. You want to be smart. So you're going to believe what everybody else believes. So you can be.
Oh, yeah.
Another good factoid from that is that he said everyone else is wrong. Look at ships disappear bottom up. At the rate at which they disappear bottom up, if you sail west, you'll end up east in India. So that demonstrates that even that math, like you said earlier, the math ain't mathin'. If you use the observation and say that is the physical curve of the Earth, a hump of water blocking the boat, causing it to disappear bottom up, you end up with a very small Earth.
So you go west and you end up east.
Yeah, he thought, because before, back in the days of yore, like, 1400s, the only way to get to the east was the Silk Road, and it was a tough road, and they had to pay lots of taxes and tolls as they went through all these different kingdoms, and then deal with bandits and raiders. So he was thinking, he said, hey, I got a better idea. Let's sail west, and we'll end up east. A shipping route over the ocean. Because using his math, he was dead wrong. That he thought, based on the disappearing bottom up and these observations he was making, that all it was ocean, and you'd wrap around the Earth. and they're like, no, you're stupid. The Earth is flat. You can't sail around it. Your math doesn't check out, even if you could. And he eventually, went from country to country until Spain sponsored his trip.
And that's obviously not what happened, is what you're saying.
Well, I mean,
what ended up happening? He ended up crashing he got lost and crashed into Cuba.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Fucking, so he didn't sail around the world.
Yeah, is he was he a Mason? I've heard that, but I've never seen anything about it. I'm wondering.
No, he was Catholic.
He's Catholic?
Catholic,
Okay.
yeah.
Might as well be a Mason.
Happy Monday, everybody.
Happy Monday.
Oh yeah, Monday.
So y'all always in here? What's with this live thing? Is it like a real thing? Like there's a YouTube live going on right now? If so, where can I find the YouTube live? Alrighty then.
You guys see the two bots up there? If you click on either one of them, there'll be a link to the YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. I'm new to Discord. Okay. Well, I'm not new to Discord. I just haven't used it since I was like a little. All right, hold on. Oh shoot.
Is the thing on?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm listening to my voice. It's pretty weird.
Yeah. So it's gonna make clips or whatever.
Yeah, please don't.
Clipcord, where you at, brother? Embo has joined the call. Welcome, Embo.
Welcome, Imbo.
First time, or you've been here before?
Wait, what? First time to what? What did I join again?
It's the Flat Earth call, buddy.
Oh,
yeah.
That should be interesting. Yeah, don't mind me. Just talk amongst yourselves.
Have you talked to Flat Earthers before?
Yeah.
Yeah, once or twice.
How did that go?
Stop the cap.
What did they say?
Yeah, what do you know about it? What do you know about it, Imbo? What's
Well, I mean, what, besides the Flat Earth claim? I mean,
what do they say specifically?
well, I mean, that list is as long as the sun, and it made equal less sense than the sun, so, or less than equal sense to the sun, but, you know.
Did anyone catch that?
Hell no.
Less than equals something, sun.
The sun is long.
Oh, my bad. So, yeah, my bad. I forgot the sun is flat, so that's not really a far distance from the Earth, is it? My bad.
So they were
Excellent. So
trolling.
you've spoken to a lot of flat earthers, haven't you?
Once or twice, yeah.
No.
Yeah, nah, I'm calling bullshit.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Who's the British guy? Enlighten me. Go ahead.
British. Yes, British man. Get your tea out and explain, please.
All right, fine. Fucking Brazilian guy, whatever the fuck. I don't give a shit.
Just tell him what it is. Tell him what's real.
Yeah, enlighten me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you're the one that's telling us.
This guy cracks really easy.
Well, okay, hold on. So,
he's
if I'm
ignorant.
not, guys, can I
learn.
talk for a second? If I'm not 100% mistaken, the common consensus is that the world is not flat. So, based on that, the bird. Can I talk? Are you just going to talk over me, or what's up?
So consensus means you're just a sheeple and you're following everyone else.
Hey, chill, bro. This is
that
retarded.
wasn't necessary.
No. What you're looking at here is not. It's not that the problem. The problem isn't that to let him talk. The problem is someone in here bringing fallacious, broken logically fallacious.
No, he's trying to learn.
Yeah,
and
appeal to
silence him.
popularity, appeal to a consensus, appeal to authority. These are logically fallacious thinking. So if old boy here,
hey Crit, it's not fallacious if you're a sheeple.
He's
just following everyone else.
Learn. Yeah, he said enlighten me, and you muted him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let them know that try again. Okay, appeal to popularity is logically fallacious. To come and say the vast majority of people think X, therefore X is true. It also hard counters his atheism.
How about we rewind him then? All right, have another go.
All right, let's try again.
That and I hope the fake flat earther that just came in here don't
answering this crit. Hold on, answering this crit guy. How is
that's genetic fallacy. You don't answer somebody.
So retarded.
You talk to the content. Okay, just because I said it doesn't mean that you say, "Oh, look at this crit guy. This crit guy triggered you in your DMs." Irrelevant, completely irrelevant content.
Okay, you guys can't have a conversation.
Okay, if we can't,
why do you keep white knighting flat earther? Why are you talking?
Jerry, you need to.
Why are you talking, buddy? You just mute yourself again.
Before you get muted by. If you think we can't have a conversation, why are you trying to have a conversation? It really highlights that you are living in a walking, talking contradiction. Okay, good. He left. Okay.
Yeah, I thought you were going to get into him when he first got here. I could tell he was a fake flat earther when he first got here.
Okay, anyone besides Crit then? How is a flat Earth not equally fallacious as a globe Earth? Explain that to me, please.
How is a flat Earth not equally fallacious as a globe Earth?
Yes. Because the common consensus, and yes, you can look that up, that's true.
Hold on. Let's just ask that question
A
again.
majority of people believe the Earth is round instead of being flat. So how is saying the Earth is flat not equally fallacious?
He's keep talking. He won't shut up.
How is a flat Earth not equally fallacious to a globe Earth? Please make that make sense.
Do you need the definitions of the words? Like, what's up?
So what you're saying is they're both equally fallacious.
Well, okay, but 99.9% of people believe the Earth is a globe, and then
stop. Let's get back to your original question.
Flat,
okay, so. You're one of those fucking idiots, right?
Yeah, he's going to keep talking while he's being more fallacious. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so what you were saying is that both of them are equally fallacious. Is this correct? Yes or no?
Well, I was asking a question. You said that without any evidence.
Obviously, you struggle with yes and no. Mate, flip a fucking coin. You got a 50-50 chance of winning it. Are you saying both Globetardia and Flat Earth are equally fallacious? Yes or no?
So wait, not Flat-Tardia?
Yes or no?
Flat-Tardia.
Okay,
he's
so
broken.
You're a moron.
Oh, well, that's what it is. You can't answer a simple question, but I'm broken. Okay.
No, you were asked a very simple question.
That's called projection,
You asked us a question, and we're trying to get out of you what the nature of your stupidity is. So basically, from what I've understood of you so far, you've said to us that both the globe and flat Earth are equally fallacious. Is this correct? Yes or no? That's what I'm.
Well, according to your own, you gonna mute me again?
No, this is you.
Can I ask a question? Or are you gonna mute me?
No, I want you to answer the question asked of you. You claimed they are
my
both
question was
equally
based on your
fallacious.
own logic.
No, you fucking talk through
you
me
said
again.
you said that my question was fallacious.
Right. Obviously, you're struggling. Take a step back. Stop trying to chew on your microphone. You said that both of them are equally fallacious. I'm just trying to get out of you, is this correct? It's a very simple yes. That means yes, this is correct. They are both on equal footing. They are both fallacious. Or no, this is incorrect, meaning one of them is not fallacious. So, are they both equally fallacious? Yes or no?
Are any of you familiar with the read?
Here we go.
If anyone else wants to play with him, you're more than welcome to, but
bring out the gimp.
You have to answer the question. Or just put it in the chat.
Yeah, put it in the chat. He's a numpty. Holy shit, that one is so broken. I don't have a broken sound effect.
Like the record, the screeching record halt.
I love that one.
That has to be one of my favourites, eh? Oh, he's typing.
He's almost as bad as the other Embo.
This is why I said
you talk a lot for an actual retard, but okay, British virgin kid. Oh my god. Nice one, numpty.
I've talked to this guy before, and I'm like, so this is my prediction on Flat Earth. When Spaceman returns, A, he will have nothing to say, and B, even if he does, you can't tell me nothing. Because his whole shtick was like, Flat Earth can't even, Flat Earth can't do anything at all. I go, what about make music? Can they make music? So then he came back and responded with C, then D, then E. He just started singing the alphabet. Dude, like completely cracked.
Were you online the day that QE got one of them to say the alphabet and he fucked it up?
Yeah. Yeah.
That shit was gold. Holy.
That was Castle King. Yeah, he got Castle King to fuck up the alphabet.
Oh, no, there was another one.
Oh, okay.
There was another one. He missed T. He gets right to the end, and he's like so proud of himself. And then he's like, "Oh, can I answer this question now?" And it's like, "Nope, you can fuck off and go and find the T." Oh shit!
He's like, "You guys are in an echo chamber." I'm like, "And you know this because you're in the echo chamber telling us it's an echo chamber." He's like, yeah. Wow.
Oh, dumbass is typing again. Let's see what he comes up with this time. Wonder if he's worked out that I'm not British. Oh, hold on. Yeah, nice one, brother. Jedi will drop in and just go, fuck off, idiot. Even the Cockney kid looks like this. Oh, you're a doormat. Oh, no way.
In the quiet words of the Virgin Mary, come again.
Does my accent sound like that? No.
Yeah, he's kind of like retard mode. Either you talk like him, or you have a British accent. That's it.
Ah, is that how it works?
It is.
Well, in that case, I gotta put on my Peterbilt trucker cap, and I'll join you all down the track.
Damn, he beat me to my bone, Maverick.
Oh shit!
It's gonna beat you to some country twang.
Oh no way!
Creighton, you said you talked to him before. Was he spiraling also?
Yeah, the first time he came in here, he instantly spiraled. Like, he was going to tell us all what for. I basically told him, like, excuse me? Like, you saying something?
Have a go at this. Well, duh, stupid people can't argue. You blindly accept whatever the latest YouTube video told you is true.
That's actually dumb. Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah.
That is fucking gold. Crit, please feel free to add that to your collection of awesome stupidity.
That's money right there. That's a victory shot.
Oh, man. Actually, it's a wonder Sporadic hasn't dropped in to clip that one. He's been getting a nice little collection of stupid things too. Right. So we hadn't had much entertainment in the last 8 hours?
What do you think, chat?
Yeah, the good thing that one dude was a Jerry Springer or something like that. The one that came, I'm a 99er. I'm a 99%er.
Oh dear.
Yeah, we don't want you.
So how much of that 99% was in the jar?
Yeah, it basically was like, I don't live by water, but I know Russia's got extra land. India cooked them pretty good.
Yeah, I caught the back end of it. That's when I come in. I love how they call me kid. Does my voice sound that young, does it?
No, it's just that he thinks everyone's a kid like he is.
Damn, that was a good one, Crit.
Like, I know Crit sounds young. Okay, we're going to do this. Creation Bear, does my voice sound older than Crit's? Yes or no? Not that you know how old I am, but does my voice sound like it? Like, if we were just talking one day and you didn't know either of us and didn't know what Crit's age was either, who would you say was older?
It's hard to say because I know his age. And it's
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Opinion. You're just going off pure sound.
Maybe you? I don't know. It's hard to say.
I know Crit is older than me. Like, Crit's voice sounds like he's only in his bloody early 30s at best.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I get mistaken for that a lot.
And it's like he retires next week. It's like, holy shit. Sorry, Crit.
No, it's fine. I know it's kind of weird sometimes because people are like I've another server that used to be open. It was called, I don't know if you guys remember, like the Chatterbox, and it was like a chessboard. It was called like the Beast, like the CB or something like that, or TCB. And anyway, we used to be partnered with them, but the server got nuked. And they were like saying, "There's no way you're, whatever. You're like a Reddit like teenage Zoomer." And I'm like, I flip my camera on. I'm like, really, really? You know, like, oh, it's gotta be a face filter. There's no fucking way. You know, like they're just stunned, and I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? You know, it's like you're just.
I was gonna say
like,
you'd nearly fall into Boomer, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'm like right at the edge. I'm like
wow,
right at the edge between Gen X or like yeah.
So you're at the start of Gen X.
Yeah, right at the very start of Gen X.
Wow.
It's kind of funny because all my brothers and sisters are all older than me. Like my next sister is 7 years older than me, and we were talking one of the last times we met as a whole family. They were like talking about like all the time gone by and stuff, and still referring to me as the baby of the family. Like I mean they were like in high school, and I was like a little kid thinking Santa Claus was real. So
yeah. So there's a fair age gap between you all, or
No, they're all roughly about the same. They're all within like.
They're all close, and you were the surprise later on.
I was kind of like the surprise later on, yeah.
No, fair enough, yeah.
So then we were talking, and they were talking about the time gone by, right? All the years, where they were, and where they were when JFK was assassinated, and all the stuff, like all these big events that they knew exactly where they were standing right when it happened. And then they kind of made fun of me because they said, "Well, look at you." I'm like, "What about me?" They go, "You're just like these Gen X kids. You're not really our generation. Like you don't remember any of this shit. You were just you weren't even born yet, or you were a little kid. You were just a toddler." I go, the biggest thing for you is September 11th, and I'm like, well, Columbia, I'm like. I was like Yellowstone, like, and then like get the fuck out of here.
Challenger.
Those don't count. Yeah, those don't count. Those are like little blurps. Those are like I'm talking about big events where you knew exactly where you were when it happened. You could tell everyone exactly what you were doing that day, and it's ingrained in your memory. And these were like you're kind of like to the point I make about how. How things are getting worse, and the space age didn't change anything. Just how awful the 1960s were. Like, people like to put on rose-colored glasses and talk about this was a space age, humanity landed on the moon. Yeah, and there was students getting shot in Kent State, like Ohio, like 4 dead in Ohio. You had like constant protests. You had a seriously corrupt executive branch with a secret enemies list. You had endless perpetual warfare in Southeast Asia. Like people think like, wow, what a great space age that was.
Good. That was a good story. Good testimony. Interesting. I was visualizing you bantering with your siblings.
Oh yeah, kind of bantering back and forth, and they're like, check this out.
Are they not going to touch Flat Earth at all? Or
well, a lot of my siblings they've passed. They've since passed. So.
Oh, I see. R.I.P.
My sister, she lives here in Minnesota too. I grew up in Arkansas, so I got family down there too. And she's like just straight up QAnon. I mean, it's fucking hilarious.
QAnon,
yeah,
nice.
straight up, like a QAnon Karen. Like the people like parodies and stuff. Like yeah, she's just straight up QAnon. Still to this day. I mean, no budging. So if I were to, when I talk to her, she's like, "Did you join Antifa?"
Oh my gosh!
Like God picked America to land for like. God bless America, we landed on the moon. Are you an atheist?
Wow.
She's still like all these years too. We've lived here in Minnesota now for like 40 plus years, and she still talks with a southern accent. Like on purpose, I think. Like really I'm like, your accent hasn't changed an inch, calling honey and darling. Oh, bless you, darling.
Mm-hmm.
The other day, I saw on the mod log that Embo had got banned, and I'm like, wow, he's back? And no, it's just some dude using his name.
Oh, so it's not Embo.
I think so. That I didn't click on it. I just saw that Embo, 2-day ban, and I think it's this guy then, right? Pretending.
It's not the original robot voice Embo, pain in the ass. It's another one.
Yeah, the robot voice was pretty funny too.
Yeah, it seemed to be like weird robot sound. It was very odd.
Yeah, I mean sometimes it does a really good job. Like with that French dude, it is hilarious. It really or DMOC. It did a really good job with DMOC.
Someone said that French dude's not French, he's like Israeli or some shit. Or something totally different. And a couple of times I've heard him and the French accent's like not there.
Yeah.
Like as if he's he's running through a synthesizer or something.
Yeah, I've heard him talk in a long time ago, and he sounded more German. He's on another server that we share. Yeah, that has nothing really to do with Flat Earth at all. And he recognized me and just went off about Flat Earth. And people were like, what the fuck is wrong with you, right? Like, why are you
only go in there to troll these kids, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I was coming around to collect the rent.
Yeah, I just got it, or this dude spiraled out of control. When Sonny comes around, you'll be able to hear it. He was on the atheist graveyard, and Sonny was there answering some questions and stuff, and they ended up muting him because Sonny was pretty aggressive in the chat, the voice, like prove to me, like the same thing he does here, So then I was like, okay,
Sonny aggressive?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
So then I joined, and I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. Okay, so here's a Flat Earth, and the guy just thinks he's got a victory. He thinks he's gonna buck up. He's got a victory. He got when the Flat Earthers muted. So I started talking, and the guy just got on the spiral hardcore. He's like, "You Flat Earthers got kicked in the head. You can't understand anything." And, and then the moderator mutes him. He's like, why am I muted? Why isn't the Flat Earther muted? He's like, dude, because you're spazzing the fuck out.
Because you're having a meltdown.
Yeah, just a thermonuclear meltdown. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
That's something I need is a good meltdown sound effect. What do you reckon would be something awesome when someone's having a grade A fucking flip out, other than the violins playing? We need some kind of sound effect when they're just
You got the tea kettle. You got the tea kettle, like when the dog's face turns red and his ears, the steam comes out his ears.
Oh, the whistle.
Like a nuclear power plant. Evacuate.
Yeah, like the horn.
Reach, like a thermonuclear explosion. Reach critically safe distance.
Oh, like in something like what's that? Event Horizon, when the ship's counting down before it blows up.
Oh yeah, that'd be a good one.
Yeah, I just need something tidy that I can play when someone's having a grade A meltdown and we're all just sitting back listening to it, just to play something over the top that'll just finish it off. They're already triggered, so it doesn't matter what you play afterwards. It's not going to change anything. But yeah, it's just like, yep, here he goes. 3, 2, 1.
Was that the Ghostbuster?
Proton pack kicking in. That actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good too.
I actually do like. I've got them broken up into what is it? Intro, exit, sounds for Discord, music. A lot of the music stuff I've had to drop due to copyright reasons, so I've got no problem with that. Unless you guys can have a chat to some artists and see if we can use their stuff. Unless you got it in writing, can't use it. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Discord will mark it copyrighted anyway. You know, even if you have then later you have to prove it.
Yeah, what they do is they strike you. So anything that we broadcast to YouTube will get a strike. We get locked out, and at their discretion, whilst they go through all the bullshit and we argue with them, you could be knocked out for 90 days. So that's assuming it's just a straight up strike, and they just say, yeah, we've noticed you've used it once, don't do it again. They could hold you out for 90 days. If it goes legal, however, due to the nature of what we talk about in here and how it offends some people, they might actually tell us to kick rocks. So we don't want that. So it's easier for me just to go, you know what, delete. So, yeah, all the stuff that CB's done, like...
yeah, 3-point space spin curve, yeah.
The usual things, that kind of stuff, I don't think he'd have a problem with us using. We're not making money off it. So, but yeah, anything that's actual legit artists, we can't touch. Like I said, unless you've got written permission off them to use clips or whatever. If we did have, that'd be awesome. But I don't, so bad luck. But yeah, all the other short sound effects, I've been looking through non-copyright music collections, so to see what we can use out of them, to see if there's anything decent in amongst it. There's some alright tunes and sound effects, but yeah, as far as actual smart-ass things I can play, yeah, very few and far between. But anyways, well, it's that time on a Monday night for me where I get to go and play squash and hurt myself and make myself feel older than I already am. So anyways, guys, I'll be out for a couple of hours. We got, 2.5 hours, I suppose. I shall return later on. Peace.
All right, matter.
Hello.
What up?
Oh. Nothing much. Just on my break. Seeing who's in here.
Yeah, we just finished the conversation. It got kind of low. And
Yeah, Ambo spiraling in chat.
oh, still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't rush from his job to shut his machines off so he can come talk to you, did he?
No, that's Manufactotum. They sound a little the same.
Oh.
Yeah, Spaceman is a different dude.
What are you up to, Crit? Oh, some guy was looking for you the other day again.
Yeah, it's like
again, bro. They came in here looking. Yeah. Got 99 newsletters.
Yeah, I used the one from that you posted with the wall at the edge of the solar system.
That one guy spiraling came looking for you and shit.
Yeah, they see me in text chat and I'm AFK, like. Aah!
Yeah. And with to calm him down and shit. It's like, okay, calm your tits. He's not here. Fuck's sake, dude. I think they'd be happy about that newsletter.
Yeah, it's exactly what they're looking for.
CB, CB, CB. I'm only stirring the pot. I gotta get back to work here in like 5. What the hell? They just pop in and then pop out? That was Grizzly, too.
Oh, maybe he was checking to see if there's any conversation going on. He's like, nope. Okay, next channel.
We could talk to Nova. What's up, Nova? Okay. Dude, I busted up this atheist last night so bad. You should have been here quick.
Yeah, it's so weird when they come in here and they'll be like, my proof of my atheism is a Catholic Church creation myth. And you're like, what, motherfucker?
Oh, it was glorious, Crit.
How?
It's so good when you get them actually to see that, and they're just like awestruck. It's so fucking tasty, dude. Like, I swear, I might even get diabetes from it, dude. It's so rich.
Yeah, you're like, okay, I'm not saying you have to side with Flat Earth, but at least recognize that you have a contradiction here, dude.
I was all over him, dude. I was like, if Crit was here, dude, you would have fucking land basted him. You would have probably took your time too.
Yeah, I'd like to like let it, ferment a little bit so you get the good pop, the good.
Because they're touting their knowledge like they're intellectually superior. So it's like,
yeah,
I don't think so.
Because they don't know shit.
Get in line with the rest of them. It was fun. I liked it. It was all kinds of triggered after I was done talking to him.
Look, my yagging on the point too. Make a move and he gon' slump you. All that telling what you gon' do. You can't run soon as we own the globe.
You can talk to Ratch. He's confused too. I'll be back in 3.
Hey guys, how's it going? Hello? You cannot tell me that every single person in this chat is AFK. That's insane.
Y'all are retarded. Right? So you have the equator is the middle line, you have the inner tropic is the inner racetrack that the sun and the moon traverse during the months of June, and then the outer racetrack
where it's tilted by about 23.4 degrees or something, the sky. Or whether I wonder whether it circles down north and up south. So the sun is higher in the sky in the south than it is in the north.
And that idea, what you've said, fits my theory. I just posted in the side chat and
mine.
Right? So you have the equator is the middle line, you have the inner tropic is the inner racetrack that the sun and the moon traverse during the months of June, and then the outer racetrack being the other tropic that the sun and the moon traverse during the winter months, December.
Yeah, this is why I've been asking this question, to see if anybody else sees what the fuck I see as well. So yeah, it's pretty much something like that.
Yeah. I mean, again, I posted in the side chat with the breakdown showing everything, and guess what? That breakdown is based off of nothing other than the moon map.
So the moon does this as well, but it does it quicker.
Yep, and at some point, right, the moon passes the sun, the car passes the other car on the racetrack, and that's called eclipse, or called an eclipse.
Yeah. No moon. No moon
But
at
yeah,
all.
the sun roots. I'm glad you pointed that out, man, because I probably would have forgotten about it. But yeah, the sun does appear higher in the sky in Antarctica than it does in the north. That's a really weird thing. I'm glad somebody else saw that.
It's also really warm in Antarctica compared to just being in Alaska. It's like you can just wear t-shirts there.
And that was a bit weird as well.
Well, I could wear a fucking t-shirt in 15 degrees weather. It's 10 degrees.
You can't go outside for 4 hours in a t-shirt when it's minus 20 C.
No,
so
thank you.
All you want.
And see, that's just it, right? The idea of, as is being discussed, when it is in fact winter, summer, you have the sun being lower at a lower altitude, which to me would be bringing in a closer heat supplier in the sun itself, because it's closer to the ground. And then during the winter months, it goes higher up into the sky as it changes its orbit closer to
Only one
North
thing
Pole.
fucking annoy my head. If the world's at a tilt, how is there an equator?
No. The world's not on the tilt. The world's not on the tilt.
No, they say it's on the tilt, Jedi.
The plane of the sun throughout the year and the moon is on the tilt. Gets closer and gets further away. Gets closer.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. I can see your 8 o'clock infinity symbol. I can see that.
By the way, I came back.
Welcome back.
Jedi or JD? Finish it with
Jedi.
JD. Okay.
That's Jedi. How you doing? You're right.
So basically, for what I found, the infrared comes out of objects that are like hot and stuff. Like the more temperature they got, the more infrared they like give to the atmosphere, not to the atmosphere, to outside. I don't know how to call it, but yeah. And so if you detect an infrared light across a high distance, it could be the object that is even more farther away throwing its infrared lights, and then you perceive those infrared lights because they reached a point in which they are visible in your line of sight now.
We're just talking about where the horizon is, mate. And changing the spectrum of light to mitigate for refraction, knowing that infrared light refracts less than the visible spectrum.
Wait, I'm gonna. Yeah. I'm accounting that. Let me do a thing. You guys can keep talking for like 2 more minutes, I guess.
Okay, no problem.
If you want.
So what about them Red Sox, huh? Let's hear.
So just to get back to this idea of the what's up in the sky, Roots or Jedi, you guys agree, right? We paint a 6 on the ceiling, we walk across the equator, that 6 becomes a 9. Is that what it ultimately boils down to?
Ultimately, yeah, it's going to depend on your reference frame with regards to the object and where it appears to you. We've already got standing on either side of it, so yeah, that's going to have a big part to how it appears to you in the sky when you change your vantage point.
Thank you, brother.
See, Alpha Veritas has joined us for this Christmas Eve special. What's up, big dog?
What's up, brother? Yeah, no, I'm just doing my morning deliveries, but I'm over here with you guys. I was kind of laying it to some baller last night, and then some in between on the fence flat earther as well. So
good stuff. Some in between fence sitting flat earther. Awesome.
Yeah, allegedly. You know, it always amazes me, like how these guys who come in here, they try to, ask some questions, be curious, and when you start to let them know about what reality is versus like how you can hypothetically put situations. You know what I mean? Like it's really curious. Like the mind, what it does when it's trying to figure something out, can actually, make things very complicated when it doesn't need to be, or add extra things when you don't need to have extra things added. Like in like let's say hypothetical examples and such. Which is when we're trying to explain things, we can only do something like in the cosmological aspect, like things that we see in the sky, based upon data points from information we've collected in the field. So, like the way you guys were explaining 24-hour sun in Antarctica and in the Arctic, they're very different, right? Similar, but different. Like similar in the fact that you have like, rotational point from the center, and at the same time different because of the way the elevation of the sun or the altitude of the sun from like where it appears in the sky. I think is what my take on it is. Like you have a tighter circle that what happens in the north than you do in the south. The south, it seems to me, like would be the opposite. But is it in reverse? There's a tighter circle in this. Go ahead.
I think this is why they say that the Earth is a little bit chubbier below the equator, because the circle of the sun below the equator is bigger.
Yeah, do we notice that with the 24-hour sun? Did anybody pay attention to that? Because the Analema was the giveaway to like this actually being the case.
I think this, and I was going to say the Analema as well. I think this is the case. I don't know, but after everything that we've observed recently, I think this is the case. It just appears to be a bit higher. I think the circle's a bit bigger in the south than it is in the north. Seems to be lower and tighter in the north.
So we got it actually, like if we were to say the travel of the sun, it would be kind of going like, the path or whatever. I think if you're trying to figure out what the layout is, it's going to change the way these maps are projected. In my estimation, the way it's projected out there is not what we haven't seen a map projection like the one that could be looked at on a flat plane that hasn't been like already looked at from a cartography point of view.
Well, this is the thing about projection maps, though, isn't it? Like the AE map, that's north-centric bias. There's no other projection point. So after a certain distance, we understand that it becomes very much distorted below the equator, for example. If you project from 2 points using the points of projection as in the rotational points in the sky, the North Pole and the South Pole, having clockwise and anti-clockwise rotation above the surface of the Earth. If you have 2 projections, then you'll get a slightly different map, won't you? Because
a flat map should have no projection problems.
We've been caught in a one projection paradigm for like the last 10 years.
But a flat map should have no projection problems.
Cartography in general, Rapscuttle has a problem with interjecting with his ideas because he thinks that the globe is a superior way of looking at the Earth, but he doesn't realize that map projections in general, since the beginning of like how cartography has been like used, is not an exact. Excuse me for saying this, an exact science.
Right, because the Earth isn't flat. If there was a flat plane, you wouldn't need a projection.
No, I'm talking about the Earth being a globe. We're talking about the Earth being a globe, Rapscuttle. In that sense, it's not being able to be used like the way you think with the continent sizes in proportion to each other and or land masses in respect to another. Like,
yes, because you're projecting a 3D model onto a 2D surface. Right, because you're projecting a 3D model onto a 2D surface.
That's not the reason why. That's not the reason why. That isn't the reason why. And I think that's your problem, because you think that's the issue, and it's not. Do you understand? Like, that's your idea of why you think there's an issue.
You've just said it several times. I don't understand why it's not the issue.
Okay, so do you think that there's a gold standard globe Earth projection, map projection?
No.
Is that true?
No.
Then why are you saying that there's no problem with it being projected? Like, because the issue is not just because it's a sphere, but because of like how cartography is done. So, do you know the issues with cartography, Rapscuttle?
Yes, you have to pick your projection. Yes, I understand that. That's what I'm saying. You're still picking a projection. That's why cartography is difficult. It's because you have a globe Earth that you're picking a projection of. If it were a flat plane, you wouldn't need to pick a projection. You would just have a representation of that flat plane.
Yeah, you fucked up right there. Earth is not a flat plane. You bricked it. There's topography, ups and downs. You don't know this shit because maybe you just haven't really got a chance to try it yourself.
Let's talk about the coastlines in that case. The coastlines would be mappable on a flat plane. No, it's not a deflection. We're simplifying it. You guys believe that that's all the same level. Obviously, all of them would be on a just draw the map of the coastlines. It's not a duck. Just draw the map of the coastline.
Excuse me. Have you ever heard of the coastline paradox?
Are you talking about the farther and farther distance that would be mapping because it's fractal? The fact that fractals have higher and higher, like infinite distance. That's what we're talking about versus their area. Is that what we're talking about? Not really much of a thing. It's just as you get a tighter approximation, the value gets better.
I remember you now. Yep. I remember you now. You're not going to last long here, dude, if you just keep fucking talking. You didn't the other night, and through me, it's not going to happen again. So I'm just asking you a simple question. You said if the Earth was flat, then we will be able to measure coastlines. The fuck you talking about? Dude?
I didn't say that.
Rob, I got something to say. Like, if you wanna join my side, okay? So but I think it is better to prove the globe Earth. Then there's no need for flat Earth. You don't need to disprove flat Earth. There's no need for that. Just prove that the Earth is a globe. Like, if there's no problem with the Earth being a globe, that's it. Like, it's easier that way.
The gentleman is correct. The gentleman is correct. So, Rapscuttle,
I'm pointing out that's true.
Hold on, dude. That's what's incumbent upon you to do if you think that the Earth as a globe is a globe standard.
Like, for real.
Yes. No, I agree with that. So what we do is we say, let's look at distances from one point to another. What is the way to put these all together in one coherent system? And the only way to do that is on a globe. If I go through and map point to point and say, how long does it take for flight times? How long does it take to drive times? How long does it take to walk times? And I put all these grids together. I can only do that on a globe. You can't do that on a flat map.
Okay, let me. I agree with you. Okay, like hear me out. Like I'm on your thing for real. I agree with you, but like you are like currently like attacking something that flat earthers cannot explain. Or maybe, or maybe you can. I don't know. Sorry. Maybe you can. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I'm pointing out it can only be done on a globe. I'm saying you can only get these measurements on a sphere.
Okay, whatever. Like maybe they cannot explain. Maybe they can. I don't care. Okay, just like they say there are some problems with the globe model. So if you show them that there are no problems with the globe model, then there's no need for a flat Earth, and that's it. Like this is not a problem the globe model has. Like there's no problem with the globe model. Like we all know that maps work in a globe model and stuff. For example, like I think Jedi, exactly, was talking about the infrared light and stuff. I'm trying to prove my point that this can work in a globe Earth, And I'm here. I almost finished, by the way. So just prove the problems the globe Earth model has. You don't need to attack the flat Earth for real. There's no need for that.
No, the point is there's no problem because I'm pointing out here's a set of observations that can only be done on a curved globe Earth. That's all I'm pointing out. So regardless of other observations, you can't get these observations on a flat surface. You have to have a globe.
That's a lie.
Like they will say they still don't have like a correct shape map, but they can eventually get something, or maybe not, or like they will say that.
Cannot.
That's it.
But they cannot. They cannot.
Okay, bro, I stand with you. I feel the same. Okay, but
right, I understand what you're saying. Look, let me see what you're saying. You are saying they're presenting these observations from various heights of things that they're claiming are infrared, they're claiming are reflections off of things, or they're claiming are a view of the over the horizon. We would have to go out and reproduce, and we would have to go out and reproduce.
One of the
we would have to.
Movies, there's some good Christmas movies on Netflix.
Or we go out and reproduce those and understand.
By the way, the guy that is talking right now, we cannot hear you really well, like for real.
Don't listen to him, bro. Keep going.
Okay. Yeah, Rob was talking.
I think PMAC is hot micing.
No, it wasn't me. Sorry, no, it's not me. Some other guy.
Okay.
No, I'm listening to you guys. This is interesting, bro.
So we can go out, and if we can get a recording of what is the actual place, location, time of the observation being made, that's what we'll have to do. So now, if we have that place, location, time, height, and those locations being made, we can talk about it. But we tend to not have any of these things. We tend to never have these values.
You forgot temperature.
Well, that would be with the time and location. We can figure out the temperature by looking that up.
No. At this time, next year, same exact location. Right now,
that's what time.
It could be.
That's what time means.
Next year, it'd be 50 degrees next year at the same time.
That does vary.
So I'm confused. So now, what is your claim that you're making here?
You guys always forget temperature in all of your observations, and you always forget that everything you're looking at is distorted after about 3 miles.
Yeah, because of refraction.
Why is it? I'm sorry. Why is it distorted after 3 miles?
About that, I don't know. I'm going to post something for you. You tell me what's going on in that picture.
Stuff is refracting.
So you're going to have to tell me where it was taken at and what's going on. So yes, where is this at what time of year and over how long?
Skunk Bay over the water. You can just go and do this anytime you want. It doesn't matter. It happens every day.
You just said it like the temperature. So what's the temperature? So what's the temperature there?
15 degrees.
So what are the temperatures at that point?
All the time.
You just said temperature mattered. You said it just seconds ago.
Well, here you go. I'm going to go ahead and explain. And if you talk over me, I'm going to start muting you. So you guys take a picture and go, look, it's curved. And we take a picture and go, look, it's flat. Now, in there, where's the curved part and where's the flat part? Because you can take a picture at the exact same time, the exact same everything 1 year later, and you're not going to get the same results.
Because temperature varies because of like weather and stuff.
So you're looking at weather conditions? That's really good of you, Radwin. You are so awesome to find temperature conditions. Well done.
Yes. So because of that image, all the theodolites that are at 100 miles saying we've got spherical excess, that's all out the window, dude. All gone. All shit's done. Jesse's done. Jesse, Path of Lies, I've debunked him on here. I took him to the other server. A bunch of people have. You notice he no longer shows up.
So you're saying the measurements made by the scientists, like, for example, 1830s, are just all wrong?
What? Yeah. So there you go.
1830s, yeah, sure.
Why? You're just going to discount it?
Why? If you're going to use a theodolite, you better do it about 1,000 feet and then do your next point if you want to get a straight line.
But they've done that as well. They've actually done that over periods of 30 feet. Yeah, 30 feet at a time. They've done that.
Theodolites in Aristotle's time?
Why are we talking Aristotle's? I'm talking about 1830s.
Did they have theodolites in 1830?
Yes.
They did? Wow.
They're measuring differences in the local acceleration due to gravity in different locations.
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about. Were they doing plane surveying? Those guys who were doing this?
They were doing surveying.
No, just answer the question. Were they doing plane surveying?
They were doing surveying.
No, you're not. See, this is the weaselly way that you can't explain. Surveyors don't do geodetic surveying. They do a plane surveying to attain. Dude, you don't interrupt me because I'll fucking ban you. So they do plane surveying. That's the first thing they do to collect the raw data out in the field, and then they do the calculations on this in later methods. Like now, with all the technology, it's already baked into any of their devices. Their devices are what's giving them the superimposed geodetic information calculations that is over the raw data that's collected from the field from point to point. Because all you have are the lines that are transferred from a horizontal plane off into the idea that geodetic information is superimposed over that. So they do not, and I repeat, you can ask any surveyor, collect information in the field as if accounting for the curvature of the earth. They never, ever do this. Not one single surveyor that's worth their salt as a professional will ever tell you this. Now you need to understand this point, that no surveyor is going out collecting data about a globe earth or accounting for the curvature while they're doing their measurements out in the field. They do not do that. All they do is collect the information from a point to point and a distance from mean sea level. So what you're doing right now is dishonest. You're not telling people what they're actually doing and then converting it over into geodetic information, which then superimposes the globe earth on top of that with the calculations. Once you do, then we'll understand that you're being honest in this discussion. And if you don't, you're going to find quickly that you're going to see the door. So you need to be forthcoming with that information if you want to stay in here.
Yeah, the 1830s guys didn't do what you're saying, right? They were using surveying tools, but they weren't doing a plain survey.
Incorrect. Bullshit.
I've got
bullshit.
Bullshit. Are you calling me a liar? Is this a claim that I'm incorrect? I've got the claim right there.
Time they do not take planar surveying measurements. Not one single person that looks at the surface of the earth will be doing that on a survey.
Surveyors do not do that, dude. You fucking liar. You're making a mockery of the profession and this chat as well. Acting like that's what they're doing. It pisses me off to no end. I have the utmost contempt for idiots like you. You need to tell people the truth, and you're not doing so. So you're going to get fucking banned, and every time I see you, Rapscuttle, I'll make sure I'll fucking ban you, dude. You need to...
It's just a link.
I'm going to give you... Redeem yourself. Fucking redeem yourself, and tell people the truth. Surveyors do not fucking account for the Earth's curvature. Surveyors do not account for the Earth's curvature when they're taking the raw data information in the field. They don't do that. Tell everybody the truth, and everything is fine.
This link to the book, that's why I said they weren't
I'm looking for your name now. I'm done.
That's it. That was a plain survey. Boy, you guys are cowards. This is amazing that you can't handle a true statement. That is fantastic. I'm amazed at this.
How are miles measured?
Just let him get his last word before Miggy slams him.
That's okay. No, it's going to be slight. Look, I get it. You guys have fun. Merry Christmas to all. To all a good night.
Can you do me a favor? Yeah, I got your ID, buddy. I got your ID. It doesn't matter if you run.
I understand.
It doesn't matter if you run. You're going to tell the people. Tell the people the truth.
I'll be here till I'm done.
Tell the people the truth, Rapscuttle.
I'm trying. I'm pointing out this survey done. I'm pointing out this survey done in 1830s was done with survey instruments, and they did not, like at this point, they were actually looking for the curve. So they were measuring
No, they're measuring
at that
they're not
point.
looking for something that's not there.
That's
Fuck
literally
off.
what they're doing.
Fuck off. They're not looking for something that's not there. Fuck
That's
you,
actually
dude.
the title of the paper.
Tell them the truth.
That's what the title of the paper is.
No, I'm not talking about the title of the paper, dude. I'm talking about what were they doing when they're taking the raw data information. What were they doing? Raw data collected has to be done in such a way that it's done with a planar surveying with a reference to a horizontal plane. I don't give a fuck what you say. It's not going to matter. You need to tell them the truth. Tell everybody here, you fucking liar. They're not going onto the Earth looking at it as if they're accounting for the curvature. No, fuck off, dude. Fuck off.
They looked at angles between 2 points, and they were measuring the angles. And they measured, for example, they measured its heptagon, and they found 901 degrees, which is not possible on a flat surface.
Anyway,
dude, this guy is a fucking liar, dude.
That's what look. Just look at the correct. Look, I've shown the link. There's a link. You guys want data. There's your data. All of the data is there. Everything you asked for.
Yeah. Now I'm going to talk. Okay, good. So I already showed you why you're wrong.
Everything you've asked for is in that paper.
I showed you why you're wrong, and you agreed. You said, well, isn't that interesting? Oh, damn.
I said that we have a point where they're looking at the measurements of. You need to explain why they have different values. They have 901 degrees. Why
was the raw data collected? Answer the question.
Yes, it's there.
How was the raw data collected?
By a telescope.
How was it collected?
By a telescope.
I know that.
Point.
But off of accounting for the where is he at?
Then
fucking he doesn't fucking shut the fuck up.
Why you asked?
In 1 mile, turn right onto Oak Hill Road.
Hold on. With you guys in a minute.
Turn right, bro.
Yeah, I gotta deal with this shit.
Yeah, it looks like he's just gonna continue to lie. So just let him say like, okay, Rob, here's your final word on the topic. And then that way he can also square it off with his claim of coward, too. So everyone here is scared of him, and this would be his final word on it. So he got to do both. Excellent. And yet he's going to have to like sit and spin somehow now with like why his worldview is so contradictory.
So there's a couple of things. The other one we could do, at some point I would like to come back here and discuss pendulums and how they change depending on where you are on the Earth. That would be interesting to find out why. But this one is the survey, and I've got a list of values. It's a very easy read. You can see all the numbers. You can see what they're doing. I'm unclear why you're afraid, so afraid of this little tiny PDF. Just look through it. It has all of the data you've been asking for, all of the measurements you've wanted. It has great details on what they did. There you go. That's exactly what you wanted. Measurement of the curve. You shouldn't be afraid of people who did what you asked
afraid of you. You goddamn schmuck. Nobody's afraid of you. You're a fucking liar. Surveyors do not take measurements in the field as if
so
they're
sorry you
accounting
got
for Earth
agitated.
curvature.
I'm so sorry you had to start twerking this morning. I am so sorry you got agitated this morning.
Are you saying that everything is
spiraling monkey? Hold on, Sasha. You spiraling. Hold on, Sasha. You spiraling fucking monkey. Surveyors do not take the raw data collected in the field. This is like the 5th fucking time I'm saying this. As if the Earth were a globe. They do not do that shit. Nobody has ever done.
He's using information from a book written by a man.
Yeah, can somebody please tell him that surveyors, because I'm going to be busy here for a little bit. Can somebody please tell him that surveyors do not collect the information on the surface of the Earth with their theodolites as if they're accounting for the Earth's curvature? They do not do that. There's no way to get that information. On a local scale, surveyors use planar surveying.
Yeah.
They can use triangulation. There's a lot of ways that the information is collected. This idiot seems to think that that's what they're doing, collecting it as if it were a globe. Nobody ever does that. Any surveyor worth his salt will always tell you that.
Yeah.
That's how it's collected. And then it's transferred over into geodetic information. He's fucking lying right now. And if he continues not to admit that he's lying, he's going to fucking befuddle somebody in the chat. They're going to believe his shit. So that's why I'm saying he needs to be stopped. He needs to be, at least what needs to happen is that he needs to admit that the collection of I don't give a fuck if he thinks it's a globe after the fact. When it's collected as planar surveying information from a horizontal plane from mean sea level. He needs to tell you that. If he doesn't, he's going to be fucking lying to the chat until he's blue in the face, saying that you're afraid to look at this shit. And it's not about being afraid. It's about him being truthful. I don't care if he's here. He just needs to be truthful about this point.
I will say.
It's just like you don't want a bunch of lies in the channel. It's just that in itself. Like, if it's truth and lies, that is why the same thing, we're not really going to platform a McDuffie. Because all they're presenting is lies, and they give reasons for why they want to lie. For them, the end will always justify the means. They're pushing bullshit by any means necessary. For them, it's okay. So that's why even if, sure, we want to hear from people who disagree with Flat Earth or got some ideas for the globe, but when they're already advocating for it's okay to do so, and be deceptive, because the globe in of itself is the moral conclusion.
You can't talk about lie, Rab. You can't. We can see it.
You can't lie your way to the truth.
I'm interested about that link. You know why, Crit? If he posted the link, I would expect that he passed all that information through his brain, and then he realized, okay, I realized this, and now because of that, what he realized, because of that, he posted the link. To understand? Now we can look into that, but he can say what he saw it into that link, how that was measuring, what was the method, where that was it, who was it, and all other data, of course. If he can to do that in that's easy. For example, if you want to say about Black Swan, you will say there is Santa Barbara, there is 2 oil rigs. You will give some data. Like him, he can give some data about that link, for example.
Yeah, but he was saying talking to Alpha.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but he say I want to that he didn't look that link. That would be interesting if he didn't look that link into, how to say, if he only posted that link.
They dive in there and pull the method out.
He didn't do anything. Somebody gave it to him.
Yeah, of course, because if you're posting something, that means that you know what is inside. For sure, I'm thinking. Or you are randomly posting because of its beautiful title or something like that.
Believe in what you post, man.
Yeah, the title is a figure of the Earth determined from observation.
Trying to change topics right now in chat.
What's happening, Rab?
Oh, he's still around? I thought Alpha...
No, he's here. You don't need to get banned yet.
Okay.
I'm making a fool of him.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Last I heard was Alpha said he's done.
Oh, I'm here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like,
he's close.
These guys aren't cloaked. You know, and one way to expose them is let their lips flap. They get demonstrated as the fools they are. Just like, listen to them talk. They'll say things completely incorrect with arrogance and belligerence.
Yeah.
Oh, now they got a free pass to lie.
Yeah, people were telling right from the very beginning. Flat Earthers are saying, you're going to regret the day you teamed up with a mega church super pastor, young Earth creationist. You're going to regret this. Think about what you're doing. Think about who you lie with. And they're like, no, McDuffie's honorable, intelligent person. Dude, he has a very large social media footprint. People know exactly what this guy is. He's not, they know, he is. When you think of the most scummiest professions, used car salesmen, mega church pastors, financial advice people, like, did this guy hit all three? I mean, what the fuck? Young Earth I mean, this is like, you see, like, why are these young Earth creationists so toxic towards flat earthers? Like Kent Hovind and Darth Dawkins, whatever the Batman one. I can't think of his name right now. Something like Globe Earth or
Mr. Batman.
Mr. Batman. There we go. It's like they're so incensed. It's like that horseshoe theory. On one end of the horseshoe, you got this young Earth creationist. On the other end of the horseshoe, atheists. And you will not tell the difference between who said what. Like, hey, who said this crazy thing about flat earthers? An atheist or a young Earth creationist? Is almost exactly. You're not even sure. They're both that crazy. So just let them talk because they're just digging the hole.
Hey man, sorry to interrupt for 1 second. Especially to Jedi. I actually have to go to have lunch now. I will talk later if I can, but it's 24, so I don't know. DM me if you wanna. Yeah. See you guys. Thank you for everything. Yeah. Have fun.
Yeah, take care, dude.
Thank you, man.
Much better result today than past.
Is it gone? Shit. Damn. I heard him lie live on the stream, like. Just waiting to see how he's going to dig himself out of that fucking hole.
Cooper, the courage before surveyors.
On the Street, a showcase for Netflix as it gets ready to air 2 NFL games on Christmas Day.
Reverend, you're hot, Megan? I like your Netflix, bruh.
Hey.
I like it. What's happening on Netflix?
We're watching the stock market, not Netflix. They're talking about Netflix.
Ah, okay. Oh, the stock market.
Home Alone, for sure.
Has it bombed yet?
Oh, why?
Home Alone.
Why does it plummet?
Yeah, I'm Home Alone. Thank you very much. Thank you, please.
Pay attention so I know how busy we're going to get in 6 months.
The thing about the stock market is you don't have to do much work, do you? Sit back and watch the fucking bucks rolling like. I'm sorry he left. I was actually looking forward to seeing what he was going to do. Lie to our faces, like.
Any other Globers out there want to try to play Flat Earth today?
Or the stock market. I think he basically said that geodetic surveying was done on a globe. I just can't tell him what he just said. Like. What if the whole thing's just a projection? Bear with me. Alright, fuck off. No, honestly, like the Mandela effect and all that there, I think we're living in a parallel universe. Something happened after 2012 or something. I don't know what, I don't know where we are, but fuck me, it's not the universe I fucking grew up in. It's fucking crazy.
You envision equilibrium where everybody's slaves, I'm sure.
Could you say that again, but in English?
No, I was just talking.
Oh, okay. That's very good, Amish. Space magic. We're so small, man. Aren't we? It's like so small, man. Like it doesn't really matter, man. So small. Which one's the Earth and which one's the fucking sky? You can tell me. So, are you saying it's flat or are you thinking about it? Which one are you?
Another day on the globe, gentlemen.
Which is flat. Nothing new under the sun.
Do you think Santa knows it's a globe?
If not, then NORAD, all of NORAD, the North American Air Defense, they will be tracking Santa Claus later tonight.
Look, Twonga, Crit calls it Santa Claus. He doesn't call it Santa Claus.
Well, because I was born before the whole Coca-Cola takeover, dipshit.
Santa Claus.
Yeah, it was a totally different character when I was younger.
You don't drink Coke, Crit?
No, I do. I just don't accept the Coca-Cola version.
What was the version? Actually, that's an interesting question.
Hey, Nick.
In the UK, we had Father Christmas, right? Which with Santa, we call it Santa Claus now, obviously, but it's Father Christmas wore green, right?
Yeah.
He was like Santa Claus, but wore green. So I wonder what your Santa Claus looked like before.
Oh, what like his outfit was?
Just like what he looked like generally. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, just like I'm trying to think of a good image, but yeah, just like a winter coat and everything, and he was kind of not really fat, but like more heavy set. He was old with like rosy cheeks and stuff. Yeah, I think just like brown. I'm trying to think of like just a basic winter coat, kind of like a brownish coat.
Yeah. So
there was no reindeer. There was no reindeer or anything like that either. He didn't live in the North Pole either. He was like a supernatural being that just manifested that day.
This is like how, I guess, let's see, images like this. This is kind of like how Santa is in British law before, like law LORE before Coca-Cola.
I'm trying to think of like they had like porcelain figures. And I'm trying to think of what it looked like, but I just can't seem to picture it.
This is apparently a traditional Victorian style of Father Christmas.
Sorry. Is everyone here a flat earther?
Yeah.
That's definitely not true.
Okay, I'm not, but most of the people out in here are flat earthers.
Well, Brick plays a flat earther once in a while.
Yeah, I can be a flat earther if you want.
Yeah, I've convinced someone the Earth was flat, so I get that.
What have you got?
So there's like no one here. I don't know. Let's talk about stuff. Metaphysics, cosmos, physics in general, chemistry.
All right. Why do you think
anatomy?
Are you a flat earther?
Why do I think the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah.
I think that the Earth is a sphere because of the mass amounts of evidence that I have for it being a sphere. Now, I can claim some, but I will never get to all of it because there's just so much. The main one being, me personally, no.
Hold on, this is the Michelle Thaler video. I'm Big Think. It's like, oh, hey, Oliver from Twitter, I'm going to take your question. Okay, your question is, how do you prove the Earth is a globe? She's like, well, Oliver, it's not okay to think the Earth is flat.
That's stupid.
She's like,
what a dumb argument.
Yeah, what the fuck? This is on Big Think, the social media personality for NASA, telling people, don't think.
No, they're saying don't think the Earth is flat. That's a problem.
Yeah, don't think.
No, don't think the Earth is flat. They did not appear.
It's not okay to think.
That's not what the message was.
Yeah, that's exactly what the message was.
That's how you got it.
You must accept the globe, because if you start to think the Earth is flat, that's not okay to think.
No, it's not okay to think it.
Yeah, it's not.
It's bad.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. Yeah. So it's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. Yeah, it's not okay to say the Earth is flat.
It's a bad thing.
But it is bad.
It's a bad thing to think that then?
If you're going to contextualize bad for the surplus of people, yeah, it's bad to add misinformation and change people's perception of what's true.
And Krianic, and why flat earther does not believe in the globe? Why they think that Earth is flat?
They're caught up in the global conspiracy that is semi-true, that we're all controlled.
No, I'm here for 3 years. That's wrong. Can you try again? That's not why.
I told you the answer. That was correct. If you didn't understand it, that's okay. I can try again.
Okay, great. If we do like this, can you ask any person of this server, is that correct? What you said, they are flat earthers. That's because you said, or they have some other answer.
Well, I haven't finished, so I don't have an answer yet. You haven't heard it.
Oh, okay. Can you tell me why these people why these people think that Earth is flat? Do you know that?
Yeah, I do. So the reason all these people believe that the Earth is... So the reason these people all believe...
It's not a belief. They don't believe it. And they just... It is. Can you tell us why we think it is because of measurements? Go ahead.
Yeah.
The reason why any human believes anything is going to be explainable with vague terms. I'm going to use vague terms in this instance for the claim to be true. The vague terms are that you as flat earthers and many other people who aren't flat earthers feel like we're controlled. It's a global conspiracy. We feel like we're controlled because of all the manipulation and guidance of the news. Because of that, people start to question authority figures in information. They don't start to trust authority for information giving, so they search other areas. They search for their people in their lives. They search for the ways to gain knowledge. Yeah. And they end up with a conclusion that goes against the global Earth thing, because when you just apply observation as a single consciousness, it's very difficult to see the Earth's curvature. But once you have a global Earth with a bunch of people on it communicating with a lot, then you're going to get people who perceive the patterns different based on where they are, and you're going to try to calculate that. So I've explained why, and I've explained why it's not.
How you perceive the sphere?
Yes, easily.
Okay, Kamala, can you answer his question now, Kamala?
This sucks, man. We were having a pleasant conversation about Santa Claus, and this dipshit just comes in and starts...
That's actually not what happened. I was asked about it.
But that's wrong how you put it up. Because if I tell you, I can tell you why people believe that, or not believe, why they think that Earth is flat. Or they know, or you want to put it. I can tell.
If you want to give me your rendition, it is what I said, but it's probably also what you said. Many factors.
Okay.
Like
If I tell you that, I will tell you what they are saying. They are saying that Earth measures flat. That I heard.
So you think we're all misinterpreting the basic claim of flat Earth?
Yeah, you are misinterpreting them, because
so
they are
what's the
saying.
proper?
We have nothing to do with saying anything about government conspiracies. You're a nutcase. Earth measures flat, and that's that.
Earth measures flat. So what are you talking about when you say that?
It measures flat. You measure miles in straight lines. Things are done on
No, we actually don't measure miles in straight lines. Only in small scale do we do that. We use different units of measurement in order to, compensate for the curvature of the globe.
Okay, what is the big scale?
No, this guy's completely bricked. You can look at any map, a whole map of America, straight line, scale, legend on that map. Completely gone. This guy's completely gone. He just go to the conspiracy channel. Just fuck off, dude. Seriously, just fuck off. You're dumb and boring. He really thinks he cracks open a whole continental map, and there's a curved legend on there.
That's the problem. Great. When they are thinking, they know what, and the first thing will be: are you? Because he was his income was like it. Are you all flat earthers here? And if he said yes, the second question will be why you are flat earthers. No, he knows why we are flat earthers, because of conspiracy, and when you tell him no, it's because of measurements. Now, what is going on? Now you need to ask about that.
Hold on, give me like 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes, guys. That's all I'm asking. Just give me 2 minutes. Hopefully it won't turn into a shit show. All right, so you believe that the Earth is a globe, yes? Krenix?
Yeah, I believe that.
Okay, what is the substance?
His claim was it's not okay to think the Earth is flat.
That was not my claim. That is a claim I made.
All right, that's fine. That's a claim you made. But I want to get down to why you think it's a globe, right?
The Earth is flat as fuck!
Thank you for that. Is there any measurements that the Earth is a globe?
Well, I believe there is, yes.
Okay, if you believe that's suggestive, that's great. What way is the Earth measured as a globe, sir?
So one way that they do it is they have different people at different points of the globe.
No. Wait, yeah, hang on, Queenix. Wait. I'm asking for a already established method that has been done ever since people have thought it was a globe. So I'm looking for the method, and I need you to tell me the established
I'm
method.
giving you it. So people back in the
I don't
day-
know. No. Wait. No, you're not. You're telling me this hypothetical of how it can be done.
No, it's real.
I don't want to. Really? So where can we look this method up, sir?
It was the first way that the Earth was considered, the first way that the Earth's curvature and was actually measured and equated. The first way that they did it was through the method of putting two people at different points of the Earth and having one person's time be noon, exactly 12 o'clock. So since it was exactly 12 o'clock, they then had, they had to triangulate this later, but they had another person check the shadow.
Yeah, I know
so
the
that's
method.
one way.
Okay, so here.
I know that's easily debatable, but when you gritty.
Sorry about that. I'm gonna let somebody else take over, but just keep him on the measurement side, guys. If you want to shellac him, tell him how it's measured. He's talking about Eratosthenes. He doesn't know what his ass from a pipe wrench. So just get him on that. I'm gonna be busy. You guys can unmute him whenever you want.
Yeah.
Who wants to listen about Eratosthenes 1,708,003 times? Like, oh, I will get them. I know about Eratosthenes. Jesus Christ. He assumed the ball. He assumed the source of the light. He assumed so many things, man. You need to know that first.
Putin just did a video a couple days ago declaring Santa Claus as Western propaganda. And he's banned. Santa Claus is banned. Here's a traditional. See, I'm not sure how you pronounce this. Demora. This is what it looks like, or what it should look like.
and so I can't say.
So, do you know what an elevation angle is?
Do you know what elevation?
Okay, so, do you know what an elevation angle is? You're never getting off mute to say another word until you just address that. Yeah, you literally can't. Just fold, tuck your tail, and run.
Dude,
get the fuck out of here. Just leave. You can't even address one thing. You can't address anything anybody says in this subject at all. See, watch. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
I see that it hurts.
No, you can't do it. Yeah, you're boring.
They just gotta hear themselves talk, man. It's irritating.